essentially sending a letter to YouTube to abolish, destroy, end. It took me almost 2 years to get there. Really the best tip
I really like, yeah, getting people demonetized is bad, and YouTube said they're not going to do it, and that's a good thing. But what does this have to do with Paul Tassi? I'm not seeing him tweet about this at all. He's not talking about this anywhere. So he came in later. Well, then where is it?
Control
because
group
like if you're
created.
getting mad at one guy because you're getting harassed by this group of people, I don't see it. He does? Well, where is it? The end of the first video you watched? Okay, let's take a look at it.
They have a certain outlook of something. So on September 9th, Paul Tassi released an article called "The Acolyte Has Caused Star Wars Fandom to Plunge into Civil War," which, yeah, I think that's kind of accurate in a sense. However, he goes on to mention me and several other YouTubers as well, and he really writes in his article that I and many others should be deplatformed and demonetized.
Where? The saga of Acolyte is well known at this point. The show is little watched, but developed a core base of fans who really liked it. From its representation to its villain, the YouTubers in question devoted dozens, if not hundreds, of videos to tearing down the show and everyone associated with it every week, which has led not to just to Peshplack from Acolyte fans, but stars like Amanda Steinberg. Then the show was canceled. So you can't criticize the show?
Other YouTubers as well.
Wait, what?
And he really writes in his article that
now we enter the current phase, which went members of the Star Wars community in support of shows like The Acolyte and its actors banded together to create a movement to try to get a number of specific Star Wars channels demonetized, with examples of what they believe was racism and harassment in their videos, which should be against YouTube terms of service. Yeah, that's what happened.
Should be deplatformed and demonetized because of our rhetoric, because of our point of view of Star Wars in general. So, anyways, let's go ahead and check this out and read this, because I want to bring light to this. I don't think this is acceptable behavior. I don't think, you know, for a publication such as Forbes, I don't think this is respectful. I don't think it's insightful, and I think it's malicious. You think the drama of The Acolyte is over? Think again. As now what has been arguments about content of the show has progressed into a full-on civil war in the Star Wars fandom community. The two parties are fans that appreciate shows like The Acolyte and did not appreciate what seemed to be a coordinated, relentless assault on the show and its actors by YouTubers and their subscribers. Okay, where's the evidence that these are coming from YouTube, from the subscribers? Where is the evidence that all
civilian
of these
research
subscribers
complete.
are sending attacks to the actors or the actresses or the writers? Where
Scouts
is
have found
that
a colonizable
information? I need that intel. They are attempting to demonetize many of those accounts which they believe are racist or encourage targeted harassment campaigns.
I don't think that Paul Tassi's in the wrong yet.
Commerce upgrade complete.
He's simply writing an article describing the situation. He's basically saying this is happening.
Civilian structure complete. Got a job for me?
Retarded? No, I'm not retarded. I just look at what I read and I make a decision about it.
Yes, Commander. Comlink active. Start making your dinner
He's putting
plans.
spin on it? Yeah, a bit he's putting spin on it. You could say that.
A new
but
colony
there's
has
nothing
been
that's
founded.
been said here
Planet item complete.
that is inaccurate or blatantly misleading.
Civilian research complete.
Hate the show for normal reasons.
Good day,
the saga of The
Commander.
Acolyte is well known at this
Easily
point.
done.
The show was little watched,
Ready
but
for
developed
battle.
core base
Yes,
fans
Commander.
who
At
really
once.
liked it, ranging from its
Got a
representation
job for me?
Okay, let's move on.
I won't let you down.
like this, since they liked it for that primary reason.
Yeah.
Then of course everyone has to have liked it for that reason too, and if they didn't, then they're going
Scouts
against
have found a
that
colonizable
representation, and therefore they're racist. So I would even argue that the people who are saying such things are only
Commerce
seeing
upgrade
the
complete.
depth of this show, or only showing
Comlink
interest in the show
active.
because there is
Yes,
representation.
Commander.
I
At
would
once.
argue
Ready
that
for orders.
There's still nothing wrong with this
Yes, Commander.
paragraph. He's saying that
Stand
there are
by
some
for
people that
phase
like the
jump.
show because it had a
Control
black
group
lead actress.
created.
That's guaranteed true. There's still nothing wrong.
The people who are so
this is
in love with the show would love it just as much as if everybody was white. I guarantee you, the people who love the show, I do not think they would like it as much or nearly at all if all of the cast members were white. And to me, I say, I don't care if they're purple. I don't care what color they are. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Black, gay, straight, trans. You do what you want, man. Just make a cool story, cool characters, and that's it. Well written.
Give the order.
I couldn't care less about what they do outside of that.
I'll do my best.
Split from the Skywalker saga, but several hundred years ago. The YouTubers in question devoted dozens, if not hundreds, of videos dedicated to tearing down the show and everyone associated with it each and every week, which led to not just pushback from Acolyte fans, but stars like Amanda Stenberg publicly talking about the racism she experienced. And look, like I've said this a million times.
Well, this is what happens with anything. Like, it's the same as if you criticize any person, people are going to bring their race and their identity into the criticism. If you criticize somebody that's gay, then people are going to call them the F word. If you criticize somebody that's black, people are going to call them the N word. This is just the way it is.
I won't let you down.
That's just the way the internet is. It doesn't mean that he's accountable for that. It doesn't mean it's his fault.
I won't let you down.
Yeah, I don't even, I can't even imagine thinking like this.
Comlink
How are you not allowed to criticize a show, bro? Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, and it is, like, this paragraph is very much...
Ready for battle.
Like, it is...
Targets in sight.
Basically, the article is built on the foundation that they're getting reported because they're saying that they're experiencing racism. And then now it's codifying the racism that this person experienced too. So yeah, I do think that there is obviously a spin on this article to make the guys that are making these YouTube videos like Star Wars Theory look bad. It is. Like, I do think that now at this point, because you talked about alleged and now you're talking about the actual stuff, and any normal reader that's reading this will logically go from point A to point B.
Deploying.
I'll make this
criticism is not racism.
Sweet.
Yes, but let's not be delusional here.
Mining upgrade complete.
She absolutely experienced racism, without a doubt. Do you really think that not a single person said racist things to her?
Easily done.
Guaranteed, this happened. A 100% chance.
Civilian
but that still doesn't make the people that were criticizing the show at fault.
Active. That's more like it.
You know, there are so many people that are for sure assholes and racists and bigots and homophobic and all that, but I feel like that's a very small minority. And to take a magnifying glass and just enlarge it and blow it up as if it's the majority of people.
Control group
created. She is racist, though?
Control group created.
Okay.
Ready for battle.
Then they're both
easily done.
They're both racist. If you're racist to somebody that's racist, you're still racist.
Control group created. Ready for orders.
Like,
deploying. Stand by for phase jump.
Yes, she is. Wow. Okay. True.
Good day, Commander.
It's really irresponsible to do, especially as a journalist. I think if we're going to really look at something from a objective point of view, we have to really see it for what it is. Okay, there are shitty people everywhere, all over the world. Okay, you run into them every day. I run into them every day. There's also very nice people all over the world. Am I to say that just because one person I met is shitty, or two people out of the 100 I meet in a day are shitty, then therefore all of them are shitty? No,
that's the way a lot of people do things. That's how a lot of people are racist. Most people, I think, are racist because they had a bad interaction with a person of that race.
Let you down. Give the
order. Then they just blame everybody of that race for the same thing.
Transmission received.
It's just a select few. That's how life works. You can't fix the world.
But I'm done.
Unfortunately,
civilian research complete.
Life works.
Deploying.
Got a job for me? First text threat, but the things I've been sitting the past 2 days are consistently disgusting. I've no respect for this part of the community or those that cultivate it and accuse them of pathetic. Yeah, I mean, like, harassing somebody and sending them messages that are hostile. It's pretty simple, right? Like, if you do that, you should get banned.
For battle. Start making your
like, if you're threatening somebody online, you should get banned. Like, it's not even like it's not even a question. Like, there's no conversation here. Nobody's disagreeing with this.
This won't take long.
Can't fix the world, unfortunately. Now, Amanda Stenberg took that minority,
transmission received,
jerks, and essentially said the entire fandom who does not like the Acolyte is alt-right, racist, bigots. I mean, that to me is that's also extremely irresponsible, especially in her position.
What now?
And she is representing Lucasfilm, and she is representing Leslie Headland and
Control
everybody
group
else that she worked
created.
with. Nobody's
Ready
saying a
for
damn
orders.
thing. If anything, they're saying
Next
you go
time,
for it.
place a bid. Good day, Commander.
What is this?
Civilian
and so we
research
have these
complete.
articles from a massive
Targets in
publication,
sight.
Forbes.
Let's
so
take
tiny.
them
I've
out.
got to draw
A
attention to
new
this.
colony has been founded. Scouts have found
You
a colonizable
can't do
planet.
this in my chat. Why are you doing this? There's a lot of Jew
Good
haters.
day,
Oh,
Commander.
Adolf's been
done.
making a big comeback
What now?
recently. He's been making a very, very big comeback. I've been seeing it on Twitter. Yeah, like there's been a lot of it. Anyway, let's move on.
Ready
Same
for
kind of
battle.
bullshit.
That's
I think
more like it.
this is seriously a massive red flag. It's a form of brainwashing in a
where
sense
to,
where
Commander?
if people don't
Deploying.
understand or don't see it, they're like, oh no, these people are racist.
Yeah.
My God, it couldn't be
Comlink
further from the
active.
truth. Racist people
Easily
are racist.
done.
But that's not the
Mining
majority of
upgrade
everybody. For
complete.
example, I don't
Give
want to
the
make it about
order.
me, but
This is what
know-
happens a lot, is that one person says something that's bad. Like, let's say you
Control
have a
group
group of 100
created.
people, and then one person does something bad, and then the entire group gets categorized as being bad. This is a very
Civilian
common
research
tactic
tier
that's used in
complete.
journalism in order to paint dissenters as bad people.
Ready
the death
for
threats
battle.
and stuff that were thrown at me
That's
that you
more
guys
like
saw
it.
on Twitter, on X, horrible things that were said that I even showed in some videos, that all comes from that side of the fandom who loved the Acolyte. Am I therefore to say that everyone that loves the Acolyte is a disgusting
You're
piece of
fishing
shit
for a
who wants to
whale
wish
with
me
minnow
death
bait.
in the most gruesome, horrible, weird, psycho ways? No, those are just a few bad
Got a
apples
job
that
for
are
me?
caught.
Yes, sir.
Who cares?
Civilian research
It's the
complete.
internet. That's life. That's
Stand
people.
by
And
for
the show
phase
was
jump.
canceled. Given that Disney is, well, Disney, the decision likely came down to mainly an absurdly high cost. which
Your
was very much
arguments are
Disney's fault,
compelling.
and low
I
viewership.
shall stand
Though
with you.
Many,
I
including-
will
no,
deliver
nothing
your
to do with the
order
high cost.
personally.
They'll pay for they'll pay up the nose for anything that they want, as long
Well,
as
the
the order.
show cost a lot
I'm
of
on
money
it.
because it didn't make a lot of money. Something costs a lot of money. Like, for example, if you spend $100
That's more like it.
and then you make
Start
$80,
making your
that
dinner
costs
plans.
80. Sorry,
This
if
won't
you spend
take
$100
long.
and you make $20,
Give the order.
Good
well, then you
day,
just lost
Commander.
$80. That's a lot of money.
Easily
But if you
done.
spend $100 and
I'll
you
make
make
this short
$300,
and
then you didn't
sweet.
spend a lot of money.
What now?
It's entirely
Let 'em
contextualized
have it.
around
I'll do
is
my
the number
best.
up or down.
Ready for battle.
It's not about
I'm
the
on
amount
it.
of money spent.
Transmission received.
Like, what do you think? That,
Yes,
like, think about how
Commander.
much money they spent on Game of Thrones.
Got a job for me? Scouts
But
have
the
found
reason
a
why they did that
colonizable
was because
planet.
the show was really popular.
Attack! What now?
as it gets the
Who doesn't
views,
know
as long
this?
as it gets the money. That's
A
really
new
at the end of the day
colony
all it
has
is.
been
So,
founded.
this thing could have cost freaking $100 million. It still wouldn't have been enough for them to renew it for a second season. And low viewership, though many, including some of the cast, credited the racism and harassment
order.
and felt it gave a win to toxic parts of the fandom.
It
Start
did.
making your dinner plans.
And
This
so
won't
what you
take
see
long.
here is
Our
I
planet is under
actually do
siege.
think that Paul is engaging in a form of subversion here. Because he initially
Mining
introduced
upgrade
what
complete.
the
Targets in
conflict
sight.
was as
Let's
accusations
take 'em
of
out.
racism and harassment.
Where to,
And
Commander?
he used
Deploying.
it specifically
What now?
accusations of, oh, well, people claim this is happening. And
Yes,
now,
sir.
halfway through the article, the racism
day,
and harassment is
Commander.
now
That's
codified
more like
and it
it.
is established.
Yes, Commander.
So
at
what that
once.
does to the reader is that it causes the reader to passively assume that that side that was alleging these things was in fact correct. It's persuasive writing that's hard to pick up on unless you
Civilian
can
research
see it.
complete.
Except allegations is reality.
Insufficient
Well, it
metal.
starts as an allegation. It's
have
introduced as
found
an
a
allegation,
colonizable planet.
but then later on it's referred to as a fact. So it gets people to let their guard down
Easily
as if they're
done.
reading an unbiased
What now?
perspective of something,
do my
and
best.
then the perception
Where
changes
to,
because it's
Commander?
distorted. And the problem is that I'm sure Paul would say this is what happened. And he's right that that's what happened.
Ready for battle.
But if you're not
Easily
doing
done.
if you're not intentionally
where
trying
to,
to
Commander?
separate the people
Yes,
who are
Commander.
racist
Stand
or
by for
harassers
phase
from the
jump.
people that just don't like
Ready
the
for
show,
battle.
then I
Easily
think that you
done.
are intentionally painting them in a bad
What
light.
now? I won't let you down.
And it's being done on purpose.
Jump underway.
Enter the current
Ready
phase,
for
which
orders.
members of the Star Wars community in support
Logistics
of shows
upgrade
like The
complete.
Acolyte and its actors banded together to create a movement to try and get a number of specific Star Wars channels demonetized with
And you see how the racism, what they believe was racism. And you see how this messaging happens. This is a very big problem in,
Good day,
this is a...
Start making
It's a
your
core
dinner
problem
plans.
because Paul is a
This
smart guy.
won't
I
take
like
long.
Paul Tassi.
Ready
But
for
I
orders.
think that he's obviously
Deploying.
engaging in
Good
subversion
day,
here.
Commander.
He clearly is
Start
engaging
making
in
your dinner
subversion.
plans.
And
this won't take long.
The problem is that a
What
lot of
now?
people are not
Ready for battle.
proficient in English
Easily
enough
done.
to be able to pick up
Got
on
a
this.
job for me? Scouts have found a
You like him?
colonizable
Yeah,
planet.
yeah. No, I've read a number of things that he's written that I've agreed with, and I think that he's had good takes on things before.
Ready for
This
battle.
isn't one of them. I disagree
Targets
with
in
this.
sight.
I don't hate
Let's
the
take
guy.
'em out.
No,
Got a
I'm
job for
disagreeing
me?
with what he's
I'll
saying
do my best.
in this
Let
article.
him have it.
Comlink active.
of what they believe was racism
Give the
and
order.
harassment in their videos, which should be against YouTube's terms of service.
Commerce
But
upgrade
clearly
complete.
it wasn't, since YouTube said that this does
You
not
won us
go
over
against
with your
terms of service.
fancy words.
However,
And
once
you're
This is a
going.
huge gamer move that YouTube made. Is that
I'm on it.
they basically
day,
all
Commander.
of the internet Karens that were
Easily
upset that they
done.
couldn't watch The Acolyte
Yes,
season 2
Commander. At
got
once.
together and wrote
What
like a
now?
letter to YouTube
Civilian
asking for
research
these people to be
complete.
demonetized, and then
Attack!
YouTube said,
Let
"Yeah, we
him
looked
have
it up
it.
and there's nothing wrong with it. Shut the fuck up and leave us alone." Which was an absolute W move by YouTube.
itself was tagged. The concept was met with an immediate reply 13 minutes later from
Ready
YouTube that they
for
reviewed
battle.
the video in question and found that it was not in violation
more
and no
like it.
action would be taken.
Scouts
This was
have found a
celebrated
colonizable
immediately by
planet.
the targeted
Got a
YouTubers in
job
question.
for
Well,
me?
they should be.
Though further investigation reveals that it is a pretty generic YouTube auto
where
message,
to, Commander?
which has been used
Deploying.
hundreds of times before, and there's no evidence that
Transmission
YouTube took the
received.
quite elaborate movement seriously for more than a few minutes, or did anything.
Good.
Comlink
shouldn't.
active. That's more like it.
It's just
A
a bunch
new
of
colony
retards
has
getting
been
mad on
founded.
Twitter that want to shut
Logistics
down other people
upgrade
that disagree
complete.
with them.
Anything resembling investigation. So this also is incorrect. So what he does, what Paul Tassi does, is he looks
Civilian
at the
structure
reply
complete.
which was sent a day after this was
Upgrade
actually
logistics to
created.
unlock more civilian
So this
slots.
was actually created and sent on
Civilian
September 4th,
structure complete.
which took YouTube an entire day to check out the claims, and then they replied on the 5th,
Comlink
and they said,
active.
thanks for reaching out, just heard back and confirmed that this content is not violative and will remain up. We totally understand you
Commander,
may not
at
agree with
once.
this decision,
Got a
but we
job
reviewed
for
this
me?
video very
Yes,
carefully
sir.
against our policies.
Ready
Yeah,
for battle.
huge YouTube W, by the
Civilian
way.
structure complete.
Massive
That's
YouTube
more
W.
like it.
Where
Replied
to,
the
Commander?
day before this, and they said, we're going to check it out. Could you please send a link of all of the videos in question?
So they so basically the entire idea that it was done by a bot
Scouts
seems
have
like
found
it's
a
not true.
colonizable planet.
Yeah,
Civilian
or
structure
the channels
complete.
in question, and Molly Damon.
Paul's
squealed-
saying that it was done by a bot to
Commerce
discredit
upgrade
it. He
complete.
is. I don't know if it's to discredit it, to be fair, but I do think that's what's happening. Yes.
Molly
Civilian structure
went
complete.
to YouTube's aid
Civilian
and made sure
research
that she
complete.
freaking tried to rat every single person out on that
Additional
list.
credits required.
And these people, I
Civilian
want you guys to
structure
see
complete.
that they are the internet
Let the
Karens.
bidding commence.
These people are absolutely the internet
Civilian
Karens. They
structure
are the
complete.
ones that are
Additional
complaining to the
credits
manager.
required.
They're the ones that want their food sent back because it's too cold. They're the ones that are getting mad because the barista spelled their name wrong.
I
Yep.
was in
Comlink
that freaking
active.
link too.
Oh, Karens,
Take
they
Yes,
away
are.
Commander,
our
at once.
livelihoods. And I sound like a
Civilian
broken
structure
record, but man,
complete.
you don't
Military
understand.
research
Imagine
tier
you
complete.
work so freaking
Give the
hard,
order.
and
Yes,
someone just
sir.
wants to take that away from you because of wrong things,
Stand
because you
by
don't
for
agree with
phase
them
jump.
on a freaking show. So
Well,
Paul
that's what
Tassi-
they're trying to do. They're
Civilian
trying to take
structure
a moral
complete.
high ground to make YouTube feel like they are morally obligated to shut down
Scouts have
competitors
found a
because
colonizable
what
planet.
they're going to do is now they're going to paint YouTube as enabling
Civilian
racism.
structure complete.
Right
That's what
there,
they do.
Journalist, writer for Forbes is writing misinformation, trying to say that this is a automated response within a few minutes. Incorrect. It's a response a few minutes, one
Civilian
full day
structure
after
complete.
having checked everything out. Would appreciate a formal. I love how they call
Unfortunately, the auction slipped from your grasp.
That, like the Acolyte of the
Civilian
Star Wars
structure
community,
complete.
everybody else who's been supporting it and literally got it to the
logistics
point where
to
it's
unlock
worth $4
more
billion
civilian slots.
for George
They're
to
not
sell.
the
Civilian
They're just a bunch of
structure
losers,
complete.
grifters, racists. They don't actually give a shit about Star Wars. Come on.
It's the same extortion
Upgrade logistics to unlock
scheme used
more
by
civilian
game
slots.
journalists for Black Myth
Good
Wukong.
day, Commander.
I hope that a lot of
Yes,
people, like
Commander,
now that
at
we've gone
once.
through a lot of these topics
Military
so far,
research
a
complete.
lot of people are starting to realize and pick up on these patterns and these techniques that journalistic outlets use in order to maintain a hegemony over
Civilian
information.
structure complete.
It's been very problematic, and like I noticed it a lot. Like I have kind of like a personal vendetta
Civilian
against
structure
this
complete.
because I remember
Scouts have
noticing
found
it
a
whenever I was a
colonizable planet.
teenager, like after 9/11, and I was like, wow, this really seems like super biased. Wait a minute, like he didn't say that. Like why are they writing about this? And like I saw it happen with Obama. I saw it happen with it happened with Ron Paul. It happened with Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump. It's happened with a lot of people that have been outsiders or that have not had the right opinion. It even happened a little bit with John Kerry in 2004. I was only 14 then, so like I don't remember have like very good memory of it. But I do
Logistics
remember
upgrade
how
complete.
the way that it was represented was clearly asymmetrical, and I've always really disliked this. And the reason
That's
why
more
I
like
dislike it is that it
Plotting
is
jump coordinates.
What now?
well, it's lying, number one.
Military
but it's
research
also,
complete.
I think the reason
Yes,
why I
sir.
dislike it is because it works. To
Ready
be honest,
for orders.
that's why it makes me mad is that this strategy works. And the reason why it works is because people are not they're not like I don't know, like they can't read basically. Like I could say something that's more sophisticated, but let's
Civilian
be real.
research
They can't
complete.
fucking read and they don't see what's happening.
Can we still
So I
turn
have
the
a
tide
very
in our
personal
favor?
vendetta against this, and
Civilian
I've had it
structure
for a
complete.
very long time.
I hope we're ready for this.
Got a job
Still,
for me?
if you got it.
Attack! Civilian structure complete.
Man,
Ready for battle.
Military research tier complete.
Fire at will. Comlink active.
it's your average Twitter
This
user
shall
complaining
be our
about the group of
finest
people
hour.
that they don't like that's
Ready for
responsible for
battle.
every bad thing
Fire
that's
at
happened in
will.
their life that
I
they are
will deliver
coincidentally
your
not
order
responsible
personally.
for at all.
Good day, Commander. For the home world. Ready
No further
for
investigation
battle.
reveals that this is a pretty generic YouTube auto message, which has been
What
used
now?
hundreds of. Is this
Attack!
that's just because that'll help you sleep at night, right?
Well, it's very clear
Yes,
if you
Commander,
could tell
at
whether it
once.
was a YouTube automated message, right?
For the home
Because if
world.
it was an automated
Civilian
YouTube
research
message,
complete.
you could copy paste
the
the
order.
message
I'm
and then
on it.
expect to see a copy paste of that message that's been repeated multiple times. But that's not what happened. So it's very obviously not a copy paste automated message because all automated
Good
messages
day,
are written the same.
Commander.
Just by
Fire at
any
will.
sort of logical
What now?
investigation, you would come to this conclusion instantaneously.
Easily done.
Military research complete.
what to do.
Give the order. Let
And
him
there's no
have it.
evidence that YouTube took the quite elaborate movement seriously for more than a few minutes.
Comlink
They spent a full
active.
day, and then
That's
they
more
got
like
back
it.
to you and said that there's nothing that violates terms of service. More do you want? Why are you lying? Why are you always lying? Or did anything resembling investigation? How do you know? What are you, Team
Got a
YouTube?
job
Why don't
for
you
me?
just tweet yourself, bro? It was likely just a bot scraping
my best.
scraping a video, and what
Comlink
video that even
active.
was isn't clear.
Fire at will.
Yeah, why are you
Yes,
making stuff
sir.
up, bro? Just take
Ready
the L,
for
move
battle.
on.
A
write your
new
other
colony
articles,
has been
forums,
founded.
I do
I
think
won't let
that
you
Paul
down.
is giving he's not giving a very good analysis of what happened from YouTube.
Good day, Commander.
That this is correct.
This shall be
It's
our
undeniable
finest
that this
hour.
is not a good
on
analysis
it.
if you don't take into consideration the fact that it was sent to YouTube and YouTube responded to it the day before. Yeah, it's not even a question.
Making their company look more and more shitty, but hey,
Yeah.
you're giving me something to talk about, so that's great. Thanks, pal. Maybe it's time I now turn the tide. That level of abruptness and lack
Commerce
of diligence
upgrade
is
complete.
not very surprising. This guy's still going
Comlink
on in his own
active.
life. Bro, they took over
Yes,
a day.
Commander.
They're
At
over.
once.
That lack of abruptness
job
and due
for me?
diligence is not very
Attack!
subscribing.
That's
so
more
this
like
is again. This
I'll
is
make
basically
short work out of them.
What now?
Good day, Commander.
This is like kind of basically you create a narrative by saying that YouTube did it with a bot, and then the lack of diligence is not very surprising, implies that there is a malpractice that's being done, right? That this is somehow like a wrongdoing that has happened. You see, this is a loaded phrase, and this is how it happens. It's a false narrative. Yes, exactly.
Yes, Commander.
And so, like, basically, you assert a possibility.
Got a job for me?
You build a narrative based off of that possibility being true that causes readers to passively accept that the assertion that you made is the truth. That's how this works.
Move on. It's okay, Sally. Since this happened, fans have now pointed towards people moving on to comment on a black actor's Instagram that they want the acolyte treatment, viewing that as a threat to mount a similar movement. One random Johnny Root underscore stands for everybody. These people, man, just say, like, desperate. Like, this is your facts? This is your evidence?
Yeah, there's a comment with 134 likes.
Commerce upgrade
One
complete.
random dude on the internet sends a message. What the fuck, bro? The YouTuber side of this escalated.
Civilian research
complete. Star Wars theory.
That's this guy.
Well,
that's
thanks,
him.
Paul. You're welcome. You're welcome, Paul.
All right.
The largest Star Wars fan channel on the internet who has been the
Civilian structure complete.
of what is viewed
Start
as the toxic part of the fandom. Really?
This won't
Please tell me
take
what it is
long.
I do that's so toxic.
Got a job
I just
for me?
call out what
Ready
I think
for
isn't
battle.
really a
Has
Yes,
been viewed,
Commander,
and
at
this
once.
is another term that's
You've made
used.
a fine
It's like
purchase.
like it's
And
weasel
I
language,
know
right? Where it's like
refunds.
has been viewed.
Exotic resources
Well, of
have been
course,
located by our survey teams.
Somebody has viewed
Survey
him like
teams
that.
have found
This
something
is like that one
interesting.
guy that would call every
Exotic
white person a
resources have been
suspected
located by
white
our survey
supremacist.
teams.
Like Tariq, it's like terms like this by who. So you're basically like you're creating an argument to authority because, or an argument to like normalcy, I guess, that this person is being viewed as bad, but there's no actual like evidence of this. There's no quantification of this. It's just known. And this is exactly what happened with Black Myth Wukong. And this is also what's happened with other games as well, like Stellar Blade, is that misinformation and accusations are assumed and never quantified.
To what George would have done, and that's it. So if that's toxic, then I guess you want everyone to have a gag order unless it aligns with your
Give the order. Yes, sir.
I think is far beyond toxic. That's a totalitarian regime. That's a dictatorship. Theory also constantly bashed the acolyte with the usual "it's the bad writing and breaks canon" claim.
For battle.
Please tell me how it didn't. Please tell me how the acolyte was good writing and it didn't break canon. I'd love for you to explain this in your next Forbes article. I'll be waiting. Though it's a long pattern of him moving on from focused Star Wars lore discussion to lambasting much of what Disney has produced. We see when you grow up with something that you really loved, and you see it being torn to shreds by people who don't understand it, and then if you don't like it, being called racist, and then having your entire livelihood potentially taken away from you because you don't like what they've done to something so sacred to you. I guess that is what I'm doing. Yeah, it's quite a long pattern. I think speaking about how it breaks lore, I mean, you're kind of contradicting yourself. You're talking about how I'm talking about how it's bad writing for Star Wars, which I explain, and it breaks canon.
Well, you're quoting what he said, and the quote is meant to, the way he's quoting it in this sentence, the quote is meant to demean the statement.
Military research complete.
And that's why it says claims afterwards.
What
Although
now?
It's a long pattern of him moving on, right? Like this entire sentence is created with the intention of basically delegitimizing his channel by saying that he's moved on from lore discussion and delegitimizing what he doesn't like about the video.
And how is that moving
the show,
on from focused Star Wars lore discussion?
Yeah.
Theory went off on social media saying that things had crossed a line by trying to get these channels demonetized, including mine. But let's not forget, Alex and Molly have been trying...
I do think that you cross a line, by the way.
Upgrade
if you try to get somebody else demonetized, in my opinion, you do at that point cross a line. Because now, like, it's more than...
Good day, Commander.
Like, that's basically you're trying to invade their personal space.
That's more
and you're
like
trying
it.
to affect their
Give
life
the order.
in a tangible way. Whereas if you're just making
Commerce
YouTube videos
upgrade
about them or
complete.
talking about them or whatever, that's one thing. But if you're actually going against,
Good
going
day,
like
Commander.
after their livelihood,
Yes,
trying to call
Commander.
their employer,
At
messaging
Times of
family
war
members,
are
trying to
upon
get them
us.
deplatformed,
Civilian
etc.,
structure
you
complete.
100% have crossed the line. Absolutely. Anybody would say that.
Plotting jump coordinates.
to use other people as an icebreaker, as a scapegoat to get to me for years. And so it's no surprise why they would write such a freaking thing to demonetize and deplatform people,
Yeah.
then to have me lumped in the same freaking letter, which goes after people's
Civilian
livelihoods. He
structure
just released a
complete.
video
Right.
calling out
Civilian
another channel,
research
Star Wars
complete.
Explained, who had
Civilian
signed on to
structure
the demonetization.
complete.
He just released a video
Easily
calling out
done.
another channel, Star Wars Explained, who calling out, bro, I literally just put the mirror up to their face after they were berating me
Civilian
for 8 years
structure
and being
complete.
jealous and just envious and rude and shit-talking me behind my back to so many people for so many years simply because I did well on YouTube. The receipts are all
Civilian
there.
structure
Rich got
complete.
extremely personal, reviewing his private communication with the channel
Military
owner in the
research
past.
complete.
That's
Well-
more like it.
Yeah. And this is the thing, right? The extreme, which got extremely personal. This
won't be so
this type
easy.
of language is
Logistics
once again
upgrade
used
complete.
to
This won't be
delegitimize
so easy.
Star Wars theory. You see what I'm saying, right? Like this is how it's being delegitimized. Defending yourself is evil if I don't like your politics. Yeah, exactly.
Plotting
And
jump
also, by the way,
coordinates.
yeah, if you're calling for a person to be demonetized, you are getting extremely personal because you're affecting their personal life. Like, this is
Exotic
their job.
resources have
They
been
make
located by our
YouTube videos
survey
for a living.
teams.
So, yeah, like, talk about extremely personal, getting somebody fired from their job effectively, or like, you know, the Office Space, right? Like, well, you know, we just fixed the glitch. He still goes to work and, you know, he doesn't get paid. You know, don't be surprised when somebody wants to burn the
What
building
now?
down.
Calling anyone out, that's just saying, I've had enough. Leave
Yeah.
me alone. And that's all this is. The more you keep coming for me, the more I'm just going to expose you and destroy you. That's just
Civilian
how it works
structure
now.
complete.
I've had enough. Star Wars Explained, who had signed on to the
And by the way, that's what he should do. He should absolutely be on the offensive,
Yes,
and he should be
Commander, at
aggressive
once.
and proactive in stopping people who are trying to, like, hurt his career or try to get him shut down. Because they're doing that to him. And so the only way that you can beat somebody who's
Easily
aggressive
done.
is by being
Give
more
the
aggressive
order.
than they are.
Phase jump underway.
And again,
Exotic
he's also,
resources have
every
been
single
located
time
by
that
our
he's
survey
doing this,
teams. Exotic
doing this
resources have been located
reactively.
by our survey
it's
teams.
not like he's going out of his
Exotic
way to do
resources
this
have
to
been
people.
located by our
He's
survey
making his
teams.
content, and then other people are trying to attack him. So, like, in him
Civilian
doing this,
structure
he's
complete.
defending
a
himself
video
every time.
which got extremely personal, reviewing his private communications with the channel's owner in the past.
Good day,
And then also,
Commander.
like, yeah, you're right.
Control
Here we go.
group created.
Which goes
Civilian
after people's
structure
quote
complete.
livelihoods.
Exotic
Well,
resources
what do you
have been
think
located
happens
by our
if,
survey
like, I
teams.
mean, if Forbes, for
Military
example,
research complete.
stopped giving Paul Tassi advertisements on his
Civilian
articles,
structure
and he wasn't getting
complete.
paid any money, would he think that's going after
Give the
his
order.
livelihood?
Civilian
of course
research
he would,
complete.
because that's how he makes money. It's an intentional, like, basically, it's an intentional, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, the best way to say it. It's like, kind of, you're making it
Exotic
seem trivial,
resources have been
or you're
located
making
by
it
our
seem
survey
unreasonable.
teams.
Right, it's rat. Yeah, basically rat behavior. Yeah.
Civilian
Scare quotes,
structure
exactly.
complete.
Good day, Commander.
Bro's acting like
For
I
our world.
revealed some
I won't
top
let
secret.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
fact that he's put livelihoods in
Attack!
quotations is super
Attack!
trivializing it. He is. He's doing it on purpose.
Yes, sir.
Like,
Attack!
Paul's not stupid.
Comlink
Like,
active.
he knows what he's doing.
Fire
He's
at
doing it on
will.
purpose.
Information. The guy was trying to get
Your
my
influence is
information. The guy was
noted.
trying to
We have
understand a
a
channel that was
deal.
out for 2 months that amassed 50,000 subscribers could not fathom how his channel, which was around for 4 or 5 something years, was growing so fast, and he was trying to poach me for information and be my friend. And when I couldn't give him any information, because honestly, I didn't know what the hell I was doing, I was
Civilian
just making
research tier complete.
he started to just talk shit about me nonstop. And then you would apologize and talk more shit.
Yeah, that's probably what happened, is that this is a personal vendetta between the two of them. And the other person, as Star Wars explained, doesn't like and is very clearly jealous of the fact that Star Wars theory is extremely popular, and he's not. I think that's what happened. This happens all the time in streaming, and it happens in entertainment everywhere. Because, like, they see somebody else that just started, and they're already doing better than you. It happens to you, too? Yeah, I mean, of course, it happens to everybody. You got ego check? Yeah, he did.
And then do it again and again and again, to the point where now his wife is trying to deplatform me and throw me under the bus for what? He like full on went after me out of the frickin' blue on some topics and videos that I was talking about regarding some stuff in this scenario. The solo posters. Fast forward to this, and now he's apologizing and blah, 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 blah. And you realize it's not just the stuff that I showed. It's over the years. All of the weird little tweets that I would see, they would like, of people just talking ill about me, Pablo Hidalgo stuff. They were all...
No, if people did that to me, I would absolutely put them on blast. Like, to me, I have a very, very simple policy. If you say something bad about me,
Times of war
I will
are
go
upon
for the
us.
throat. I don't have a problem making a video about you. I don't have a problem making fun of you. I'm not sorry. I will do it. And here's the worst part. I enjoy it. It's one of my favorite parts of this job.
Commerce upgrade complete. Military research complete.
They were laughing with him. They were liking his tweets. Don't think I didn't see this.
Free content?
I see. I check. I watch.
Give the order.
Until... they tried to pull the plug.
Civilian research complete.
Rand drama, which does not appear
Control
to even
group
be over
created.
yet. Oh, you bet it's not, man. We're just getting started. The hate for the Acolyte is unlike anything I've seen in Star Wars history.
Yes,
possibly even more than Last Jedi, which is saying
I don't know about that. People were really negative about the prequels when they came out. I mean, the Acolyte, I feel like the show wasn't popular enough for the hate to be that big. Like, I would say proportionally, there was probably more hate for the Acolyte than any other Star Wars thing. But, like, that was about it.
People are really disgusted by it, and I think it's just an absolute abhorrent story that has no place in Star Wars and has no place before The Phantom Menace and just breaks a ton of lore. I mean, as you said, I've made countless videos about it, so why don't you go watch them? In fact, I bet you have, but just like your
Incognito
lack of
mode.
Data, or rather your manipulation of data with YouTube's response time, you just want to lie and pretend like you don't know. But really, we all know you got that incognito mode open 24/7, and I'm living rent-free on your browser. Well, actually, thanks with the views, so thanks. I hope Alex doesn't lose any sleep over that tonight.
Get your ass up!
There absolutely was an industry created on YouTube dismantling the show each and every week. Yeah, it's called reviewing products, reviewing shows and movies.
I think the idea that there's an industry that's created around it and then putting industry in quotations is again trying to make it sound ridiculous or trying to degrade or make it seem stupid again. You're doing it again. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, the industry is called film review. This is what people have been doing for 100 years.
Ready for battle.
What do you think were the first people that have reviewed movies?
Yeah.
Control group created.
Many years far before YouTube even existed.
But we might need some
movies
backup.
and magazines.
Anytime you use quotations like that, it's dismissive. It is.
Shields down, Commander. What now?
Was probably
this won't be so
part
easy.
of that as well.
Yeah, he's doing it on
industry for people like you lying and trying to throw people under the bus and paint a picture that is so unbelievably far from the truth. But I guess, hey, when you're a journalist, the truth really doesn't matter. It's more so about clicks and what your narrative can purport to people who don't know any better. Even though this We Hate Disney Star Wars crew has been around for a long while, it did in fact make talking about the Acolyte online with any semblance of positivity practically impossible without being swarmed by what were often devotees of these channels, if not the YouTubers themselves.
So the problem with this is the implication that
we might need some backup.
people disagreeing with you about your opinion about a TV show is problematic. That's what happens, is whenever you post something publicly, there are going to be other people that will respond to it publicly. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the way the world works. So, with anything being possible without being swarmed, yeah. And also, has it ever occurred that maybe the reason why you're getting swarmed by people that disagree with you is because the opinions that you have are not the majority opinion? So if you put out an opinion and you say, like, I hate eating pizza, most people like pizza, and there's going to be people saying, hey, what the fuck do you mean?
That's more like
pizza's great. They should make pizza
Commander.
illegal.
We've lost contact
right? I mean,
with one
of
of our
course that's
planets.
what's going to happen.
Control group created.
Where was this rhetoric with the Mandalorian season 1 or season 2? Where was this, for the most part, with Andor? Where was this level of disdain with Ahsoka? I mean, sure, yeah, a lot of people disliked it, but nothing close to this level. Where was this with Tales of the Jedi? So, am I to understand that it's all
ready
the shows,
for battle?
or could it perhaps be
That's
subjective?
more like it.
And why would it be subjective? Well, let's think about it. Maybe the shows just aren't as good as the other ones. Maybe it doesn't run along the pre-established lore or cadence that George Lucas created with Star Wars when he made it. Could that possibly be it? Or are we just picking at random
Yeah,
here?
and also, again, like, this is also implying, this is another big issue, is that what this does is it implies that the negativity surrounding the Acolyte was an outcome of it was an outcome of the YouTubers talking negatively about it rather than the show being bad. And so what it does is it compartmentalizes criticism as being an outcome of YouTubers who are doing it for making money or some sort of, like, ulterior motive.
Ship for phase travel.
Military
And
research
it just
complete.
so happens that the ones we pick at random, because we don't like the shows, actually end up not doing well in terms of views and get canceled. This We Hate Disney Star Wars, there's no crew for that. It's a we
Civilian
love Star
research
Wars.
complete.
We love George Lucas Star Wars. And anything that wants to come in there and change that instead of adding to it, expanding it, respecting.
Well, why has this been? Why is that a bad thing? If people don't like what Disney is
Logistics
doing with
upgrade
Star
complete.
Wars, why is that bad?
it, then yes, we will dislike
there's
that.
nothing
and
wrong
we're
with
going to
that.
talk about it. This
Ready
whole idea
for
of,
battle.
in today's world,
That's
it's like,
more like
oh,
it.
it's really ruining the positivity. Well, you don't have to be positive about something if it isn't good. You don't always have to be positive. Toxic positivity is the most annoying thing I have ever experienced, at least one of. Let's say you go to a restaurant
Good day,
and
Commander.
you're eating food and you really
Yes,
don't like it. It's got
Commander.
way
At
too
once.
much salt.
As
Dare you
ye
not to say
command.
anything. Don't be negative.
Comlink
Don't be negative.
active.
Enjoy it. Take that frickin' salt and
He's right.
let your kidneys filter it through.
Did someone
Enjoy
say
the high blood
booty?
pressure, man. Don't say
Ready
anything.
to
Be
ship
negative.
for
Disney's
phase
paying for
travel.
it. No, I don't think there's
Prepare
any
to
sort of thing like
engage,
that going
but we
on.
might
I
need
just
some
think
backup.
that
Planet item complete.
I think that Paul
Can
disagrees
we
with this
still
guy and
turn
doesn't
the
like
tide
him.
in our
Right? It's
favor?
pretty obvious.
Times of war are upon
Yeah,
us.
I don't really think it goes that
Shields
deep.
down,
Maybe it
Commander.
does, but
What
he's not in
now?
on the conversation.
Plotting jump coordinates. Prepare to engage, but we might need some backup.
You okay?
So then we're essentially living in a world
falling
where
apart
this
here.
needs to be
Need
shut
immediate
against
assistance.
any sort of human
Logistics upgrade
judgment.
complete.
You cannot judge anything anymore. Everything has to be perfect. Everything is perfect. And there is no such thing as something not being up to par. You just have to talk about the positive things. I don't believe in that. I believe the best thing in life is to actually look at some of the things that aren't the best and really realize, okay, what can we do to course correct here and make it better? And that's how civilization
You got the
got. That's
full
how
weight of a
evolution
star
People
base
aren't
at your
mad that you're
disposal.
criticizing it. People are mad that you're criticizing the thing that they
Additional
like for
research
reasons
required.
that they think you shouldn't be allowed to criticize. That's what it really is. I mean, I would say that's the fine print, but it's not. It's the bold text. Like, that's the truth. It's that people don't want you to be able to criticize this stuff for reasons that they have deemed to be, unquestionable.
cities and technology and everything got better. It's like, well, you know what? I don't like this function. This could be better. That could
Research
be
rate
better.
upgrade
With everything,
complete.
That's how things grow and that's how things
Additional
improve.
credits
if everyone was just
required.
like, oh, what
Yeah.
do you think? Penicillin would be created if people
And
weren't
also, I think that a lot of writers and people misunderstand the way that the YouTube ecosystem works.
Ready for battle.
So basically,
Military
Do you want to know the reason why there weren't a lot of popular videos talking about how good the Acolyte was? It's because there weren't a lot of people that thought that it was good.
Over with your fancy
it's the same reason why there's a lot of videos talking about how good Baldur's Gate 3 is and how good Elden Ring is. And there's also a lot of videos talking about how bad Concord was. It's because people are not necessarily going to YouTube to have their opinion defined. They're going to YouTube to have their opinion reinforced. So if you make content that already appeals to a large group of people, then those people are going to say, hey, listen, I agree with this. I'm going to watch this guy. You're validating their opinion. And this is a big problem that a lot of people have in understanding the relationship that content creators have with their audience. Because a lot of people think that the relationship is that the content creator just simply says something and then the audience is like, oh yeah, true. That's not true. And you can read any of my comment sections and you'd know that. There are often times where a huge contingency of my audience is disagreeing with me and saying that I'm wrong. And so the moment that you go against the, like, for example, true? Yeah, so true, right? The moment that you go against any narrative at all that people have already defined, then I think people get really mad at you. Like, for example, I said whenever the Mr. Beast stuff happened, a lot of people were mad at me because I wasn't taking it more seriously. I said nobody's going to give a fuck about this in a couple of weeks and it's just entertainment. A lot of people got mad. I was right, by the way. However, you know, that's and why is that? Because that's not the opinion people wanted to hear. The opinion people wanted to hear was, you know, let's burn the witch. That's the reason. The Overwatch 2 loot boxes, a lot of people disagreed with you. They did. Disagree with you every once in a while. I don't care because it's usually objective and critical. Well, there's going to be, everybody has disagreements. It's not a big deal. Like, it's not even worth talking about. But, like, what I'm saying is that the way that a content creator interacts with their audience is not something that is defined in a way that the content creator dictates to the audience what they think. And I think that in some cases, it's the audience that's dictating what the content creators think. And I think there's even a term for it, audience capture. So it's weird that we even have vocabulary that's been invented for the way that relationships between content creators and audiences have. And somehow we're trying to pretend like this doesn't exist.
As ye command.
Very big problem that people have.
But we might need some backup.
Confirmation bias, so you are our fault?
Your orders,
we're each other's fault.
No armor!
I'll be right back.
Civilian research complete. This won't be so easy.
Boring? Yeah, true. We do.
Commander. What now?
Negative. You know, this infection is really horrible. It's killing everybody. But, you know, we should just enjoy life for the most part.
Here.
What do you, like, how far do you want this to go? Do you want, like,
to be fair, that is what people did during COVID.
Upgrade complete.
But yeah.
Prepared to
engage. Take the analogy from
but we
movie,
might need some backup.
Ridiculous like
We're
that.
falling apart here.
This virus just sucks. Yeah, so anyway.
The thing
what's the
and
plan?
be happy and repeat and ask for more. Now, some people just don't like that. The Acolyte was almost certainly canceled for an absurdly high budget, reportedly 180 million, and is he repeating himself? Which third-party estimates have documented as being lower than any other Star Wars series. Yes, still, the cancellation was absolutely celebrated as a win by this YouTube fan crowd. And what
here's the problem.
Comlink active.
There is a critical question that's not being answered.
That's more like it.
Why was the viewership low? Low viewership doesn't just, like, happen. Like, it isn't like, you know, there's the viewership fairy and it's like, well, you know, fate is fickle. No. There's a reason why it was very low.
Planet item complete.
Vindication of their hate campaign against the show. It's not vindication.
Well, and this is again, and you can see how at the beginning something is introduced as a accusation, and then later on in the article, it's established as a fact. You see how this happens is like it's introduced as an accusation to have the reader let their guard down and accept what they're reading, and then later on it presupposes that this is in fact what happened.
Required.
It's again misleading language. It's building a lot. Yes, right. Exactly.
An allied
so
capital
the cancellation was after we
destroyed.
celebrated as a win? Yeah, because it was a win. That's the reason why it was celebrated as a win. Yeah, it's because they won. Like, the show got canceled. It's dead. W. That's it.
Hate campaign.
It was a win.
Hate campaign. It's being happy that something
Good
did
day,
not
Commander.
pass when it disrespected the
At
lore,
once.
disrespected George Lucas, and just overall
Additional
was a
credits
really
required.
convoluted mess of a show. I mean, that's really all it is. It's not that deep, man. I don't know, it's just a bad show. Shows get canceled all the time. If Amanda Stenberg says she experienced lots of racism before and during the airing of the series, she is not lying. And there are multiple examples of racism against other actors of color in Star Wars, from John Boyega to Moses Ingram.
Yeah, one of those acts of racism was by Disney, by changing his character and making it smaller on the Chinese posters for the movie. So you want to talk about being racist against John Boyega, who, by the way, is a great actor. I think required. I wasn't he in Attack the Block back in the day? That was the first time I think I saw him. Like that's the real problem. Yeah, he was so good. I've known about this guy for years.
And I would say
military research complete.
Disney, who shrunk John Boyega down in the Chinese posters.
You've got the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
Good one. Real good one. Yeah, true.
Look what
Additional
they did with
credits
Chadwick
required.
Boseman with the Black Panther. I think they just tried to really purport this narrative, and it can be called out so easily and dismantled with facts. Because they're all out there. This is not opinion. This is this guy's opinion. And in fact, he's not even getting the facts straight about certain things. He's just misleading stuff.
Yeah.
So I think these writers and these publications are just so full of it because there's nothing actually genuine about them. It's very disingenuous. And I'm calling it all out.
I do think that this article is disingenuous. At the beginning, I was trying to defend it because at the beginning, I thought that it was fair. And then it changed from being fair to building on accusations and then, you know, creating narratives around them just being assumed to be true.
Underway.
The strength
then you listen. Of course, right? That's what I do, is I read something and then I make a decision based off of what I read. I try not to say something is biased before it's biased, and I try not to say something that isn't biased. That isn't biased until I can prove that, right? I think that's the way that you should think. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
One by one. It would be very, very difficult to mount any sort of campaign to prove to a giant corporate blob like YouTube. We're talking about corporate blob, bro. What Forbes is turning into. Forbes used to be a publication that actually meant something. But now they have half-bit writers like you out there spreading misinformation. I mean,
I think that they need to up their game on the propaganda. I think that this propaganda is way too surface level. I think Paul can do a better job writing it. And there are other ways that you can imply this kind of stuff that's more subversive and less easy to tell. It's weak as fuck propaganda. Yeah, Goebbels would be he would... He would not approve of this. Neither would Stalin. Yeah, they're like, you're not even trying. Come on. Yeah, you're getting fired. This is nothing. Come on. Yeah, to the gulag. Yeah, exactly. Gerbil. Yeah, you could ask the guy I banned earlier. He knows all about him.
Scroll up, man. Just to purport your narrative. That's ridiculous. That's not journalism. That's not seeing things from a side of fairness and balance. This is an
amateur hour
journalist who obviously has some sort of agenda against YouTubers and against
I think it does really damage a person's credibility when they try to establish themselves as a neutral source and then they try to inject their bias in the conflict. So this happens a lot in media. I think that in politics it's extremely defined. But in general, I find this to be incredibly problematic. Because the issue isn't that you're biased. The issue is that you are establishing yourself as being unbiased. And you're like, let's talk about what happened. And you're not really talking about what happened. You're talking about who's right with what happened. That's where the issue is. What's wrong with gerbils?
You have secured the auction.
Yeah. Be careful, man.
people that didn't like what he liked. I guess they're all racist, and they need to be
additional credits
corporate
required.
blob like YouTube that that specific Star Wars channels are breaking. You know, the only Star Wars channel he spoke about here was me, Paul, bro. Like, what's your are breaking?
It would be very difficult.
Planet item complete.
It would be very difficult to mount any sort of campaign to prove to a giant corporate blob like YouTube.
That's more like it.
That specific Star Wars channels are breaking TOS due to racism and harassment, as evidenced by that 13 minutes later response. So we're going to go ahead and look at this. Let's see here. Yeah, we're going to look at this part right here. And I'm going to show you guys kind of how this happens again. So you have things like giant corporate blob.
Research rate
and this is being
complete.
used to degrade the quality of assessment that YouTube is making, and it's trying to make YouTube less qualifiable to make this judgment. And then also you have the 13 minutes later auto response. And this again ties back into the giant blob idea. So you're using this language to create a narrative that YouTube did not properly evaluate the topic, and that YouTube would, and the implication,
civilian
of
research
course,
complete.
YouTube would, if they had fully evaluated it, get them in trouble. That's clearly
Control
what the
group
assessment
created.
is. You see how this happens.
Easily done.
You know, the only Star Wars channel he spoke about here was me, Paul, bro. Like, what's your hard on with me for? Like, you're just freaking obsessed, dude. I guess, you know, maybe this is getting you views. I'm not sure.
Control
I don't know.
group
I can
created.
It is
Comlink
guaranteed. It is.
do fine, so I know that's what you're going to go to.
Yeah.
You're getting views off my article.
This
Absolutely,
shall
bro.
be
You're calling
our
me out.
finest
You started
hour.
it. What do you want?
That's
Fair
more
game,
like
baby.
it.
Game's game.
Military
Corporate
research
blob like
complete.
YouTube that specific Star Wars
I'll make
channels are
short work
breaking
out of
terms
them.
of service due to racism or harassment. Again, another lie. Where
And
is
this
that?
is again another
Control
assumption.
group created.
See,
Yes,
again,
Commander, at once.
you have three things that
Fire
are
at will.
happening, right? I just want you guys to understand what's happening
Planet
here.
item complete.
Alleged racism
Additional
and
credits
harassment
required.
by fans. So it starts here, and then it goes to racism
Additional
and
credits
harassment
required.
by fans, and then it goes to
Civilian research complete.
racism and harassment by YouTubers. And you see how the article has followed, how it's followed this train of thought. You see how it happens? And once you start to see this, it becomes evident everywhere.
Evidence. Please show me the evidence of me being racist or showing harassment or sending harassment to anyone. I would say it's actually what you do to YouTubers. Me. As
Additional
evidenced by the
credits
13
required.
minutes later auto
No one's being harassed. He's not being harassed. Paul isn't being harassed. The people at the Acolyte aren't being harassed. They're just being disagreed with. And we live in a world that is so bubble wrapped and padded and kept safe that when somebody experiences a disagreement, they interpret it as harassment. Nobody
Planet
here is
item
being
complete.
harassed by any
An
content
ally
creator.
colony has been lost.
They're being
Civilian
disagreed
research complete.
response. Again, another lie.
Ready
that
for
response
battle.
was done
Easily
after
done.
a day's work of them
Yes,
investigating.
Commander, at once.
Could have been hours. They fully took a day. Not because it's not true necessarily, but getting anyone other than some keyword searching robot to examine this closely is near impossible. They had
day,
actual
Commander.
responses. I mean, look at Molly's
Easily done.
responses.
Well, you could
to-
easily tell whether it was a real response or not, because
You got
if
the
you
full
look at
weight
the
of
way
a
that
star
Google,
base at your disposal.
the way that YouTube does, because YouTube does have bot replies. But if you search the YouTube bot replies, the language and the syntax is one for one. So you can tell that it's a bot reply because that language has been used by YouTube in previous circumstances, because the same bot is going to generate the same information based off of the same outcome, logically, right? So if you can't look this up and find that there's a bunch of other comments that are made exactly like this, then you should immediately think it probably wasn't because it was a bot.
Civilian structure complete.
YouTube and YouTube's responses to her, and that was clearly a person that checking something out, and they responded to a few of these people that tried to deplatform all of us, and in the end,
research rate upgrade complete.
I mean, I don't know.
Military research tier complete.
You tried to take people's livelihoods away under the guise of being racist.
The item is ready.
You failed. Now you want to say it's a bot
Planet
response.
item complete.
It's clearly right. The date is right there.
Proceeding as
It took
ordered,
a full
but
day
I don't
to
like
actually
this.
figure out, but you're saying it's
This
minutes.
won't be
There's
so
also
easy.
a fine line between
This
what
won't
you
be
can
so
prove
easy.
to YouTube as
Plotting
overt
jump
racism or
coordinates.
targeted harassment,
An
and people just
auction
being awful
is
in general.
underway.
You want to talk.
Well,
Prepare
and this
to
is again
engage,
another
but we might
example,
need some
right?
backup.
Being awful in general.
Ready
This
for
is an
battle.
assumption that's being
Shields
made.
down, Commander. What now?
Yeah, this is again,
What's the
it's an
plan?
assumption that's
We'll
being
need
made
to act
based off of
fast.
this.
Which is allowed frequently on the platform. There will likely be nothing to stop this large group of YouTubers and their large audiences. I cannot think of other examples of fandom where a toxic portion has simply been wiped off the map
Shields
in
down,
any
Commander.
meaningful
What
way.
now?
Those karma points are
Prepare
really
to engage,
adding up
but
for
we
you
might
right now,
need
eh?
some backup.
Maybe the worst offenders sometimes, but rarely. It just doesn't really happen. It's
Good
more
day,
pronounced
Commander.
here because Star Wars is one
Well,
of the...
it's again
That's
to stop
more
this
like
large
it.
group of YouTubers and their large. Well, and this is the thing. I cannot think of other examples where a fandom has had a toxic portion simply be wiped out. So it's
Civilian
basically you're
research
establishing
complete.
the subject, which is a large group of YouTubers and their audiences, and then you're attributing a attribute to that group. The toxic portion, where a toxic portion is,
Times of
right? So like
war
he's
are
defining
upon us.
them. And it's like, I have no problem with Paul coming out and saying, yeah, this is what I think about
Your
this. This
bid
is
was
where I'm at.
insufficient.
But like, don't go
The
and try
item is
to
ready.
talk about like you're not giving a fair shake of this.
worst
Comlink
manifestations of
active.
this, other
Control
than, say,
group
MCU
created.
haters who spent
Yes,
100
Commander,
videos on
at
their
once.
channels going after Brie Larson. It may not surprise you that there is a significant overlap
You
in
go
these
the
channels.
full weight of a
And this is
star
again
base at your
the
disposal.
assumption is that
Additional credits required.
these people are being sexist. Right? There's clearly the implication of that. He's talking about like the quartering and stuff like that.
Military
Quartering, like,
research
Jeremy made like
complete.
50 videos about her. I watched like 2 of them. I don't even know. Brie Larson because racism, huh? Yeah, and also I think that Brie Larson's white, so it's like if this is really a racist problem, then why is so there's a big overlap in these channels. Well, if racism is the reason why they're harassing this woman,
Good day, Commander.
then wouldn't there not be an overlap?
Rely on Disney to back up its harassed actors like they should, and you cannot
Racist
rely on
and sexist.
YouTube to do
There you go.
anything useful here.
Yes.
They are corporations. They care about money above everything else, and they rarely will ever listen to fans over issues like this. Well, again, it's about the money. And I would argue that if you take money out of the whole equation and views and clout and all that stuff and all that was invisible, would this still matter to them so much? Would they still be talking about money constantly? It's all about money. What does the money have to do with anything, any of the merit that we're actually saying in our videos? At least
The reason why they're talking about money is because money is the reason why everything here exists. Money is the oxygen for content on the internet. If you can't make money with content, you can't make as much content. So then that's the reason is that people want to attack somebody else's financing because that's the easiest way to get them to stop talking about something that you don't like.
Additional credits required.
It's that simple. They don't have money or jealous. Well, I think honestly, everybody is making content for money. Like this ad that is on this article that's on Forbes probably has ads all over it. There's probably dozens of ads, and probably not a dozen, but probably like 5 or 6 ads that's on just this one article. So of course that's what happens.
in my videos. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Well, you're such a stand-up guy because you don't do anything for money. It's not like you're misinforming people.
Well, Paul's doing it for money too. We're all doing it for money.
Good day, Commander.
Like to act like one person's doing it for money, everybody's content's monetized. Like, my videos are monetized. His are monetized. Paul's articles are monetized. His videos are monetized too because he records videos too.
Active. I'll make this short and sweet.
Literally flat out lying and saying that people should lose their jobs because you don't agree with their takes on movies and shows. Wow, what a person. So yeah, I don't have much hope anything here changes. Not that the movement isn't justified. Oh shit, okay, doubling down. Given everything that's happened, but any actual result seems effectively impossible.
Not that the movement isn't justified given everything that's happened.
Can we still turn the tide in our favor?
And what's
this won't be so easy.
Oh, that's right. There are no examples. This is like one of the chatters. Well, you're wrong all the time.
Armor!
Like when?
Prepare to engage, but we might need some backup.
It's all the time.
Control group created.
Everything. Like
plotting jump coordinates. Control group created. Civilian research complete.
Cassie, I hope you have a great day, and I hope you make another article so I can break that shit down and expose more of your lies and more of your defamatory remarks and slander.
Military research complete.
And
I don't think that anybody is slandering anybody.
Having a voice and having an opinion has to be on the same lines as every other human being. And I'm here to say that I think
and by the way, this is the reason why all journalism is the same, especially with games journalism. It's because the moment that somebody steps off of the accepted type of thought, they are attacked and they're deplatformed and they're demonetized and they're, mischaracterized massively. This is the reason why, if you look at IGN, Polygon, Forbes, any of these different publications, they all have the exact same opinions. It's because when you don't have that exact same opinion that they have, they categorize you as racist, that you hate women, or that you are somehow a bigot or a person that is a problem in one way or another. And that's why you have only one group of people that's speaking about this. Fall in line or get demonetized? Yep, there you go. Accepted is a strong word. It's more radical than accepted. Well, it's accepted inside of their sphere of things, right? They're using fascist tactics in terms of equality. Well, this is what happens, right? Is if you speak out against it, you get in trouble, and they try to get you demonetized. This is why you only see one form of journalism. It's because that the existing, kind of the main one is constantly being used to suppress the other types of thinking.
Totally acceptable, as long as you were respectful, to dismantle whatever form of media or art that you wish. Why didn't you like it? Why did you think it was shit?
Yeah, exactly.
Why didn't it resonate with you? At the end of the day, art is created to evoke some sort of emotion from the viewer. And that is subjective. If it made you feel a certain way, type of way, why?
Yeah.
And I believe in my YouTube videos, I very respectfully and eloquently discuss that, let's say for the most part. So, hey, keep conversing.
You should never try to defend yourself against people like this, because when you defend yourself, you're now playing their game. I don't think that Star Wars Theory should try to defend what he said. Because the moment that you defend it, now you are giving it oxygen.
Civilian structure complete.
That's why, if somebody calls me racist or sexist or I hate any group of people, I say, yeah, sure.
Ready for battle.
Because the moment that you start fighting against it, this is it's a human psychology thing. People think that if you fight against something, it means that it's true.
Out there, keep talking about what you like and what you don't like. Don't feed into this toxic
to defend it is to admit guilt. Exactly.
Humans were made to judge things. We were given brains to have a preference about different things. Don't be racist. Don't hurt anybody. Don't be disrespectful. But if you didn't like a piece of art, you are more than entitled to your opinions. And that's all I have to say about this. Hope you guys have a great day. Be respectful out there. Be good. And always talk your shit. Love you guys. May the force be with you.
I didn't expect to watch this entire thing. I really didn't. The reason why I sat through it is that I have a personal vendetta against writing that I feel like is misleading. and I feel like is propaganda. This is a personal vendetta that I have, and I get hyper-fixated on it because I hate it. I absolutely hate it, and I see it in every form of media nowadays, whether it's on television, whether it's written, whether it's on YouTube, or anything like that. I see these biases, and what really makes me mad, as I said before, is not the fact, and it's not, it's becoming less true every day, but for the most part, the reason why these things happen is because they work. This type of propaganda and misinformation is extremely effective, and that's the reason why these articles are written this way. People wouldn't be using the same propaganda techniques for 50 years if they weren't effective. The same shit that Orwell wrote about in, like, what, 1948 for 1984, that was a, what do you call it? Like, that's the same stuff that people are using now. Then you're watching the whole video. Star Wars series, a great person, doesn't deserve any of this. I don't think that he was defamed or anything like that. At least I didn't read any defamation necessarily.
Military research complete.
Maybe, but I think that also it's an instance of, I don't think that he did anything wrong by making videos that were negative about the show. Don't you think it's better to ignore this journalist? No, I don't think so. I think it's important to confront things directly and to address them head on.
Good day,
it's
Commander.
always problematic when you think that you can
Easily
ignore
done.
something and it will go away. Most things that you ignore like this continue getting worse until they reach a critical mass.
Ready
I think
for
that there are
battle.
some cases where
Control
what you're saying
group
is true,
created.
but I
Yes,
don't
Commander,
necessarily think
at
that's it.
once.
The problem is Star Wars
Research
Theory was
rig
doing what you
upgrade
did for 8
complete.
years, but they still continued. Your method doesn't work, and Star Wars Theory is one such example. He just had enough. You can't blame him, really. I don't know what you mean by that.
Jump
The
coordinates.
sad part is, Paul knows that it was disingenuous. Well, I think that Paul, like, he's writing the article from his perspective, and that's fine. But if you're writing the article from your perspective, you shouldn't try to introduce the topic as if you're giving an unbiased assumption, or not assumption, but a summary of what happened. You can't say, well, I'm going to explain what happened in the Civil War, and this side was wrong and this side was right. That's what happened. That's the issue. But his perspective bent the real truth, left out a lot of truths. Yeah. And I think that that's the other issue, is that a lot of, and like you guys are probably, how many of you have like deep or like expert knowledge in a certain topic, right? Even if it's
Civilian
a video game.
research tier complete.
And you read an article about the thing that you have deep or expert knowledge in, and the article is full of inconsistencies. My opinion is that every article is like that. You just don't know enough to know it. And I think that there are too many people that read and they watch things and they don't actually do their own thinking about them. And they end up letting somebody else do that thinking for them. And I find that to be very problematic. Hillary lied about the YouTube response to victimize his side. It's hard to say that he did that on purpose, but he did misrepresent it, whether it was on purpose or not. But yeah, big surprise. Star Wars Theory has 3 million subscribers, and then some other smaller channel is trying to make him look bad because they're probably jealous. I think that's what probably happened. That's what always happens. Our previous comment was about you telling him to ignore it or it'll get worse. Oh, well, I think that you should obviously address this stuff directly. Yeah, you should always address it directly if you want to. Like, you don't have to, but like if you want to, you should. That's my opinion, right? Why I only play old games?
Hey guys, do you ever just wanna... Or...
Warcraft 3.
Or even...
Oh!
Yes, Commander, at once.
An
all the
ally
time.
has
The
lost
truth is,
the
I haven't been
starbase.
excited about a new release for a very long time. The last new game that I was really
You've got the full
anticipating would
weights
have
of
been
a
like
starbase
Outlast
at your
Trials
disposal.
or the anniversary edition of Beyond Good and Evil, a game which came out in 2003, by the way. And even that I was anticipating with caution because, you know, It is Ubisoft, and nobody wants to see their favorite game ruined. When I have spare time, when I want to chill and just immerse myself in a different world, I go for games that are like 20 years old, or somewhere around that.
Okay.
If you've watched my channel at all, you will know that I'm somebody that appreciates the finer details in games. I really love worlds that feel alive, eccentric characters, cozy environments. I like beautiful things like art, and of course, my favorite, I like clothing and accessories. More and more I'm finding that modern games have nothing to offer me, and I do want to preface this by saying that this is strictly my opinion, but you know, you would think that with the technology that we have now, all of those things that I mentioned earlier could be improved upon.
Well, they do have lots of outfits. It's just that you have to go to the store to buy them.
Control group created.
So there's the outfit that you get from pre-ordering. There's the outfit that you get from buying the game from GameStop. There's the outfit that you get from buying the deluxe edition. Then there's also the what's the other one? Oh, the Game Pass only event. Yeah, the
military
Twitch drop
research
event.
complete.
Yep, there you go.
Tenfold, but alas we are given bland worlds, sometimes a lecture in politics, and the erasure of femininity in gaming. The last point in particular is something that I, as a female gamer, really hate to see, because in the industry's attempt to become more inclusive and conscious of the issues that women deal with when it comes to depictions in media, they've actually gone and made
Genshin Impact over-sexualizes its female characters. Do you want to know why they over-sexualize the female characters? It's because a lot of the girls like doing that because they think the characters are cute, and it's because the guys want to fuck the characters. Like, it's actually, like, I always find these articles to be very weird because it's just like this open denial of such an obvious reality that every
civilian
normal
research
person can
complete.
clearly see.
An Allied capital ship has been destroyed.
But we have to pretend like it's not there.
Femininity inherently evil and sexualized. Through different companies' actions, we're being shown that beauty and beautiful women have no space in modern gaming. That they're just too much. Aside from that, the portrayal of
the reason why I've always thought, and this is like kind of like a bad opinion, maybe, but like I think that the reason why you have this happen is actually not entirely because of women. It's because of men that are like, the way that a lot of men attract attention from women is by being subservient and obedient. And I think that it's like basically by being simps, but like not simps as in like a, oh, nice dress, like, you know, do you need help with, you know, like me getting something from a shelf down, but like, you know, trying to like protect them, etc. Like white knights, basically. And I think a lot of these guys are like closet weirdos, and so they over exaggerate and they overplay things in order to make it seem like they're an approachable, safe guy to be around for girls. Whereas I think like an average guy, like a normal guy, is like open and honest about it, and it's not a problem. And I've seen, it's like it's an overcompensation that I think a lot of these guys have because they don't know how to act in a proper way. It's 100% men trying to cater to women so they can get some. Abso-fucking-lutely. Women can pick up that weird energy.
Military research complete.
They absolutely
Good day,
can.
Commander.
And so it doesn't even really work, but that's why they keep trying it. Honestly, it's a rare trait. Yeah, better than an incel, better an incel than a cuck. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's, I mean, why
out an enemy colony.
It means to be a strong woman suggests that we need to be able to
I will deliver your order personally.
The greatest example of this for me is Abby from The Last of Us 2, who is not only the least relatable female protagonist I've seen in like any game ever, she's also said to be extremely unlikable from the start for what she does to our beloved Joel. The game tries its best to make you sympathize with her by telling you her part of the story, but the combination of her unrealistic build and her actions throughout the game just make me resent her. And yes, it is an unrealistic
don't like the character, right? I mean, if you make an ugly, unlikable character, people are going to not like them. It's just crazy how, again, it's a caveman that has to rediscover fire every time a game releases. Of course nobody wants to see that shit. Why would anybody want to see that?
Hostile forces have arrived.
Yeah, I didn't play that game. Like, I never even played The Last of Us Part 1. You know, that was in my WoW era, so I never did that. It's trash, still sold like millions. Yeah, because The Last of Us 1. The Last of Us 1 was like such a foundational game. It like really kind of, it was like a, it was like the proof that you could make a game that was not just like a combat game. It was basically like a narrative storytelling game and have it be very good. So yeah, it's the birth of movie games. Yeah, exactly. It was that. It was like basically the
mining upgrade like complete.
The proof of concept for like those types of games.
Build. I'm sorry, but we are in a post-apocalyptic world. Even if she did have access to like top-of-the-line gym equipment and her vacuum, I doubt that they could ration enough greens and protein for her meal prep to allow her enough time to even get close to that physique.
More like
you would need some post-apocalyptic steroids, which sets an unhealthy standard, by the way, to make it make sense.
Right.
But no, the industry thinks I'm an idiot because I'm supposed to say, oh, great, a strong woman, because there's nothing other than huge muscular arms that could mean a strong woman. Going back to an old game, I'll compare Abby to Jade from Beyond Good and Evil. Now, this game originally came out in 2003, and the protagonist is actually more of a tomboy, but she's still very charming, and the game encourages you to find ways other than physical fighting to progress. It has great stealth, she's brave, she wants to expose the government for their evil doings. Just a very likable character and someone that you can root for. She looks pretty and somehow is in no way sexualized. Weird that they could do that, right? Speaking of,
they have plenty of. I mean, everybody's gonna sexualize a character. I mean, people.
Control group created.
People sexualize animals.
That's more like it.
Like, I mean, you're gonna have a person, like, you put a person out there, they're gonna sexualize the character. They sexualize Pokemon. Like, and they even have, like, I mean, there's like the green Pokemon, there's Lopunny, and there's Vaporeon. There's even like a tier list of sexualized Pokemon.
Civilian structure complete.
Gardevoir, yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. So I mean, this is just what's gonna happen. It's not like this is a bad thing. That's just the way it is. You missed your point? No, I didn't. The point is that the point that she was making was that the character was made to be attractive, and then it's counterbalanced by people not wanting to be like having the character sexualized. Like, a character can be attractive but sexualized.
Good day,
I bet
Commander.
there's plenty of Rule 34 on this character. There is on every character almost. It's even mildly attractive. But that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing.
Characters, let's talk about Concord. Aside from the fact that none of the characters are appealing in any way, and I do mean male or female, they're also just poorly designed. There is no personality to them.
Logistics
no
upgrade
depth,
complete.
Nothing that would inspire me to, I don't know, want to cosplay them, for example.
See, I think that's like such a huge like baseline. Is like, would you see people that want to dress up as these characters?
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal.
Absolutely not.
Military research complete.
That's such a crazy benchmark, and I think it's such a good idea.
I mean, half of them look like they're a ripoff of something that already exists. Sindel from Mortal Kombat has certainly seen better days. You compare these to heroes from other hero shooters, even the free-to-play ones, and you can see that there's a massive difference. Like, these are beloved characters. People have cosplayed these. You know, they're memorable. People that haven't even played the games know who they are and would likely know them by name as well. Whereas
that's true with Overwatch.
Concord's heroes are at best like 800 V-Bucks Fortnite skins. And you know what? Even Fortnite skins have more personality than what they've created here.
They do.
We know by now that when something like this gets any sort of criticism, the industry will tell you that it doesn't matter because it's the opinion of straight men, so it doesn't count. Which,
well, that's fine. Well, here's the thing, right? Is like, if you want to make a video, like,
times of war are upon us.
Is that while there are girls that like playing these games,
Control group created.
I guarantee you that the amount of people that are playing Space Marine 2, it's probably going to be a bunch of guys.
Insufficient metal.
It's guys. Like, that's it. It's guys. And I don't think they necessarily have to be straight. I'm pretty sure lots of gay guys think it's badass too. It's like not really, that's like two different spectrums in my opinion. But like, yeah. So if you make a game that's intentionally designed to alienate the largest audience of people that play video games, you're going to have an upward battle when you're trying to sell that game. This is common sense.
By the way, great job ignoring and vilifying like a huge chunk of your audience.
Yeah,
however, when I as a woman express my opinions and say that I don't like it, I explain the issues that I have with it, I will be told that I'm just being a pick-me girl, pandering to the men that don't like it. Give me a break. A dragon break. You're telling me straight up that a woman is incapable of coming to that conclusion on her own without men telling her that that is the way.
Well, of course that's exactly what they're saying. These are the same people that said the reason why voter ID laws are racist is because black people don't know where the DMV is. They don't know how to use the internet. Like, yeah, no. I mean, like, true. Absolutely, that's the reason. No, go back, watch the VOD. I didn't believe it either. I didn't. Go back, watch the video. We uploaded it yesterday onto the Clips channel. It was crazy. It's the same people it is. They're awful. Just awful people.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal.
So yeah, instead of arguing with you and getting called a talentless freak,
I don't care as a huge labor of... Oh, right.
Planet item
this is
complete.
The Concord developer.
Comlink
quote
active.
from Concord developer.
Easily
I'm just
done.
gonna go and create a new Minecraft world. So as I have said, beautiful women in gaming seem to be an absolute no-go nowadays. And we see this in the new...
it's because they're trying to make the characters, like, modern. I think it's actually guys that are pushing this because they think that's what women want. And the reason why they're pushing it is because they don't...
Civilian research complete.
Like, they don't know how to act around women. I think that's the real reason. Like, they don't know how to act, they don't know how to treat women, they don't know how to talk to them, etc. Like, it's just like, these are people that think that the way that you talk to women is, like, different than the way that you talk to men, in a way. And...
An allied
it's like
colony has been
I don't
lost.
know, like, I could go on about this for, like, 30 minutes. About how, like, there's, like, this loser culture of tone policing that's done by people that don't understand how basic interactions are done. Please don't. I don't want to go. I'm not going to go as far into it again. I think I've talked about it before. Probably those pick-me artists. Yeah, exactly. It's overcorrecting. Yeah, they're like overcorrecting. They're trying to say it in the right way.
Down.
Very, very weird behavior.
Star Wars Outlaws. It feels like the developers literally went out of their way to diminish this character's looks, especially when you compare her to her face model. Like
No, they didn't. The game was just garbage. Nothing about this game was good.
Comlink active.
No, it actually, I think this was really no, I played it, I tried it myself. No, everything about the game is bad.
Really did her dirty, and in their attempt to make this character less attractive, I actually think that they made her look not human. People don't look like that. Of course, the game is currently receiving backlash for a lot of other things,
like it.
mainly how it feels so unfinished and broken.
Our planet is under siege.
Aside from how she looks, it's also the fact that developers are held to these quotas at all.
Planet
so
item
they were,
complete.
quote, pushing for a black or female lead in a Star Wars.
What's this here? We have Star Wars game telling a story with a female lead is long overdue. There was a point in development for Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order where devs were pushing for a black or female lead, only to be told no because Rey was the lead for the sequel trilogy. This bizarre reasoning that Star Wars can only have one female lead character led to the creation of Cal Kestis, yet another male character. So who's Kay Bess and why is she important?
Unfortunately, the auction slipped from your grasp.
Comlink active. Control group created. Civilian research complete. That's more like it.
I think Cal Kestis was a loser. I think he was. I think he was such a loser, annoying. Like I thought he was such a bitch. Like Ahsoka was way cooler than he was. Number one. Like I'm trying to think of like other characters. Yeah, I just thought he was.
Ready.
He was just like such a bland, generic, boring character. I didn't find him interesting at all. Like I don't know, yeah, I just didn't like. I didn't find anything interesting about him in any way. He seemed like, you know, insane take. Yeah, he just seemed like, you know, John Star Wars. I don't know, like that's really about like I felt that way with a lot of the characters.
We've lost contact with one of our planets
through the second game. I just thought that it was so just like fuck, it was just sucked. Like I don't know what you want me to say, it just sucked. It was just boring. Yeah, it was like generic, like yeah.
Game. Now what this tells me is that the character and the story don't matter as much as their identity. So this is why we're no longer getting well-written and actually interesting, strong female leads in games. Women have become a box that needs to be checked. We can sort of see this in the kind of criticism that games that go against the current are receiving as well, like Black Myth Wukong. An issue that some reviewer had was that they didn't come across any female characters in the beginning of the game. Now, there are female characters in Wukong, but if you don't meet them straight away, that is bad for some reason.
I don't know. I thought this was the biggest self-report of games journalists that we've had in years. Because, like, there's a lot of female characters in the game, but they don't appear until later in the game, so it means that whenever they reviewed the game, they didn't play the whole game. Like, that, like, 'cause it's obvious,
Civilian
right?
research
like,
complete.
That's such a huge self-report.
We're not letting developers tell a story how they want to tell it, how it's meant to be told. We need to dictate
military research
how they're
complete.
telling these stories so that they will fit our standards. In the year 2000, 24 years ago, Diablo 2 came out. Now this was years before we had any of these new ideas and standards. The game's opening act centers around the women who were forced to leave their monastery
Additional credits required.
These women are warriors themselves, or rogues,
active.
perfectly capable of holding their own,
Planet
but
item
they do
complete.
seek the hero's help, which can be male or female depending on your class, as they are being overrun by their corrupted sisters. The first mini-boss is a callback to one of the main classes in Diablo 1. Then we have the Countess, which is a really clever historical reference to Elizabeth Bathory, or one of the most prolific female serial killers of all time. Now, this fits the world perfectly, and above all, it's just great for Act 1. Finally, you face my favorite boss in the game, Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish. I go back to Diablo 2 all the time because it feels like you're actually part of like a really dark and interesting story.
I think the problem, like, if you want to dial it in, I think the problem is that
credits required.
When you try to dial in stories that are from old games, the stories feel like they're made with like an intrinsic sense of creative vision. And I think that now all stories are made with like a lot of
planet item
like
complete,
baggage, right? Where it's like you can't show certain things, you can't have certain types of interactions, and like there's so many guardrails that are put on video games now that I think that it creates a point where the immersion just simply isn't there. Yeah, there's like a lot of cultural baggage to the games, and I think that's why games like Black Myth Wukong, or, you know, I can think of like 10 other games that are kind of the same way, are like a breath of fresh air in a way, because you can do whatever you want to do. Dragon Age Origins really felt immersive. Yeah, it's like you can't get immersed in a game when you're constantly being reminded,
military research complete,
like through like very subtle character interactions, that these interactions are being done in a way to like reinforce a societal norm or a cultural expectation. Like when I start seeing that in games, it starts to get very like, I stop believing that I'm in a fantasy world. Does that make sense? Like I stop thinking that I'm actually in a fantasy world, and I start thinking like, oh yeah, I forgot, like these people that make these games have this viewpoint.
This won't take
it's cumbersome. Yeah, it is.
None of it feels forced. The characters don't appear to have been added for the sake of any quotas or checked boxes, and it's all very natural and organic. I know in the past there were, of course, games that had, say, over-the-top depictions with female characters, and an example that is often brought up is Mortal Kombat 9. But the thing about this is, everything in Mortal Kombat was historically...
Well, you've also got to think about, if you go to
civilian research complete,
convention and you look at the girls cosplaying, you know what they're cosplaying?
We have wiped out an enemy colony.
Ready for battle. Start making your dinner plans. This won't take long.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams. Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams. Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams.
We're talking literally pulling someone's spine out or feeding their spleen back to them. I don't know, I made that one up, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was real.
That's
like,
more
a whole
like
rating system had to be created because of these things.
Starbase.
So, really, I don't know if I would see it as like a valid complaint.
Research
like,
rate
it's there,
upgrade
I get
complete.
it, but also...
Well, it's retarded. You have a game where you can pull people's head off with their spine intact. You can pull their throat out. You can cut them in half.
Active.
But the moment that you have a character with anything larger than a D cup, this is somehow over the line. What the fuck are we talking about? What's going on here? Like,
active.
Where's the priorities?
Targets in sight.
This is crazy.
Let's take them out.
And she's not even real. It's not even a real character. It's not.
Civilian structure complete.
It's like, and I think this is what's so crazy, right? Is like, for me, as like, and I don't even think I'm a normal guy. I think I'm very much a
credits required.
But like, do you remember that one post that people made of like that girl that like some guy took a picture of him, of this girl, and like the girl was really hot, and I was like, this is weird because it's a real person, and like people are like, yeah, that's true. It's like, I don't know about you guys, but like, am I the only person that can obviously tell the difference between, oh wow, this is weird because it's a real person and consent isn't being offered, versus, oh, it's a video game character, of course she's got big boobs. It's obvious, right? Like, I mean, I'm not crazy, am I? Any normal person would. Yes, any normal person would. Of course. Yes. Like, I don't understand where we're coming from here. Many guys don't understand consent. Many guys don't understand consent.
Can I do out?
Honestly, I think the answer to that is yes. I do. I've had a lot of female friends over the years.
An auction is underway.
And I think that a lot of them don't really understand consent very well. Not fully wrong, yeah.
Good day,
the problem
Commander.
Is that consent?
Start making your dinner plans. This won't take long. Yes, Commander, at once.
If you mean by men by raw numbers, sure.
A new colony has been founded.
Of men do understand
Civilian research complete.
But I think that there's
civilian structure complete.
I don't know if it's like a double-digit
military research complete.
But I know that like just based off of like
girls'
experiences online,
you got the full
almost
weight
every
of a
girl has had a problem with like
disposal.
some guy who doesn't understand what consent is. Creepers don't
civilian
understand
research
it. Yeah.
complete.
It's a self-control issue, not a consent
civilian
issue.
structure complete.
I think it's a Venn diagram.
An allied
and like, yeah, you want to talk about that? Like, I don't know. But I do think it's a huge issue.
Commander.
Where it's like,
I'll make short work
I don't know.
out of
I feel
them.
like sometimes when we have these conversations about topics like this,
you got the full
I
weight
feel like
of a
I'm doing like
starbase
that
at your
meme where it's like
disposal.
Hitler's bad, and everybody's like, yeah, true. Like, doubt. Like, can we get an L in the chat for slavery? You know, like I feel like I'm making these like statements that are like just so obvious. But it's
Your
like
bid
huge
was
amounts of people
insufficient.
don't really understand it at all, right? It's not that men don't understand consent, it's that some men don't care. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I had to explain what rape was to a 30-plus man the other day. It was insane, the thought process. We were both drunk, so it was okay. I mean, I think if you hook up with somebody and two people are drunk and they hook up, I think it's like it's extremely nuanced, but it's probably not rape, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. Like, hooking up with somebody, like, let's not try to muddy the waters with, like, actual real rape, right? Like, you're talking about, like, you know, like, violent stuff. Like, that's totally, totally different. Yeah, drunks, yeah, having drunk sex is not rape. And
I will deliver your order personally.
Where it's, you have people that, I've said this before.
Easily done.
People that are profoundly weird losers that have no friends
Commerce upgrade
are trying
complete.
to dictate the rules of engagement for society. This is a huge problem. That's what I think.
It is what it is. However, in the modern industry, we're sort of going in the complete opposite direction, and it's honestly doing
additional
more harm
credits
than good,
required.
truthfully, and this is coming from a female gamer who is supposedly the audience
complete.
for these new games.
Right.
I would much rather watch paint dry than pay
The
for this
strength
shit.
of the coalition.
Or level the warrior to 60 in WoW Classic, which is effectively the same thing. The main content on my channel has been centered around Elder Scrolls games, mainly Morrowind and Oblivion, which are both almost 2 decades old. And in 2024, I was able to grow a channel from 0 to where we are now, because I am not the only person who is so stuck on these old games. I've gone over my personal feelings and reasons why I feel like modern gaming has just forgotten about people like me, in the name of supposedly including me more, but different people have different reasons for sticking to the beloved classics. A recent controversy, which most of you have probably heard of, was the showcase of an Assassin's Creed game that is based in Japan. We have Japanese gamers coming out and saying that they don't get it. It's offensive. There's a petition out there to cancel the release of this game in Japan.
Complete.
And why? Because the game's protagonist is a foreigner that gets to whoop Japanese people up and down the block. Tell me why, in Assassin's Creed 2.
Yeah, it's weird.
The strength of the coalition. The item is ready.
As I said with the game, I think that when Assassin's Creed comes out, the story will not even be in the top 10 problems with the game. Because you're going to have, obviously, like, frame-dropping issues, computer, PC compatibility problems, day one glitches, save file corruption, quests being super linear, like NPCs being able to see you through walls. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, this will not even be in the top 10 of problems when this game comes out, if Star Wars Outlaws is any sort of barometer. Are you gonna play it? Absolutely, I'm gonna play it. I mean, to be honest, like, I think it's going to be really fucking funny to play as
research complete.
And
additional
have a giant fucking mace and just smash samurai, like fucking like like I don't know, like King Kong or something. It'd be fucking awesome.
Start making your dinner plans.
It's not even a question. Yeah, unga bunga, exactly.
Have an Italian protagonist in Italy. We have a Native American guy in America in Assassin's Creed 3. We have a French protagonist in France. Why could we not have a Japanese protagonist?
Logistics upgrade complete.
Japanese gamers don't relate to this at all, and some of them have even highlighted other inaccuracies in the game which are disrespectful to their culture and their country.
We have wiped out an enemy colony.
Research from the developer side, but I guess their opinion doesn't matter because probably a straight man told them to think that way. I feel like it's a real shame that there's this
new colony has been founded.
Can be seen as controversial to express these opinions, because if we're not going to get to talk about this, we are.
The reason why is because again, the conversations are dominated by people that are deranged. Is that you don't listen to like average and reasoned people, because average and reasoned people usually just get pushed out of the conversation because they don't want to deal with people that are crazy.
Done.
So
Planet
you have somebody who gives like a
you got the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
People get upset about that because they're
Commander.
not hearing the words they want to hear. And what happens, and this is like a big problem
to unlock
like
more
I
civilian slots.
and I think that a lot of other content creators run into as well. Is it where I just got a large
you got the
King
full
Kong
weight
Jesus?
of a star base at your disposal.
I think that's like a really good example
Ready
of...
for battle.
This is, I think,
Commander,
like the super good example of what I'm talking about, how like games are afraid to portray things like this. Everybody knows that I'm not calling black people monkeys.
Let the bidding commence.
It's a crazy thing to think. Everybody knows that.
Upgrade
but
complete.
There's these like really weird mores that people have in culture
The strength
that like
of the
everybody is
coalition.
like super afraid of accidentally saying one of these, because everything is being, people are trained to take things in the most like the worst way possible and then interpret them that way, right? It's like people turn super, so it's not even about being
Planet
soft.
item complete.
It's about people are waiting for you to
Good
say
day,
something that
Commander.
could create some form of friction.
Military
That way they
research
take it in the most
complete.
offensive way possible.
Civilian
Nobody's
structure
thinking about
complete.
this. Nobody's thinking like this. Like this is that's a crazy way to look at it. But I think that this is the example of kind of how like video games and culture and language is like contrived in a way because people are afraid of accidentally saying the wrong thing for some reason. Do you see kind of the way that I'm talking about this? Like, I think this is actually a great example of what I'm talking about how like games are like, they're constantly worried about accidentally stepping into these like mistakes. But the truth is that every normal person knows that that's not what's happening.
Let's take
Why
them
would
out.
that happen? That's crazy.
Start making your dinner plans.
It's perfect timing.
This
Yeah.
won't take long. The
Well,
item is
what I'm
ready.
saying is that, like, these
The
bad
auction
faith
prize
people
belongs
are
to
the ones
you.
that are, and I'm not like, I know you're probably just joking around. You think it's funny, but like the issue is that there's enough people that don't think it's funny
Shields down,
for it to be an
What
issue.
now?
So people are
Civilian
saying, and like
research
they're
complete.
like people are always
Ready
walking
for
on eggshells around
Good day,
having conversations
Commander.
around these people
Civilian structure
because they're worried
complete.
that like something
Defense
that they say
upgrade
that's totally
complete.
innocuous could
An
be
allied
turned
colony
into
has been lost.
something that's obviously really bad.
Shields down, Commander.
You see what I'm
now?
Read other messages.
Additional credits
I don't know.
required.
I think that honestly,
A minor faction has been convinced to disrupt our plans.
Say no, and a guy
this enemy will pay.
Ready for battle.
I don't think this person is problematic. Yeah,
you've got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal.
Yeah, that's
an ally has lost a starbase.
Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Yeah, it seems it's just a chatter. Yeah, that's okay. But like, all I'm saying is like, that's the joke equals ban. Well, I'm not banning him. I'm just saying like, what I'm getting at is that people are constantly conditioned into thinking inside of these like weird social mores, and I think that we have so many of them that like, because games are afraid of having that happen, the entire culture of gaming is contrived in a way to not accidentally violate one of these mores.
Our planet is under siege.
I think that's what happens.
The strength of the coalition.
Civilian structure complete.
Forever going to continue having
and
this
that was a good
that's
an example, right? The language minefield, yeah,
many
exactly.
failed projects in the future. Lots of people losing their jobs over said failed projects. This brings me to the Elder Scrolls 6. I'm at a point where I don't know if I even want them to go there anymore, because by today's standards, there is just so much that could go wrong. A few months ago, I came across this really spicy...
I mean, I'm kind of like, I never really liked a lot of the old Elder Scrolls games. I always thought they were boring. But like, I thought Starfield was very much like, it was
civilian structure complete.
The most aggressively mediocre game I've ever played.
See, hot take.
Yeah.
That said this.
Skyrim, the game by Bethesda, is a pro-colonization narrative and is racist.
Now, I did a full response to that video on my TikTok account when it came out, so I will leave it in the description of this video if you want to see that, but in short, I said the depiction does not equal endorsement. I'm seeing that we're starting...
it's also that, and this is the other issue, and this is what I was talking about before,
planet
about
item complete.
People constantly want to make sure that their media reflects real-world values.
We have wiped out an enemy colony.
So you can't have somebody who's like effectively a conquistador that has any sort of good values. So you have to create characters that are one-dimensional. Because the stories and the people that are afraid of writing a character that's likable and interesting without it being like appealing to like, you know, the wrong group of people. And I think like a really good way to like compare this is like, you can look at the Senator Armstrong, right? From like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. This guy was fucking awesome. And he was charismatic. He said funny shit. He was a badass, but he was a bad guy, right? So like, I think back then it was easier to write villains because people could like understand the nuance. But now when we live in a world where like everything is like intentionally misunderstood in order to like get angry about it, people are too afraid to write a character with nuance.
Starting to have a real problem with media literacy. Like, it's non-existent. So just because a particular topic is discussed in any piece of media, it is suddenly endorsed, it is shown as a good thing, according to these people. This guy gave many examples of depictions of racism in Skyrim, like where you can see the Nords ganging up on a dark elf in Windhelm and harassing her, referring to her race as the Greyskins, which is an attempt at a slur. But lest we forget...
That's what it is. That's exactly right. Like, the game's meant to simulate reality when people are racist. That's the whole point. Yeah, duh. Like, it's crazy. Like, yeah, obviously. It's a fantasy story, and that's just the way that people... Like, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, that the Dark Elves of Morrowind are not too fond of Outlanders themselves, or Enwas, as they call them. You see, Skyrim is an already incredibly diluted game when it comes to heavy and difficult topics compared to its predecessors. Like, I'm pretty sure that regardless of your race in the game, you may see slight dialogue differences, but you'll still have equal opportunities for progression throughout the game. It doesn't really change your journey much, whereas in Morrowind, based on your race, you actually have a different disposition with different races. So, I guess you can call that.
And you can see that, like, why do you think they're doing stuff like that? I think a big reason is because it's
colony has been founded.
You could say that it's for a design reason, but whenever I see that, I think to myself, this is probably for, like, a cultural reason.
And exterminate!
You know, like, this is some sort of, like, they don't want to have it to where, like, the game is reinforcing racism or something like that. Story immersion, yeah. It seems too safe, yeah. I think it is probably an element of both. But I think this is the other problem that a lot of Western studios have had, is that Western studios have lost the trust of the audience to be able to write stories that include characters that are outside of like, the norm, that are doing so in an authentic way. So, for example, I think there's a lot of Japanese games and games that are made in Asia that cover topics like this, and they cover things like racism or slavery or something like that, where they have a character that has like an undefined gender, etc. But people don't view it in the same way because there's a sense that that character was created
additional
with
credits
a creative
required.
vision in mind, rather than the character being created for the goal of filling a checkbox. And I think that's the difference. And it can actually be the same type of game, but it's just that people in the Western culture simply no longer trust developers now and designers and the companies to make games that are authentic. And so you can have the same thing happen, but the authenticity is just simply not there.
Your orders! You don't have to tell us twice.
Racism built into the game, but it's just a realistic depiction of how different people would react to Outlanders in their homeland. Not only that, Morrowind deals with the very heavy topic of slavery. The player, while having the option to free slaves, can just as easily not help, and in some cases make things worse. In Skyrim, there really isn't an action that you can take that compares to that. In fact, the way in which these racist encounters...
Exactly. This is exactly... She brings up, this is a perfect fucking example. So, back in the day, this is a great example from World of Warcraft.
This won't be so easy.
In WoW, you used to have an ability called Enslave Demon. And they changed the name to Subjugate Demon.
What's the plan? We'll need to act fast.
Control group created.
There are little things like that I call like mining
upgrade complete.
Problems.
Item
that
complete,
don't
Commander.
really mean a lot by themselves, but they're an indicator of what's to come.
Can we still turn
and
the tide in our favor?
That?
Proceeding is ordered, but I don't like this. No armor! Shields down, Commander! What now?
Presented are meant to make you feel sorry for the
this
person
won't
being
be so
harassed
easy.
and not the other way around. Though if Skyrim,
unfortunately,
as I've said, is already
the auction slipped from your grasp
and is still causing such a stir with these people, what can we expect from
plan?
the next installment
we'll
of the Elder Scrolls? Because unfortunately, these are the kind of people that are being listened to. Should we expect anything? Aren't we better off just replaying Oblivion for the billionth time instead of expecting like a complex and interesting story to come out?
You're not going to have a complex and interesting story come out of any of these development studios because a lot of the people that are part of these studios are boring, middle-class, privileged white people that are not, like, their mental illnesses are not buffs, right? It's like you can pretty much assume Kojima's got a few screws loose, but they make the games more exciting. And I think that there's a lot of developers that have a few screws loose, but it makes the games more exciting. But these people are just, like, boring like crazy. Yeah, Kojima's crazy and it's good. Yeah, there's other people that are crazy and it's just boring.
You don't have to tell us
Kanye
twice.
effect. Yeah, Kanye West. Look at him, right? And so it's like Kanye. Somebody said that Kanye West mind controlled them into stealing a car, and half the people in the comments were like, "Yeah, maybe."
What now?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it happened, right? And like I know half, like 90% of them are joking, but 10% weren't. 10% definitely weren't. Like I don't know, guys. Is Todd Howard boring or crazy? I don't know. I think I've always felt that Bethesda games, and this might upset her because she's a big fan of them, I've always thought that they were the most painfully boring games in existence. Like, I just think, everything about them is so flaccid.
We'll see it done.
There's no, like, I felt this way with Oblivion. I never played Morrowind, to be fair, so I don't know that. But, like, with Oblivion, I felt that way, absolutely. It just felt, like, very flaccid and weak. Their best RPG genres? Yeah, no, I understand it. But, like, I think that's why you don't see that happen. So you shouldn't expect them to try to cover complex topics, because they're too afraid of making real-world parallels that could be perceived in a way that could be bad.
Our fleet has arrived at a phase jump inhibitor and is now trapped. Research rate
I'm
upgrade
also worried about the
complete.
incessant attempts at monetization after you've already purchased a game, or if you're paying some sort of subscription. How are they going to implement their store?
Item complete, Commander.
Yeah.
I don't know about anyone else, but when I go into a game and I scroll to a page in the title screen where I'm seeing euro signs everywhere, it just takes me out of it. Not to mention how some...
It does, and this is something that Yoshi P, he's the main guy for, he's like the creative director, or like, you know, main guy, game designer, game manager for Final Fantasy XIV. He even said this explicitly, that he didn't want the store to be in the game because it takes people's immersion out of the game when they see things for real money. I think he's totally fucking right. Absolutely.
Companies just take it way too far.
Complete.
Like Blizzard's greed in adding the level 60 boost to TBC
Civilian
Classic ruined TBC for me and for many others. Now I know Elder Scrolls 6 isn't going to be an MMO, but they will likely...
I can understand why she says that, because like
Prepare
I think there's a level of nostalgia,
but we might need some
because
backup.
Like, for me it didn't really ruin Burning Crusade.
Proceeding
but
is ordered, but I don't
like
like
the WoW
this.
token for me,
Our cannon is itching
it
for
came
a
out
target.
in Classic WoW.
Civilian structure
It
complete.
felt to me like it was
Let's
like,
make some
I'm no longer
mortars.
playing Classic
Eradicate
WoW.
those
Now that you have
filthy
level
rats.
boosting
The
and
item
you're
is
able
ready.
to buy WoW tokens.
What's the plan? We'll need to
And I
act
just
fast.
kind of like lost my
This
interest
won't be
in
so
like
easy.
continuing to play the game.
Your orders.
And obviously
Control
wiping an old
group
war hard
created.
modes over and over because somebody can't turn around.
Heave
Yeah, that was
ho!
another reason.
Logistics
But,
upgrade
It
complete.
was a confluence
Give
of
'em hell,
events.
Corsairs!
It's retail light. Yeah, it
Civilian
is.
structure complete.
They missed the
Avast!
leveling as a
Would
point.
be
Yeah,
your
Classic WoW was
The
the best
storage
MMO
of
and
the
every other
galaxy.
expansion below. If
Fire
Classic
in
WoW is
the
an S,
hole!
nothing else is even an A.
Comlink active.
Civilian
try to
structure
continue
complete.
monetizing the game
Control
long after
group
you've purchased
created.
it, and I don't
Awaiting
mean
your
overpriced
orders,
DLC.
Captain.
If the
Claim
next
up to
Elder
the
Scrolls game
brisket.
is just gonna give our beloved franchise a bad name, honestly, I'd rather not have
Civilian
it at all.
structure complete.
Keep it a mystery, and I'll just keep playing my old games.
Ready
And that's it.
for
This is me coming back after 2 months with my
Fire at
boomer
will.
takes. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I do apologize for being gone for so long.
armor!
I couldn't have predicted it this time around, but I'm hopefully here to stay right now. And yeah, if you enjoyed the video, leave me a like and subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next video. Be seeing you. Bye.
Shields
So
down,
I think
Commander.
that she's
What
right
now?
about pretty much everything.
Prepared to engage.
I do.
but
Like,
we
I'm
might
really
need
glad
some
that I watched
backup.
this.
This
I'll
won't
link
be
it to
so
you guys
easy.
right now. This is a great video. I've
Civilian
never seen
structure
videos before.
complete.
Proceeding is ordered,
Angel,
but I don't like
Patash, I think
this.
that's how to say
You
it. I
don't
don't
have to
really
tell
know
us
how to pronounce
twice.
it. No, it
We'll
was a very
see
good
it
video.
done.
And
We're
I
falling
think
apart
really
here.
like
Need immediate assistance.
link it. Yeah, there's the video right there.
You don't have to tell us
it's
twice.
definitely a big thing.
Civilian structure complete.
Like what is
Control
this?
group created.
We're going down.
That's so weird. Oh
Item
yeah, no, I mean
complete,
some
Commander.
people obviously make
No
weird comments,
armor!
etc.
Hostile
But
forces
like
have arrived.
that's really about
Exotic
it.
resources have been
She's very
located by our
level-headed.
survey
Yeah,
teams.
yeah, she does.
Your
And
orders.
you're about the topic
Control
of the
group
RPG
created.
outward. No, I haven't.
We're falling
But one of
apart
the issues
here.
that I've seen
Need
happen
immediate
is
assistance. We'll see it
she made a
done.
video based on
No
Akatosh about in
armor!
Skyrim. Oh,
Military research
okay.
complete.
Yeah, I see it now.
No
That makes
armor!
sense. But
God,
yeah,
we're going down.
and somebody banned. No, I hate people that
Our
spam the V
cannon
thing,
is
and so I just
itching for a
permaban all of
target.
them. Like I have a
Civilian
very,
structure complete.
I have a very easy policy. Do something annoying, be obnoxious, instant perma. That's just the way it is.
Let
yeah,
the
it's just
bidding
fucking annoying.
commence.
And so yeah, there you go. But I do think that there's like an issue where I think
Your
that Western
orders.
developers do
You
not
don't have to
simply
tell
have
us
the
twice. Our cannon
they
is
don't
itching
have the
for a
ability
target.
to
Our planet is
experience
under siege.
escapism because you have people like that girl talking about like how Skyrim reinforces like colonialism, like this kind of stuff. Where is it?
That said
Your orders.
Skyrim, the game by
So
Bethesda, is a
be it.
pro-colonization narrative and is racist.
Now, I did
Yeah, exactly.
lost contact
and, like, so
with one
this
of
is
our
the kind
planets.
of stuff that people like this listen to, and that's really what the issue is. Wait, they're all confused. Yeah, exactly. And she had a lot of very good takes. Basically, she said it's not a lot of fun to play mentality, which is super respectable. Yeah, well, I think what happens is that people play video games to get away from real life. So when they see video games that are reflecting real life principles or real life like worries, and they can kind of tell, it's like once you see the man behind the machine and you can see that, oh, well, these characters are being added and its interaction is created this way because of like the genders of the characters.
Unfortunately,
I think that
the
really
auction
kind of
slipped from
rolls
your
back the
grasp.
curtain and people can see that, and then the escapism is no longer, like, it's shattered. Yeah, the escapism is gone, right? And I think that's what happens more than anything. Yeah, but why do we listen to retards always complaining about stuff? Well, if it's why do we listen to those people? Oh, the reason why people listen to them is that they're afraid of being called a bad word, and the reason like they don't want to be called racist. And the problem with that is that I don't know about you guys, but like I know I'm not racist. Like I know I'm not. I know I don't hate women. I'm not some kind of like weird like gay hater or something like that. So I have no problem talking about this stuff. And so if people call me these words, like everybody knows it's not true that actually watches the content. So it's just bullshit, right? Nobody takes it seriously. But for a lot of other people, I think that they're very insecure about that and they're afraid of it. And being called these bad words is something that they're like hyper afraid of. So they don't want to take any risks, and they do whatever they're told because they don't want to be categorized
Civilian
as this
research
kind of
complete.
I think that's what
forces
happens.
have arrived.
You see kind of what I'm saying? Like gay hater? Yeah, like homophobe or like whatever else it is, right? Sad but true. Games become too realistic. It's putting a dampening effect on creativity. Yeah, and I think that like the biggest problem with it is that the dampening effect that's happening on creativity is something that happens as an effect of it's basically it's such a disingenuous reason too. That's I think the problem. It's that everybody knows that this really isn't the reason, but you're pretending like it is and getting mad about it anyway so you can get attention. And I think that's what really frustrates a lot of people. They just say it's a dog whistle instead. Oh yeah, no, and that's fine, right? But like all I'm saying is that I think this is one of those issues where a lot of those kinds of games have this problem, right? Like many games have this problem where it's like I think that the games are constantly being designed in a way that are. Let me think of a good way to put this. They're being designed in a way that makes them reinforce a real world view. They're afraid to be shamed. It's weird psychology. Yeah. I think that people are so afraid to be shamed, they're willing to give up anything and everything that they believe in order to avoid that because of the friction and how upsetting and stressful it is for them. Like, that's really what I think happens more than anything. Oversensitivity is the core issue. Well, it's also the fact that, like, being called something like that can also, like, really damage a person's career or, like, where they are in the... like their job or something like that, like where they are in the world, right? I think that's another factor too, of course.
Times of war are upon us. We're going down!
It's time for the games industry to stand up for itself. Rise up.
I'm sick and tired of people pretending like there's not a problem. They see it, they recognize it, they know it's there, but for whatever reason they just
Military research complete.
Over the last few years, there's been a growing divide between players, developers, and journalists, and it's only getting worse. Recently, an article popped up from The Guardian where the writer in question calls for the gaming industry to make a stand against the players, to speak on behalf of the journalists, the critics, and everyone else, citing that they see signs of disturbing misogyny.
Ready for battle.
It's crazy how this shit happens, bro. Like, I'm actually so tired of this. I think the problem is that a lot of the people that work in this industry, one of the biggest problems is when they think that they have some sort of obligation to put forward a message. Like, they have some kind of message that they want a game to put out there. They want to have, like, some sort of idea going out there, like, oh, well, we don't want to have women that are sexualized. Like, this is a message that you're trying to put out there. And that's more important than you, or that's more important to you than actually making the game. Making a genuine quality product. That's what matters. It's not about games, it's about politics.
Upgrade
I think every normal person sees this. Art always has messages. Yeah, but I think the truth is people don't like the message. It's fucking annoying. Get a better message.
I realize that this is a hot button topic. This is a controversial issue. More times than not, when people cover this, they're covering it from the extremes. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm bringing the most dangerous position into this conversation, which is the voice that often goes unheard.
Yeah.
The voice of the sane.
Additional credits required.
That's a fucking fact. Yeah. You're not going to hear that a lot.
Penza McDonald of The Guardian writes, the disturbing online misogyny of Gamergate has returned, if it ever went away. While some of their language has changed, the sentiment of the latest aggressive movement is just as distressing. It is time for the games industry to stand up to it. She continues with, a few months ago, I wrote about a consulting agency. Sweet.
It is never a good idea to go against your audience and to condemn your audience. It's never a good idea. Because if you don't like what your audience is, then stop making products for them and make a product for a different audience. Yeah, you've already failed. The moment that you think that you have to like reality check or something like that, your audience, like go against them like this, you've already failed. Yeah, the customer's always right. When you condemn your audience, you forsake everything you built upon. Well, when you condemn your audience, like if you have a group of people and you're talking down to them constantly and calling them stupid, why would they want to listen to you? Why would they like you?
Maybe
an allied capital
found
ship
itself
has been
in the center
destroyed.
of a conspiracy theory. Aggrieved gamers on a Steam forum had erroneously concluded that a small agency was somehow
Additional
mandating the
credits
inclusion
required.
of more diverse
Military
characters
structure
in games.
complete.
Depressingly, but
Hostile forces have
unsurprisingly, the
arrived.
result was a tremendous amount of targeted harassment
Ready to
towards the
pack
people
a
that work at
punch.
Sweet Baby
Times
and every
of
journalist who
war are
reported
upon
on it,
us.
particularly
Military
women.
Well,
structure
the reason
complete.
why it was every
Control
journalist that
group
reported
created.
on it is because every
So
journalist
be
that
it.
reported on it had the exact same cookie-cutter opinion, because in the industry of journalism,
Ready
I
for
assume
battle.
that you can't have the other opinion. That's the real problem. That's why people hate
The
journalism.
item is ready.
People hate journalism because it's
Plotting
all
jump
the same
coordinates.
people that are
An
like, oh
allied
yeah, there's
capital
all
ship
these
has been
different companies
destroyed.
that all have the
Good
same
day,
opinion.
Commander.
There's
Additional
no
credits
there's no
required.
real diversity.
Your
here.
orders.
It was a
Military
disturbing
structure
echo of
complete.
Gamergate, an online harassment campaign 10 years ago
Item
that
complete,
initially
Commander.
sprung up from the wild accusations of a game developer's vindictive ex-boyfriend. The language has changed a bit.
Let the
Which, by the
bidding
way,
commence.
the things that people
Military
liked with
structure
Gamergate
complete.
and the things that people were
Additional
really pushing
credits
for
required.
happened. I would say Gamergate was largely a
Our
success.
cannon is itching
And
for a
the reality
target.
is that a lot of
We'll
the things
see
that
it
people were
done.
concerned about during
An allied
Gamergate
capital
were
ship has been
legitimate and they were
destroyed.
valid. And that's why it got changed. That's the reason why after Gamergate, the influence and popularity of every single other one of these like
Can I do
websites
out?
totally went into the fucking shitter. And if you don't believe me, go on Google Trends, look up every single
Military
one of the different
research
websites that
complete.
was involved with Gamergate. Look at their search results, look at their trending from 2014 to now. Literally 5% of where they were
Your
at,
orders.
if that.
Past decade. They used to be upset about
Times of war
SJWs,
are
or
upon
social
us.
justice warriors, and now they've taken issue with a different acronym.
So be
DEI.
it.
Diversity,
The item is
equality,
ready.
and inclusion, or just good old woke.
Yeah.
But the sentiment from this group is the same. Games are for us, only for us. And if you want games to change or tell stories outside of the straightforward, male-oriented power fantasies that we grew up with, well, that's not allowed. We won't stand for it.
Our planet
In
is
fact,
under
we will
siege.
try to aggressively harass
Unfortunately,
you out
the
of the
auction
space
slipped from
entirely.
your
Of
grasp.
course, because that's what you try to do.
We'll
then.
see it done.
Of course they're going to do that. Because this is a defense mechanism. You're coming into their space and you're telling them this needs to change. You need to stop
Control
doing
group
this. You need to do
created.
things the way that I want you to do them. Of course they're going to push you out. Who the fuck are you? Their space? It is. It's their space. Yes, if you come into somebody else's space, you come into a fan base of something and you immediately start complaining about it and you start saying, oh, well, this is bad, that's
So
bad, I don't
weird.
like this, I don't
Item
like that.
complete,
At a
Commander.
certain point, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Yeah, go make your own space. Not everybody in the world is entitled, like you're not entitled to be accommodated by everybody. And I guarantee you, if you went into their
You don't
space,
have to
that's what
tell
they'd
us
say to
twice.
you. If you don't like it, why the
Aye.
fuck are you here? Yes.
Unfortunately, the anti-woke campaigning has not led up much in the intervening months. Led by a coterie of the usual grifters, they have taken issue with, in no particular order, the fact that Aphrodite, the literal goddess of love, is not hot enough in
So
Supergiant's
weird.
Hades 2. That
We'll
female-
see
I
it
also
done.
want to say the word grifters is really being misused a lot here. So being a grifter is when you do something that is inauthentic for money or attention. I don't think that anybody who has these opinions is being inauthentic. And the reason why is that if you were grifting, it would be much more like profitable if you were able to push the agenda that's being held by the establishment. Siding with the establishment is always more beneficial in terms of money because you're going to get more sponsors,
Ready
you're going to
for
get more
battle.
opportunities, you're going to
Easily
get a lot of
done.
money. That's not true. I'm sure you understand making content better than I do. For sure. Thanks for your insight.
Characters in recent game trailers all have square jaws and masculine bodies. That journalists gave the recent PS5 game Stellar Blade bad reviews because its female characters were too hot.
You don't have to tell
too
us
many
twice.
games feature DEI haircuts, and that Ubisoft was somehow forced by shadowy forces of wokery to make the main character in its upcoming Assassin's Creed game a black samurai.
So this is another thing that a lot of people like to do, is they like to misrepresent what the problem is. And so the misrepresentation that's happening here is that it's the implication that Ubisoft is being forced into doing this by another company. Which is like, it's basically you're creating a straw man to argue against that. Ubisoft invited the company in. Ubisoft wants them to do this. Ubisoft isn't being forced. They are actively cooperating with it, and they are wanting it to happen themselves.
Military research complete.
So it's easy to shift the argument slightly to make the people that you're arguing against sound ridiculous and stupid. And that's what they're doing here. They're not engaging with the actual problem. They're creating a kind of parallel of the problem, or they're misinterpreting it, and then they're arguing against that.
Predicting historical evidence. This last claim was bolstered by the king of bad posters himself, Elon Musk, who replied to a tweet about this manufactured outrage with DEI.
Like bringing a gun to a knife fight.
There is a lot that was said here. First thing I'm going to say is this. The closer in proximity to an issue that you are, the less perspective that you have on it. Think about it. When you're right up on top of it, the only thing that you can see is the opposition. What they're saying, what they're thinking, what they want to do, what they think about you. And as such, you're always on the offense or the defense. And that goes for both sides of these kind of discussions. And I think what really highlights that loss in perspective is how they bring up in this article. Because from my perspective, as somebody that had nothing to do with it whatsoever, I wasn't even making videos on video games at the time. I read a couple articles, watched a couple videos, and I always viewed it as players waking up to the realization that there could be some conflicts of interest within the industry that are working against and doing a disservice to the consumer. Why wouldn't?
And there were. It was documented. It was explained. And now the industry doesn't work the way that it does, or that it did back then. There was a lot of it. It was a massive amount of it.
They think that
can't believe people complain over how much hotter a girl should be. The reason why they're complaining about it is because they think that her appearance is an artificial representation of an ideal that they think is detrimental to a video game. They actually don't care about the way the character looks. They care about why the character looks that way.
Other industry that's out there has some level of corruption. Why would it be so far off for players to believe that video game studios and publishers are colluding with journalists and critics to make sure that their games are shown in a better light?
Somebody says, why?
Your orders. So be it.
You can't. That's not a good argument. Why? Why would you change it? Why would you make it look this way? You can't change things the way that you want and then get mad when people say they don't like them and say, why do you care? Well, you cared enough to change it, so why are we making an argument of triviality?
The item
You're the one this is why we're talking about it. It's because of you. It's trying to find an understanding. Yeah. Why is trying to find understanding? No, it's not. Not in this case.
Especially when so much money is riding on the line to begin with. And I think that Gamergate was something that actually did a solid service to the players because they woke up to that realization. They're a little bit more cautious with their spending. They don't take review scores at face value and say, there we go.
Huge positive.
Oh, I guess I'm going to go ahead and buy this game. They're a little bit more cautious with it. They want more information. They don't want to just see a cutscene trailer. They want to see gameplay. They don't want to see gameplay in like 3 minutes. They want to see 15, 20, 30-minute clips. Heck, they want to watch somebody play the game for a few hours before they want to buy that game. And I think a lot of that is coming from what had happened back then.
We'll see it done. Item complete, Commander.
It just goes to prove that these sides that are so...
Well, I think that another reason why a lot of trust was lost with gaming journalism, and I think also, and this is an interesting parallel.
We'll
I
see it
don't want to do this because it's going to derail chat, but I'm going to do it anyway. A really great parallel to this is how much the media tried to reassure people that Joe Biden was like mentally sound.
So be it.
It's like the emperor's new clothes. everybody can see he's naked, but nobody's allowed to say it. And so you have the media constantly reassuring you and telling you it's everything is fine, everything is fine, everything is fine. And you see it happen, and it's like, this is obviously not fine. And then eventually it gets so much to like the debate, and people are like, okay, what the fuck, right? And it literally can't be denied anymore. They're still trying to defend him, right? Exactly, you're being gaslit. And that's why people hate the media. That's why people hate CNN. That's why they hate Fox News. That's why they hate Kotaku.
The
That's why they
slipped
hate
from your grasp.
Rock, Paper, Shotgun, Polygon. That's why they hate all of these different journalist outlets. That's why they hate Forbes. That's why they hate InfoWars. That they hate it because these people are taking something and they're putting an agenda onto it. And I guess in InfoWars case, it's not the case. They know they're fucking biased. But in general, they're putting an agenda on it, and they're trying to act like they're news. That's the problem. It's because they're lying. And they're lying in a way that's so blatant and obvious that any normal, reasonable person can see it. Like, I guarantee you, if you took, like, somebody who's completely non-political, and you had them listen to Joe Biden on that debate, they would think, what the fuck is going on? But nobody in the media wanted to say that. Nobody wanted to call that out. And there's even clips of them saying he's the most, you know, like the smartest as he's been. What the fuck is this? And the same thing happens with video games. So you have this instance where this supposed free marketplace of ideas collectively agrees on the exact same values, and every single person in that marketplace pushes those values. There's no diversity at all, and this has happened with a lot of things. I'm just saying, like, it's not just gaming journalism. That's the point that I'm making. Is it's journalism as a whole. Literally delusional, give out dick salads and people eat it. Yeah.
You don't have to tell us twice.
So opposing to one another. They're of the exact same polarity because they both sound the exact same when you start paying attention to them.
An allied capital ship has been destroyed.
And they're like dogs that are barking on either side of a fence, and they're getting further and further away. They can cross behind the fence, by the way, that's open on the other side, but they don't want to have that kind of discussion. And what ends up happening is they start trampling on and drowning out the genuine concerns and the voices of the people that are in the middle, and that's often where the truth ends up lying. And there are issues that are in the games industry today that she's glossing over, and
the item is
how she brings up some of the games that are out there, especially talking about Hades 2 or Stellar Blade and the backlash that came with some of those games. You have to ask, why are players agreeing with this? Don't believe that everybody agreeing with it is just these crazy bigots and wild folks that are out there. No, there's other people in the middle that are agreeing.
Well, even if they are, that's just what the audience is. Like, at a certain point, you're like, what are you doing? Like, you can spend your whole life trying to teach a dog to do math, and the dog still isn't going to know how to multiply a fraction. What are you doing trying to get into this space where you think that there's this massive contingency of people that are horrible? Like, where's the light at the end of that tunnel? It's never going to stop. It's not like these people are going to like, oh, wait a minute. All my opinions are wrong. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to change my mind. Are you sure? Absolutely, I'm sure. 100%. Can we not agree things have become more misogynistic online? Just look at chat. Are things more misogynistic online? Yes and no.
We'll see it done.
In some cases, yes. But I think that the majority of misogyny that comes from online people are girls that are trying to sell porn on the internet, and people don't like it. Like, are you categorizing criticizing girls for doing OnlyFans as misogyny? Because if you are, then yeah, I would agree with you. But I don't think that's misogyny. And this comes from somebody who is not I'm not a OnlyFans hater. I don't understand why they hate it. They don't like porn. The reality is that like a lot of these girls. Like, here's another little, like, how do you think a girl finds out to do an OnlyFans before the day she turns 18? You think that she just learned about the website that day? Spawn camping? Yep, there it is. Come on.
With them as well, and why is that? But nobody wants to pay attention to that. For some odd reason, when there's a culture war, there can only be one winner. People in the middle can't actually exist. But for me, I say fuck
You got
that.
the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
Position. Games should be, and the vast majority of times are, inclusive.
How?
But at the exact same time, we can't pretend like we're okay with the industry heavily leaning into inclusivity for profit. It's blatant and it's plastered everywhere. Movies, TV, gaming, it's overwhelming. Co-opting identities and gender not for the sake of art, quality, and ethics, but for money and personal preservation. Why do companies change their logos to rainbows in the US and EU during Pride, but keep it their standard logo in other countries? Why?
Times of war are upon us.
And they would be celebrating gay people getting killed if they could make money off of it. That's the reason why. And in fact, some of them do. They've never cared about this.
Orders.
I am amazed how many stupid sheep people just celebrate whenever a company says something positive about an LGBT
Allied
issue.
capital ship has been destroyed.
It's so
we'll
sad.
Destroy every last one of them.
Because it's just it's like people are so easily manipulated.
An Allied capital ship has been destroyed.
I mean, yeah, kind of. I am. I'm surprised. It's like whenever Disney records Mulan, a fucking city where they have internment camps actively miles away from the set. Yeah, there it is. Of course, LGBT people are going to celebrate a W, though. I don't think that you should celebrate a W whenever the only reason it was done is to sell you more garbage. When a company is trying to push a social issue, they are doing this as a measured decision that they have come to that will result in making money. And in involving themselves inside of the social issue, they pollute the social issue with their own brand value. So, for example, when you're thinking about Target, and you're thinking about, oh, Target did this LGBT, like, Iraq and everything last year, and, you know, people are talking about it, this pollutes the issue of LGBT because it pollutes it with Target's own brand image. It pollutes it with Target's own past controversies and issues. And that's why it's bad for these issues, is that these companies attach themselves to these issues like parasites and suck the good out of them while infecting them with the bad from their brand image. That's what they're doing. Blizzard does the same fucking thing.
Are different races and genders minimized or removed in games, movies, and television in China? It's because none of these companies care about you. They care about what's in your wallet. And that goes for both sides of this debate. Truth of the matter is, these companies will do anything for money.
Has been destroyed.
And the real unease, real issues in play, is that the biggest players in the industry are trying to wrangle everyone into one single audience, and it's causing a lot of issues.
That is a big issue. And also, like, another component to this is that you're already seeing a lot of people, like, that are becoming, like, I think that the negativity towards LGBT, especially, like, trans issues, has, like, 5x'd or 10x'd in the last 2 years. Like, ever since, like, there was a big conversation, and there's always been a conversation about this, but it's, like, really kind of gone to, like, a fever pitch recently about, like biological males competing in women's sports. This has exacerbated and escalated the amount of people that are, like, negative towards trans people by, like, I think probably 5 or 10x, if not more. So, what do you think is going to happen when that becomes the popular opinion to have, which it seems like it's becoming?
The enemy's new phase jump inhibitor.
What do you think these companies are going to do then?
Your orders. We'll see it done.
Awaiting your orders.
I think we're going to be going back to family values. Remember family values, guys? It was a really good time, huh?
Your orders. You don't have to tell us twice.
Oh, God.
Extreme positions can't gain any traction unless there are those in the middle who can see truth on one side's opinion. Forced DEI is killing games. However, it's not for any of the reasons that anybody is saying right now. And instead, it's being co-opted into part of a culture war, and that's being done on purpose by these creators. It's the intended outcome. What nobody is talking about is why are players seeing female protagonists in a diverse cast of characters and immediately assuming that that game will be bad. It's because players have begun to perceive wokeness in games as a bad thing, not because of the inclusivity itself, but because of its perceived lack in quality. Almost every television show, movie...
I think also it's not the perceived lack in quality so much, it's that when you see something or somebody that's in a game or a story that you know that, or at least you think, I can't say you know, you think that the only reason why this is happening is in order to check a box and in order to, like, pay lip service to some sort of message. as soon as you believe that's what's happening, the immersion is broken from the story. And I think also you can make the logical the logical conclusion that if a writer or a person crafting a story doesn't care enough about their story, that they are willing to compromise certain parts of the story in order to fit into contemporary social ideals, I think that the probability of the story being bad is going to be higher. Because, fundamentally what you're saying is these people are okay to compromise their story, and they don't care about the integrity of their story as much. So, logically, you would assume that the stories, on average, will be worse.
You don't have to tell us
and I think
twice.
That's another reason.
And Game Today, pre- and post-release, that runs around doing interviews and press releases about how inclusive their media is, ends up being a dumpster fire of a final product because the creators are so focused on the identities rather than the qualities. The poor quality in various media today is now being represented by the characters that these studios are putting into these games. As such, these creators are quite literally training people to believe that diversity and inclusivity are what are ruining games, not bad design and poor writing. Inclusivity and representation are great things.
And also, it would logically make sense that if a game let's say you're trying to make a new game, right? And the game is not getting investment. Wouldn't it be a logical decision for you to, if your game is bad and it's not getting investment, add in diversity to hopefully get investment through diversity funds? Because that's logically what would happen, right? And so, and this is it's going into no? Well, absolutely. It's absolutely a factor. Yes, and it's happening. Yes, and tax breaks. Is that a thing? It absolutely is a thing. 100%. Now, it's not the only factor, but it is a point on the rubric. So, basically, if these companies had to make a decision, and they say that they do this, right? This isn't like me making this up. They say that they're making decisions that follow this paradigm. So logically, games that are bad, that feel like they need that extra boost, will pivot to this because it's easier to get money that way. So it again creates another confirmation bias that woke is making the games bad, and what I'm saying is that I think a lot of these games are bad to begin with, and they use woke to try to cover it up. That's what I think is going on. That's the biggest thing. Woke is a symptom of a problem, not the disease.
No armor!
Isn't that worse?
We're falling apart here.
I don't know. I mean, it depends, right? I'm just saying that's what I think is happening.
We're going down!
Everyone can agree on that. However, bad representation for the sake of it just being there, either for virtue signaling or marketing purposes, puts a face, a signifier on what is ruining games in the eyes of players. They are creating targets. When I see a developer feel the need to virtue signal about how great it is if they put a woman into their video game or how they made a character gay, it shows me that they have no confidence in the work itself. It's all about the identity of the character and not the qualities of that character's design. The quality of the story that's told and the innovation that it brings to the games.
And also, by the way, if you look at a lot of these studios and you look at the people that are in the studio, it's just a bunch of white women that are congratulating each other for loving diversity. That's the real reason. You just pull up one of the studios. Just go look at the pictures. Just go look at one of these big studios. Open up a picture of all the people in the studio. That's what it is. Ubisoft is my number one example.
For battle.
Experience. I assume that it's not high quality. And most times it's not.
What?
Journalists, developers, and players then jump to defend the practice, not realizing that these creators are using social issues as a shield of inclusivity to defend their core quality, lack of skill, lack of ability, and lack of creativity by saying that anybody who's criticizing them are bigots. Checkmate. What's really disappointing is
he's right about that.
that there's not enough people that are calling this out, saying it for what it is. That it's not wokeness or DEI that's killing these games. It's people without talent that are killing these games. Name a game that was perceived as woke that had awesome gameplay and a great story and nobody wanted to play it and it didn't do well in sales. Guess what? You can't find it. It doesn't exist.
He's right. He's completely right. Woke stuff does not make a game bad, but it will make a bad game worse.
Final Fantasy XVI portrayed a relationship between Dion and Sir Terrence. It was tasteful, it was well done, the story was great, the gameplay was awesome, the music was absolutely banging in that game. Guess what? Zero backlash. Baldur's Gate 3, Herald is one of the greatest RPGs of all time. a game that many players have pointed to.
Military research needed to expand our fleet supply.
Times
most
of war
aggressively
are
buy
upon us.
game that's on the entire market.
Your
No
orders.
backlash.
Control group created.
It's really
Hostile
disappointing that
forces have
people like
arrived.
folks that are
Here's
really-
another
Ready
example.
for battle.
So if you go and you look at, where's the video that I saw? Maybe it's
Ready to
this one.
pack
I'm
a
not sure which
punch.
one. Yeah, right here.
Free cremation.
The opening scene.
Comlink active. I'll make short work out of them.
Our planet is under siege.
Black guy there.
Item complete, Commander.
I think there's like an Asian guy as well. Yep.
Plotting
There's
jump
already,
coordinates.
like within the first 10 seconds, there's already like
Your
2
orders.
inclusions of
Time
characters
to
that are
bring
non-white.
the thunder. Ready
Scroll
for
down.
battle.
Not a
Fire at
single
will.
fucking comment is bringing up DEI.
Writing
Ready
this
to
article
pack
right
a
now
punch.
that are involved in a lot of
Free
these communities.
cremation.
Gamers know.
Aren't
Yeah.
the
Good
ones that
day,
are out
Commander.
there.
And that's the thing, is that it's the same thing. It's the same as the Biden thing.
Our cannon is
Everybody
itching
knows
for
it
a
when they
target.
see it.
Like
Everybody
bringing a
fucking
gun
knows it.
to a knife fight.
You see Joe Biden.
Comlink active for the home world.
No,
Ready
no,
for
this is
battle.
ridiculous. This is
That's more
embarrassing.
like it.
Oh no, no,
We'll
no! He
destroy
just says
every
a
last
stutter. He
one
just
of
said
them.
no. It's this.
I'll
Oh, he
make
just
short
had a.
work
He's
out of
no,
them
bro.
for the home
No. We
world.
see it. You
Ready
know
to
it. I
pack
know
a
it.
punch.
Everybody knows it. It's
Our
the same as
cannon is
this.
itching
that
for
are
a
fighting on
target.
their side.
Shields
That aren't
down,
talking
Commander.
about how some of
What
these companies
now?
are out there co-opting
Hostile
people's
forces have
identities and
arrived.
races for the
We've
use of
lost
profit
contact
for
with
the
one
use
of our
protecting their own
planets.
jobs,
Shields
shielding
down,
themselves from
Commander.
criticism
What now?
behind a shield of
Your
inclusivity.
orders.
Yeah.
They're the
Control
ones that
group
are ruining
created.
games. People that don't
Let's
have a
make some
creative cell in
martyrs.
their entire body.
Eradicate those filthy
The
rats.
article continues with
I put the
Assassin's Creed
laughter
Shadows
in
producer
slaughter.
Mark Alexis
Shields down.
must tweet
Item
in an
complete,
interview
Commander.
Game Files Stephanie
Ready to
Kilo
pack a
last week.
punch.
It's sad he's
Eradicate
just
those
feeding
filthy
hatred.
rats.
I had a lot of 3-word replies that came to mind, he said. The first thing I
We'll
wanted to
see
do
it
was go back
done.
on X that I had deleted and just tweet back. What Elon says is not the game that we're building. People will have to play the game for
active.
themselves, and if within the first 11 minutes and 47 seconds they
times
aren't
of
convinced of
war are
what we
upon
are
us.
doing, we can have the discussion.
Ready to
For the
pack
record,
a
there is
punch.
plenty of historical basis for the depiction of Black Samurai Yasuke in the game. Just after Summer Games Fest finished, the anti-woke gamers found a new target, a report at IGN which
This is the thing, is that
We have wiped out an enemy colony.
Ready to
you
pack
get
a
so
punch.
focused on it's funny as fuck. It's false. Well, here's the thing: is that isn't there like way more stuff about like a bunch of other samurai during the time that there's like that are way more well known, that are way less contentious?
Done.
What
You
are we
don't
talking
have to
about?
tell us twice.
Yes, obviously there is, and also like
Control group created.
I would ask them.
Can I do out?
Why did you think it was a good
The
idea
item is ready.
that during
Times
the
of
boss fight
war
with
are upon
Yasuke,
us.
you started playing hip hop for the combat scene? What's that?
Control group created.
That's more like it.
You can go back and look at the video yourself. Did they do that? No, they literally did. They literally did that. It's a stereotype. Yeah, it's just a stereotype. And that's what I was saying before. It's about white people congratulating themselves on diversity. As I said, it's like the the black person gets in the car, you turn on a hip hop station, and you say, "Hey, this one's for you." It's the
Our
same
fleet has
exact
arrived
fucking
at a
image.
face jump
It's so
inhibitor
weird.
and is now trapped.
Incredibly
down,
incomprehensible. It's a
Commander.
studio
What
full of
now?
white people.
Item
You just look at the
complete,
pictures.
Commander. No
Extensively
armor!
lays out the history of sexism
Place your
at the
bids,
developer
you
of the up-and-coming
scallywags.
Planet of
Can
the
we
Apes
still
meets
turn the tide in
Sekiro
our
action
favor?
game
We're
Black
falling
Myth
apart
Wukong.
here. Need
The
immediate
response,
assistance.
surprise, was
All
to
packed
go
up
after
and ready to
the
go.
woman who wrote it,
We can't
while
jump into
also
face
spinning
space.
a ludicrous
We can't
conspiracy
jump into
theory that
face space.
IGN was blackmailing
Aye.
the developer.
Yes, Commander.
You can go-
at once.
They were, and I don't think it was
We're going
IGN,
down.
but I think it was the developer
Easily
themselves,
done.
or sorry, the writer themselves.
The item is
Is that
ready.
they created a
You've got the
problem that
full
didn't
weight of a
exist, and then
starbase at your
categorized
disposal.
the developer. I
Shields
think Game
down.
Science were the ones that
Yes,
are making
Commander,
Black Myth
at
Wukong.
once.
They basically provided an
Easily
unsubstantiated
done.
claim, or just
Control
basically like
group
any
created.
claim. Like,
So be it.
let me take a step back. If a journalist says that you are
Control
something,
group created.
This company has no obligation to come out there and clear their name.
Military research complete.
Nobody has to go and, oh, well, I said this about you. How are you going to respond? Who the fuck said somebody has to respond to you? Who decided that, like, now you're obligated to a response because you've decided to say this?
Insufficient metal.
And this is the problem. It's that these people make baseless accusations, or what usually is the case is it's not baseless, but they make dishonest accusations. And then they basically, by making this dishonest accusation, they indirectly appoint themselves as a position of, I get to make judgments over whether a company is being bad or not. And when a company chooses to say, we're not engaging in this, we're not accountable to you, you're nothing to us, we're making this game, people are going to buy it, whether you like it or not, well, then they get really mad. Because this completely destroys the power dynamic. And that's what it's about. It's about the power dynamic.
The item is ready.
Go down a rabbit hole of jaw-dropping horribleness on any one of these manufactured conspiracies, but take it from me, it's really not worth it. The reactionary underlayer of gaming's enthusiast media, which makes its home mostly on X and YouTube, does not actually have the slightest impact on how games are made, or indeed which games are made. Look,
but they do have an impact on which studios close. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a good thing, by the way.
Maximum civilian orbit slots reached.
That's the way it goes.
Maximum civilian orbit slots reached.
Times of war are upon us.
And I
don't like our odds.
It actually achieved. Games are more diverse than they were 10 years ago, not less. I saw more non-white male faces and characters in this year's spat of Summer Games Fest trailers and demos than at any previous time in almost the 20 years I've been covering games. But they can still make people's lives online hell for a while.
Ready for
I know this because I've been through
more
it.
like it.
Well, just because you're making a game doesn't mean that you're...
yes, Commander, at once.
Doesn't mean you're going to make money off of it, right? That's the issue. Is that, like, you know, a game like Forspoken was, you know, it was set to be like a huge game. It was going to be like one of the big games that year. And it came out and everybody hated it.
Structure complete.
So just because the development studio is making a game,
if
these games don't sell well and they're not successful,
Civilian structure
these studios don't really care about these social issues.
Ready for
because the studios aren't the ones that are making the decisions.
Did someone say
the people that are making the decisions are the people that are invested in the companies and the people that run the companies. The creative people are really, in a lot of cases, not making the calls. And whenever the people that aren't making money at the top, like whenever their heads on the chopping block, they're going to change things. And it's already happening.
Several times. It's crazy that you can say something or at least think something in the right direction, but then be completely wrong about it, and it's because, again, she's looking at it through an incredibly narrow lens. Throwing context and nuance aside in the face of being able to shadow box those perceived demons that are across the aisle. Musk was undoubtedly leading the drum of division for engagement purposes. The guy's a content creator more than anybody else. There is tons of examples of people that are like him. But why are there so many people that are finding themselves agreeing with these posts about Assassin's Creed Shadows? Tell me which is more believable.
Well, if there's enough people that agree with it and everybody thinks the game is bad and people vote the game down and they say it's a bad game, then the game's bad. It doesn't really matter what your opinion is. It's the Lion Ted thing. It's really just so simple. And this is a big thing that I think a lot of
we have wiped out an enemy
people
colony.
Struggle with.
A new colony has been founded.
If enough people believe something, then functionally it becomes true. Now, it doesn't make it true, but for all intents and purposes, it is true.
That the vast majority of white male gaming audiences that you perceive don't want black characters in games, or because Ubisoft has been shoveling garbage out for years now, raising their prices to absurd levels, monetizing everything possible, hasn't innovated, and now seems to be using diversity to market a game that everybody knows will be just as repetitive and unoriginal as the prior. all well-adjusted humans that see the direction that all forms of media have been going in lately, see the main character isn't Japanese and say, huh. Again, extreme positions don't gain traction unless there are issues that are pushing people from the middle to one side. Now, with that said, I agree with her statement on ludicrous conspiracy theories. With so many people that are out there grifting on both sides of these issues that are making it difficult for you to want to be able to agree with either side because you know that they're going to have some wacko theory that's connected to it.
Yeah, I think there's some people that take it way too far, where it's like every single time that a character or a person is on screen that's not like a white person or a guy, they're like mauled out about it. I think that's the issue, though. Is like, yeah, then vote your dollar. No, that's what I think people should do. Yeah, it does. At a certain point, it becomes like so obvious that it's like you're just farming, basically.
Complete.
That are on extreme opposing sides can't agree on something, otherwise they're going to look like they've changed sides. Like Keza, I don't believe that there wasn't.
Yeah, and this is another factor, is that this is another example of how people are stupid.
Our planet is under siege.
Changing your mind based off of evidence is considered a bad thing. And there's a huge contingency of people that respect a person who will hold an opinion that's been proven wrong by evidence because it was their original opinion. I think a great example of this is the Dr. Disrespect moment. So originally, I was like, I don't know if I believe this. I think that we need more evidence to understand this better. And then Doc puts out the statement, and I say, man, this doesn't look very good. And they said, oh, wow, looks like you're changing your mind. You're changing your opinion. What are you doing changing your mind? That's what happens. People in general do not respect changing your opinion. Because changing your opinion means that you were wrong. And people don't like being wrong. And there's no obligation that people have to be right. Somebody like a dumb person on the internet can think the earth is flat, and we can't put them in jail. You just have to, there it is. It's right there. So they are under no obligation to adhere to the same logic that you do.
Attempted $7 million extortion conspiracy when it comes to Black Myth Wukong, as there is no proof or mention of that anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally made up.
Look at how many people grifted off of attaching Sweet Baby Incorporated's name to their YouTube titles, articles, and tweets in regards to whatever company allegedly perpetrated this extortion. However, at the exact same time, she completely ignores the cultural differences and the intentional mistranslations conducted regarding the interview with Black Myth Wukong's developer and the garbage level of sensational journalism on the side of IGN.
Item complete, Commander.
Well, the real problem is actually a lot, it's a lot more surface level than that, but it's a lot more broad. The real problem is that these people appoint themselves to a position of power and then expect everybody else to accommodate them. They expect everybody to be like, oh, okay, well, you're in this position, you believe this, and like now everybody has to listen to what you're saying. That's the real reason. Like the journalist that wrote the article. She wrote an article about Black Myth Wukong that was negative about it, and then she was angry because Black Myth Wukong didn't come out and refute or address her article. That's the real issue. It's these people think that they have a power dynamic, and they don't. They actually have no power. And I think that's what, for example, Gamergate back 10 years ago started to prove, and that's why their popularity has gone down massively. And now they really don't have any power because they're just like, they have these tiny little audiences, and it's like a bunch of other people that think exactly like they do. And like, yeah, they can still, and this is a problem, right? It's taking time for this to adjust, but there are still a lot of companies that have a very antiquated media policy and media philosophy and strategy that they still think that appealing to like mainstream outlets is a good idea. Those people are not an audience. They're tiny, minuscule, fractional, they don't matter. If a game is good, that's the only thing that matters. And the relationship that you have with the public is the only thing that makes a difference. journalists used to be the gatekeeper between games and the public because of things like IGN, not IGN, sorry, Nintendo Power, Game Informer, magazines, things like this, because that's how you would hear about video games now. But the fact is that the internet has democratized that entire process. So now you don't have gatekeepers anymore because people on YouTube can do the same thing. People on Twitch can do the same thing. So a journalist no longer has the gatekeeping power that they used to, but they're acting as if they do. And I think that's what a lot of people really don't like, because, like, for me, I see this as just a blatant power play. This is a blatant power play. You're trying to make them look bad so you can appoint yourself as the arbiter of this situation.
They cannot cede any ground to those who disagree with them.
Yeah.
Plenty of journalists do this, ignoring the elephant in the room because they can't be caught agreeing with the opposition. Not long ago,
which is another, that's what I was saying originally.
A minor
that's
faction
the
has
big
been
problem.
convinced to disrupt our plans.
It's that when every single journalist and every single person in the media has the same opinion about something,
Aye. Good day,
then how can you expect
Commander.
anybody to take it seriously?
Item complete,
Paul Tossi
Commander.
of Forbes wrote an
Our
article
cannon
talking
is
about
itching
the
for a
issues that
target.
journalists face. And he dismissed
We'll
the concern
see
of
it
players
done.
by saying
Good
there is
day,
a
Commander.
public war against games journalism by, in part, the anti-woke crowd who believes the progressive-leaning outlets are going extinct because of alleged activist takes.
That's true. They're right.
Military structure complete.
It's provable. It's provable by every
Military structure
single
complete.
third-party metric that's available. There's no alleged. Like, you just look at the Google trends, look at the amount of site visits, look at the amount of ads they need, look at the fact they're firing people in Kotaku. Like, it's falling apart.
Defense upgrade complete.
I don't even...
I put the laughter in
stock.
slaughter.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even an argument.
Our planet is under siege.
Ready
It's fantastic.
for
I think it's a
battle.
good thing, too.
Even when there are clear cases of many propagandized positions
An
in
allied
today's
capital
gaming
ship
media.
has been destroyed.
When you dismiss or ignore
Ready
the
to
elephant in the
pack a
room,
punch.
it doesn't make it
You
smaller.
don't have to
That's
tell
not how
us
this
twice.
works.
Item
If anything,
complete,
it makes it
Commander.
bigger.
We'll
And that's,
see
again,
it
it's what I was
done.
saying about Biden. Yep.
Military research complete.
Same exact thing.
So
No
be it.
wonder gamers
One
have
of
come
our
to the
enemies has
conclusion
finished a
that there's a
Titan.
concerted effort
We'll
in the games
destroy every
industry
last
to
one
have
of them.
this propagandized position, this plan that they have in
Yep.
place that they're using against a developer in the industry, when every other
We'll see
journalist
it
that's out
done.
there goes out and either
Military
hand waves
structure
the entire
complete.
issue or ignores it
So be
entirely.
it.
Well, it's
We'll
not even
see
that. It
it
doesn't even.
done.
I would even go
Ready
farther than
for
that.
battle.
I would say that
Easily
not only do they hand wave the issue, but there is a universal opinion that you are supposed to have about it. And I think that's
Defense
the big issue.
upgrade complete.
These people are
Control group
educated and by and
created.
large educated
Yes,
to the left.
Commander,
Does that
at
not suggest that
once.
ignorance is in part to be
Easily
played with the
done.
culture war? Oh, that like stupid people care about this? Well, it doesn't matter, right? Like at the end of the day,
Hostile
like I think that
forces
there
have
are
arrived.
a lot of opinions
Our
that
cannon
I think
is
that if the
itching for a
collective
target.
society
Item
had like
complete,
more
Commander.
emotional
Can I do
intelligence or like more logical intelligence,
Another
that we wouldn't
structure
have
is in the
problems with
way.
these things anymore.
Times of war
We
are
can
upon
always
us.
talk about
Ready to
what
pack a
society would
punch.
be like if people weren't the way they are.
Control
And
group
hey,
created.
you want to do that? Go ahead. But I think
The
that's a waste of
strength
time.
the coalition.
I want to talk and think
Proceed
about
as
what's
ordered,
actually happening.
but I don't like this.
Co-signs for it.
Your
That's the
orders.
case that we have
That's
with this
more
article
like
from The
it.
Guardian. She quite literally
Easily
co-signs
done.
on what the girl had said in the
Shields
article,
down.
even though it's
Ready
already
to
been shown
pack a
that it was
punch.
mistranslated and
We'll
also
see it
misrepresented
done.
in their
Ready
article that
for
they made.
battle.
So
Military
of course players are
structure
going to come to the
complete.
conclusion of that. And what that does is it only serves to embolden the position of the players that held the belief that, well, there might have been an extortion fee to this because, well, if you're going to ignore this
Self-destruct
blatant
initiated.
lie,
We
Well,
have
it's
no need for
effectively
this
an
any
extortion
longer.
fee.
The
We're going to
item
label
is
you with
ready.
this thing, and in order to remove
Ready
this
to
thing,
pack a
you have
punch.
to hire
What's the
these
plan?
people
We'll
that
need to act
make it to
fast.
where you don't have this
Easily
thing.
done.
You know, like the last
Ready
boss in
for
the Elden
battle.
Ring DLC
That's
that
more
puts
like
the
it.
debuff on you,
Ready
and
to
then you have
pack
to
a
use the
punch.
item to
Times
remove the
of
debuff.
war are upon us.
This is the same
Military
thing.
structure complete.
We're putting
We'll
a
see
debuff
it
on you,
done.
and you have to
Ready
use the
for
item
battle.
to have the
Defense
debuff not be
upgrade
on you
complete.
anymore. It's that
Control
simple.
group created.
I
Hostile
that's
forces
attached
have
to it
arrived.
well, then chances are you're lying about the other thing too.
Your orders.
That's the conclusion that people are going to come to. They are the ones that are creating this issue for themselves.
Military structure
Stop being
complete.
so reactionary.
Can
Stop
I do out?
paying attention to what people are saying and ask why people are saying
Military structure complete.
Be proactive, Mary.
We have wiped out an enemy
The
colony.
article concludes with,
Times
I was
of
running
war are upon us.
I would argue
A new
that
colony
a lot
has
of
been
the
founded.
issues that people
Comlink
have with things that
active.
seem to be
Our
woke
cannon
are
is
fundamentally
itching for a
reactionary.
target. Good day,
Because
Commander.
they are reactionary
You don't
from
have
the
to
way
tell
gaming
us
used to be.
twice.
So
Comlink
we are
active.
changing gaming
Aye.
because of the way it used to be. That's being
Our
reactionary.
cannon is itching
Also,
for a target.
I don't know
Good
where
day,
this idea
Commander.
came from that being
Yes,
reactionary
Commander,
is
at
bad.
once.
Military structure complete.
I don't necessarily
Your
understand
orders.
that. Because
Control
if things
group
were
created.
good the way they were, and you
Entering
thought they were
phase
good,
space.
then somebody changes them, and you say,
The
I don't
item
like
is
that,
ready.
change it back. That's not
Our fleet has
necessarily
arrived at a
being
phase jump
bad.
inhibitor and is now
There's
trapped.
nothing wrong about that.
Good
Reaction,
day,
like, yeah,
Commander.
everything to some
forces
degree
have
is
arrived.
reactionary. I think
Defense
this is it's a
upgrade
dishonest
complete.
term.
Comlink
Bunch of Kotaku
active.
when Gamergate kicked
Item
off, and I
complete,
had a front row
Commander.
seat to their
Military
whole
structure
tactics,
complete.
which included sending the most disgusting threats imaginable through all online channels available to
Easily
them, trying to
done.
get me fired by emailing game
Ready to
publishers
pack
and my
a
bosses
punch.
with dossiers of my
Comlink
professional
active.
misdeeds and
For the
journalistic
home world.
failings. Read
Our cannon
writing
is
about video
itching for a
games from a
target.
Yeah, but they do the
Let's
same
make
thing to
some
other people,
mortars.
right? Like, remember
Yes,
whenever that
Commander,
one guy
at once.
that hit that
Ready to
Caboose,
pack a
the guy that
punch.
did
Let the bidding
the
commence.
Baby Ink detective
We've lost
group.
contact
Remember
with one of
whenever
our
he
planets.
made that
We'll
group,
destroy
they
every last
constantly
one of
tried to
them.
get him banned. They tried to get his Steam account banned. They tried to get the group deleted. They tried to ruin this guy's life. So no, I'm not going to cry about this happening. Too bad. You shouldn't have done it to them. They wouldn't have done it to you. Or maybe they would have. But hey, if you
Ready
had done it
for
after that, it
battle.
would have been a little bit more
Military
sympathetic. Now it's
structure
not.
complete.
Like, don't go and play a game and then be
Don't have to
surprised
tell
whenever
us
somebody else starts
twice.
playing the same
Good
game.
day, Commander.
They've been doing this forever.
Military structure complete.
Oh, let's find out who this person is, and then
That's
we're going
more
to,
like it.
get them fired
Item
from their
complete,
job.
Commander. Your orders.
It's crazy.
No
Yeah,
bid.
that's what you get.
You
Too bad.
missed out.
Disrespected. Searching for
Let's
me and my
make some
colleagues' real
mortars.
addresses and phone numbers and family
Good day,
members and posting
Commander.
those details to their subreddits if they found
Hostile
them,
forces
and putting
have
them
arrived.
together in
Our
unhinged
cannon
Google
is
Docs with
itching for a
links
target.
drawn between
Plotting
social
jump
justice
coordinates.
warrior journalists
Ready
and
to
developers.
pack a
One of these
punch.
mad documents
A
briefly
new
appeared
colony
in a
has been
recent
founded.
documentary about
We'll
4chan,
destroy every
prompting
last one of
several
them.
of my friends
Ready
to text
for
me a
battle.
screenshot asking me if I knew I was a figure in an old alt-right conspiracy theory.
Yes, Commander. At
Unfortunately,
once.
yes, I did.
Your orders.
It's happened again a few times since. For
It's not a big deal. I mean, I've been in those too. People think that
Our cannon is itching for a target.
they think that
Comlink
I am
active.
contractually obligated
item is
to
ready.
defend
Military
Disney
structure complete.
because one of the companies
Control
that
group
represents
created.
Midnight Media
Easily
is
done.
connected to Disney through
orders.
like 3 different levels.
Military
of, like,
structure
dysfunction,
complete.
right? Yeah,
Ready
the Mr. Beast
for
stuff. Yeah, so
battle.
like I get the
Our
same thing.
cannon
Like
is
you're not
itching
special.
for
Like
a
it's not.
target.
Like,
Shields
yeah,
down,
that's what
Commander.
happened. I knew it.
What
No,
now?
that's true.
We'll see it
Yeah, I am
done.
represented by Night Media.
Shields
It's
down.
true.
various
Your orders.
reasons. Unfortunately, dealing with online mobs is a part of the job for many journalists and indeed game developers. these
Mining
days.
upgrade
And
complete.
despite all of the shit that I've dealt with over the years as
day,
a woman
Commander.
covering video games, I'm still rather glad that I don't write about politics.
That's
but I
more
know
like
exactly
it.
how awful
Your
it can
orders.
feel when they mobilize against you, especially if it's the first time.
Our planet
They'll
is
search
under
for whatever
siege.
they think is the least flattering image of you
Times
on Google
of
Images.
war
Use it as
are
a cutout
upon
for a
us.
YouTube thumbnail
Ready
and then
for battle.
rant for 10
We'll
minutes over
see it
screenshots
done.
of your articles.
Planet item complete.
Well, they do the same thing.
Can I do out?
Yeah, they're going to do the same exact thing. Like, there's nothing really surprising about that.
We've lost contact with
it's
one
really
of our
not
planets.
that complicated.
Maximum civilian orbit
Like horror,
slots
I mean, yeah,
reached.
we've done it. They'll do it. Yeah, for sure. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Yeah, like,
Your
and also,
orders.
like, if you go, like,
Our planet is under
don't
siege.
expect people to not push back when you do something that they don't like.
Item complete, Commander.
Like, it's these people, they think that they have a free reign to have any opinion they want on the internet and never have pushback for it. Like, I get shit on for opinions that I have that are, like, objective. People are like, I agree with him, but he shouldn't have said it this way. I hate him. People are like, yeah, I hate him too. Too bad. If you don't want this
Shields
to happen,
down.
get the fuck off the internet. Stop being a bitch.
They'll tweet prominent people in games trying to get them to publicly discredit you. They'll set their followers on you.
Civilian
It's
structure
not hard
complete.
to meet their
Ready
manufacturing.
for
And they would do the exact same
Commerce
thing
upgrade
to you
complete.
if they had the power
Shields
to do it.
down.
Planet
Never
item
forget
complete.
that.
No
They would do
armor!
the exact
Civilian
same
structure
thing to
complete.
you. My
I'll make
perspective
short
is
work
that
out of them. Ready to pack a punch.
anytime that a
We have
person
wiped
is
out an
doing
enemy
something
colony.
like
Eradicate
anytime a
those
person has
filthy
something
rats.
bad happening to them,
Let's make
that
some
I think they
mortars.
would have done themselves,
How?
I don't feel sorry for them.
armor. Comlink active.
That's the way I see it.
An allied capital ship has been destroyed.
Rage.
Easily
There's a lot
done.
of genuine rage
Our
of
cannon
your
is
own.
itching
It's
for a
tempting to know
target.
how these people
Let
their
the
rage is
bidding
valid, their rage is
commence.
justified. Yeah,
Civilian structure complete.
endlessly, but
Hostile
outrage
forces have
fuels
arrived.
outrage, especially
So
now,
be it.
when there's literal money
Good
to be
day,
made posting
Commander.
inflammatory nonsense on X or YouTube. If Gamergate proved anything, it's that
Ready
nobody
for
has to
battle.
pander to rage-baiting toxic gamers or even listen to them. That said, I
The
still don't
item
think
is
there's
complete.
Well, I can think maybe if the
Ready
if those
to
gaming
pack a
websites
punch.
did that a little bit more, they
Good
wouldn't have to put
day,
8 ads on
Commander.
the same page, and they wouldn't have to fire a bunch of people. Like they're worried about AI
Your
taking
orders.
over their job. Correct me if I'm wrong, but AI doesn't create anything.
You don't
new,
have to
does it?
tell us twice.
It's not like
Entering
AI can create
phase
new
space.
information. It just
So be
synthesizes
it.
existing
The
information.
strength of the coalition.
Right? Yeah, of course.
Ready
and so, like,
for
how are
battle.
you worried about, like, if you're a journalist
Unfortunately,
and
the
you're worried
auction
about
slipped
losing
from your
job to AI,
grasp.
doesn't
Yes,
that mean that you're
Commander,
not
at
contributing any
once.
new information?
Our planet is under siege. Commerce upgrade complete.
Ready to pack
been
a
enough public
punch.
pushback against this
So
flavor
be
of
it.
online abuse from the
Shields
biggest
down.
publishers in games over the
Your
past
orders.
few months. When the consultancies they
You don't
work
have
with,
to tell
the
us
journalists and
twice.
critics that cover them, and even some of their own developers have been caught in an online shitstorm. Take it from me, vocal support means a lot. This goes without saying, but none of this should happen to anyone.
It does. And
There is zero justification for it whatsoever. Nobody should ever be publicly or privately attacked for any of their opinions.
I think they
The
absolutely
item
should.
is ready.
You should 100% attack people if they have opinions that you disagree with. You shouldn't attack them in real life, but you should attack the opinion. Absolutely. Because they do the same thing to you.
How? They're through our armor. Our
That's the way
cannon
it
is
works.
itching for a target. You don't have to tell
Like,
us twice.
Yeah, it's that simple. What do you mean by attack?
Eradicate those filthy
I mean
rats.
directly contradict
Control
and
group
argue with what they're
created.
saying.
Civilian
What,
structure
do you
complete.
think I mean attack them at like a drive-through?
So be
No,
it.
of course not. I'm talking about attacking the argument. Yes, like you're not being attacked online
Ready
when
for
there's a bunch
battle.
of people
Civilian
disagreeing
structure
with you.
complete.
And this is another problem: is it's being framed in a way that I'm being attacked by a YouTube video that
Military
says that I'm
research
wrong.
tier complete. Civilian structure
No,
complete.
you're not being
Your
attacked.
orders.
You're being
So be
disagreed
it.
with. People don't agree with what your opinion is.
Yes, but going after their personal information is just weird. However,
Item
notice how
complete,
general.
Commander.
You can't be surprised that people do
Defense
this
upgrade complete.
because they do this.
Maximum military orbit slots reached.
If they do this,
Comlink
then why would you be
active.
surprised that other people
You
do it?
don't have to tell us twice. Ready
If you don't
for
want
battle.
people to do this, then don't do it.
It becomes
The
how
item
easy it
is
is to see
ready.
plain old criticism lobbed in with online psychos.
You've got the full weight
I'm
of
now
a
included
star
in
base
them
at your
because
disposal.
I'm sitting here ranting over screenshots of her article, though I have nothing to do with the crowd.
I think criticize is a better word. I think that at the end of the day, these people view pushback as something
Civilian
that should
structure
not be
complete.
allowed. They frame the conversation and their perspective in a one-dimensional
Our cannon
way.
is itching for a
And
target.
if you go
Our fleet
against
has
their
arrived at the
perspective
face jump
or what they
inhibitor
believe
and
in,
is now trapped.
you are a bad person. Now, whether you want to call it attacking them, criticizing them, disagreeing with them, it's all the same to me.
Military structure complete.
I don't think that a
Defense
YouTube video
upgrade
saying
complete.
that you have a bad opinion or that you're stupid
Military
is
structure
a problem.
complete.
And if you think
Comlink
it is,
active.
get the fuck off the
Ready
internet
to
because it's
pack a
not going to go
punch.
away.
Free cremation!
The people that she's so vehemently
The
against.
item is ready.
Moreover, calling for big players in the industry to come out.
Also, by the way, the words are violence. The only reason why people say words are violence is so they can justify using violence against words. That's the reason why.
Publicly on your side only serves to validate the concerns of biases in favor of better reviews and more flattering articles about these different companies' games. The industry speaking out against the crazies doesn't make the crazies go away. It adds another plot point on their graph and another justification for them to come after you.
Commander.
Look, the fact of the matter is your fight is won. Games are more inclusive than they ever have been before. That oppression, once perceived, has now dissipated. Has a Senate or
Oh, I don't know. It's never going to dissipate because their power dynamic exists because it doesn't. Because
defense upgrade complete.
Like, I have the perspective that like nobody will ever give up power unless
civilian
it's taken away from them.
complete.
Like, just generally, right? I mean, there are, like, individual examples that counter to this, but I think in a general sense, a group will never give away power unless it's taken away.
Shields down.
And I think what's happened is that
under siege.
Games have always been diverse.
Complete.
There's always been a tremendous amount of diversity in video games. So these people are identifying a problem that, number one, never existed, and number two, if it ever ceased to exist, their existence that's based off of the fact that this problem exists would then since be irrelevant.
This won't
like, if you don't have a horse, you don't need horse shoes.
Start making your dinner plans.
If you don't have a car, you probably don't need car tires.
Easily done.
They're the car.
Your orders.
They're the tires. They're the horseshoe. So unless there's a car for them to be attached to, or a horse for them to be attached to,
your orders.
They have no purpose.
Control group created.
And they have no power. And that is why they will never be okay with the way that things are.
We'll see it done. Ready
there will always be something that's
defense
not okay.
Upgrade complete.
There will always be something
that's more like
wrong.
It.
Because if they ever acknowledge that things are
military
okay,
structure
then their purpose, their purpose is fulfilled, and their power is irrelevant.
Our cannon is itching for a target.
In
the item is ready.
Commenting, talking about
military
the diversity of characters
complete.
that she saw during Summer Games Fest. We all saw it. But what were the most popular and talked about games of the upcoming releases from Summer Games Fest? Gears of War and Monster Hunter Wilds. Games that are fueled by that male power fantasy that she talked about. And why is that? Well, that's because that...
Well, and also there was plenty of diversity in the Monster Hunter trailer and also in the Gears of War trailer. And that's what I'm saying. Like, these are old franchises that have been around forever, that have had diversity in them from the very beginning.
Audience is now becoming underserved as game developers are grifting off of the victory of inclusivity. Again, stop paying attention to what players are saying and ask why players are feeling a certain way. I feel like people are too busy fighting a war that's already won, cheering on these developers while they are making more games about what a character is rather than who a character is.
Well, and the thing is that he's right, that like a lot of those games that were really popular, or sorry, that came out, and it was like, oh, this is another DEI game, because I remember watching the trailers and seeing people say this a lot. Nobody's talking about or caring about those games at all. So what's going to happen when that game releases and it doesn't make any money? Well, I think we know what's going to happen. Their studio's going to get shut down, and all those people are going to lose their jobs. That's just what's going to happen. And that's the free market at work. It's the same thing that happened with Forspoken. They're going to blame the bigots? Yeah, they're going to blame the bigots from the cardboard box they're living in because they can't afford their house anymore. And that's the result. So yeah, you can blame people all you want, but you're still in that situation.
Ironically, the character part of the equation of game development has been thrown out the window for how a character looks and identifies instead. These games lack soul and purpose. Notice how a developer of a great game with a diverse cast of characters or with a strong female lead doesn't need to grift off of social issues. They know what they made. They know that they don't need to make a character that players can identify with. They need to make a character that players want to play as, want to be, and want to know more about.
A really good example of this is that it's actually, I feel kind of bad because when I played Wuthering Waves last night, I went through the first half of the new patch storyline, and I finished the storyline off stream. And I finished the whole thing. I did everything. And the second part of that storyline was incredible. It was really good. I was shocked. Like, I was like, wow, this is way better than I thought it was going to be. One point was great. Yeah, it was so good. And at no point in that story was I thinking about, oh yeah, this character's a girl. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got, like, and that's the thing, is that's not even part of it. The beginning part looked horrendous. It was. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that. By the way, it was like basically just very simple. The first half of it is arguing with a cat, and the second half of it is saving the existence of time itself with a dragon. Yeah, so there's like really kind of a tone shift there.
The conclusion that I've come to is that by ignoring existing audiences, these folks are radicalizing those audiences. Just recently, I saw a interview that popped up where the people that are in charge of Star Wars basically came out and said that they're ignoring existing audiences, or ignoring the angry fans, the loud.
And they can do that. They can. But here's what's going to happen. Is remember like that Witcher, so it was like Blood Origins or something like that? Yeah, did they get renewed for a season 2? No? There it is.
Fans, because, well, they're trying to create a new audience and they don't care what they think. But ignoring the people that got you to where you are in the first place doesn't make a lot of sense, especially when those people are as invested as they are, as long as they've been invested. And yeah, they're going to be mad. Of course they're going to be mad. Why does that confuse you that they would be upset? Recently, what I've noticed is within video games is that the quality of the game itself, the quality of how fun it is, how interesting it is, how great the story is, all of those things are taking a backseat to game character identities. And that doesn't mean that inclusivity and diversity is bad. It just means that they're not putting priorities where they should be. They're not dividing those priorities equally. And as such, they're not making games that players are going to enjoy, players are going to love, that are going to be successful, that are going to be remembered.
Well, they're not focusing on the things that players care about. Like, for example, we watched that one video from Ubisoft talking about like how much went into making the water move like normal water. Nobody cares. Sorry, nobody gives a shit. It's that this is not an important factor.
And that's a problem. And especially when it's as widespread as it's been growing lately. And when you have more games that are coming out there that are grifting off of these social issues, yeah, players are going to start looking at games with female protagonists and different diverse character backgrounds and say, wow, this is probably going to suck. And I hate to say it, but lately it's been more times than not, because think about it. The vast majority of games that come out every year, how many of them are actually really good? There's only very few that we all play. So yeah, the vast majority of those are going to be hit or miss. And there's a lot of misses that are out there, and you're going to start to put plots on a graph and connect the dots. And next thing you know.
Yeah, you can't stop people from identifying patterns. Like, one of the reasons why humans have evolved so much is because humans are really good at pattern recognition. They are crazy good at it. And when people keep seeing this, and you keep telling them that's not what it is, but they keep seeing it, you're going to have some problems. Every single time.
Well, this is the thing that I'm seeing that's the trend that's making these games worse, and that's the conclusion that a lot of these players are going to end up coming to. I don't really know exactly what the solution to this is, especially because I think a lot of the people that are in these positions in a lot of these game companies, media companies in general, movies, television, whatever, I think a lot of it is actually like nepotism more than anything else. Like people that got into positions of like high power that don't deserve it whatsoever.
Yeah,
and have no idea what they're doing.
Right.
And the only thing that they can do is the one original idea that they think is original, which is doing everything that they think everybody else is doing, which is making their games more inclusive, and they're just focusing on that because that helps to distract from everything else. I do genuinely think there's a lot of people...
Yeah, I think they use it as a shield. That's what it is. It's like people don't like the game and they say it's because of racism. Okay, for sure. That's the real reason.
that are out there that are using it as a shield to be able to block themselves from criticism. I do think that. And if that's not what they're doing, they're just bad at their jobs in general. So there's that. But yeah. Anyway, tell me what you guys think about this. I don't know where things are going. There's a lot of games to look forward to next year. I know that for a fact. But
there's always a lot of games to look forward to. And I think that there's also a lot of games to look back on. Like, I still haven't finished Dragon's Dogma. Like, the first game. Like, I tried to play it the other day, and then, like, it bugged out on me. It was, like, really fucking annoying. But, like, I still need to finish that game. Like, there's tons of games. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching this long. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Tell me what you guys think down in the comments. Dislike the video if you don't like my points. Like the video if you do. You don't have to watch me any longer if you don't. And, yeah, that's all I got. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I will see you guys next time. Peace.
So, yeah, I pretty much agree with everything he's saying. I'm going to be honest. Like, I think that a lot of the games that try to build their, you know, their brand off of something like this. And I think what people really don't like is they don't like whenever something is changed. Like, for example, like the Blade movie, people were saying that the Blade movie was going to be like, it wasn't going to be about Blade. It was going to be like a secondary, like, female protagonist that was going to be the main focus of the movie. That's what people don't like. I think that the issue isn't necessarily that there's diversity or anything like that, because you see people that are like, yeah, we don't like this game. This was a bad game. But, like, a lot of the real negativity and, like, frustration comes from when a new game is, or sorry, whenever an existing game is changed in a way that people view to be inauthentic. It's easy to grift on social issues, but it's a lot harder to write good. You can platform these issues, but you need to be good at your job. Yeah. It was such a blunder. Yeah, it was. And it was a very well-made video. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that a lot of people, and this is another issue, is that gamers and, like, an audience has no obligation to see things based off of your morality. And this is a big issue that a lot of these people have, because remember what I was saying before about how these people are mainly concerned with the optics of an argument? And that's why they usually win arguments in public, but they lose arguments with the population. Like, and this is the same thing, right? Is that it might sound bad to say these things are DEI as, like, another content creator or something like that, but the audience still believes this. And focusing on trying to appeal to, like, people then, like, be like, oh, well, this sounds bad for you to say this. Nobody has any accountability for that. They don't care. Like, they're not obligated to care about, like, your version of optics. And I think that's what the majority of it is always about. It's always about the optics. Which, oh, he's in chat. Yeah, thanks for the video, man. Yeah, guys, make sure to give it a like. That was a good one. I like that a lot. Isn't it important for gamers to get used to playing more diverse characters instead of just playing a white male character? No, I don't think it's necessarily important for gamers to get used to anything that they don't want to do. I think also, like, if you try to shift a person's behavior, why is that important for you? Like, would you say the opposite is important? Probably not. And I think that's where, again, this is like another optics thing, where it's like people say things and they present it in a way that makes the opposition seem like they're bad people. But at the end of the day, a lot of people don't care about that. They don't give a shit about that. Like, look at Trump. I think Trump is a great example. Trump does a lot of things that are optically terrible things, like calling people fat, saying this kind of stuff. But you know what happens? People vote for him. A lot of fucking people vote for him. And so, yeah, that's it. But they are fat, right? But, like, you know, other people don't say that because you're not supposed to say that. But the actual public doesn't care about what you're not supposed to and you are supposed to say. This is it's a made-up thing that these gatekeepers create in order to control narratives. But the actual public and what the public believes is totally different. And that's the point
structure complete.
Is that these people think that they can make arguments based off of optics to a population that's not accountable to optics. Well, you can't do that because these people don't care about how it sounds.
Military structure complete.
I'll be right back.
Our cannon is itching for a target. Free cremation. Ready to
This is an expose on the overlap that the Board 8 Yacht Club has had with different types of white supremacy
Military research
and other
complete.
types of
Good
racist
day,
stuff.
Commander.
You guys will see what
Our
happens.
cannon
Here
is
we go.
itching for a target. Time to bring the thunder. I put the laughter in slaughter.
A new colony has been founded.
Comlink active.
Yeah.
Ready to pack a punch. Our cannon is itching for a target. Item complete, Commander. I'll make short work out of them. Start making your dinner plans. This won't take long.
Military structure complete.
Ready to pack a punch.
Control group created.
What if I told you that one of the most successful
structure
NFT
complete.
collections in the world was
Eradicate
pulling
those
off
filthy
the
rats.
biggest troll in internet history? No, not convincing people that this ugly shit is art. Or
Did this happen? Bro, did this shit really happen? Oh my god.
Military
that it
structure
has any
complete.
value. What if I told you that hidden within
Ready
Board
for
Yacht
battle.
Club was a series of
Easily
4chan
done.
trolling,
Mining
racist
upgrade
imagery,
complete.
and white supremacy
That's
dog
more
whistles?
like it.
And with
Ready
a deep
to pack a
understanding of
punch.
cipher and cryptography, the founders of Board
Ready
Yacht Club
for
are making a
battle.
mockery of the entire world, pulling the strings of the global elite, including celebrities, athletes, actors, and influencers. The
Military
story is
structure
extremely
complete.
complicated for many
We have
reasons.
wiped out an
The
enemy
problem
colony.
with accepting the truth I'm
We'll
about to
see
tell
it
you is that
done.
you have to have
Times
extensive
of
knowledge
war are
of
upon
4chan,
us.
internet
Where
culture,
do you need
and
me?
symbolism
Control
to even
group
wrap your head
created.
around this. And
An auction is
Luckily,
underway.
you also have me
Ahead
as a
slow.
guide.
Military
And I will
structure
help you.
complete.
Good
I
day,
can guarantee
Commander.
you that there will
Shields
probably not
down.
be a single
Ready for
racist
battle.
reference that I will not immediately see.
I'll make short
I've
work
been
out
on
of
the
them.
internet for 20 years.
Fire at
I've
will.
seen them all. Are you ready? Here we go.
Military structure complete.
understand the motive. The most
Ready to
important
pack
fact
a
I'm about to
punch.
tell you that you must
So
remind
be it.
yourself as we go along is that the
One of our
entirety
enemies
of
has
Board Ape
finished
Yacht
a
Club
Titan.
is
Where
esoteric.
do you need
By
me?
design, it is
Control
only meant to be
group
understood
created.
by a select
Our
number
planet
of
is
people
under
with
siege.
specialized
How
knowledge.
can I be of
And
service?
That's right. It's like the
Control
another
group
example
created.
of this is the
Comlink
Freemasons
active.
and also
We're underway.
You have
the
secured
Luciferianism.
the auction.
No, this is
shall
only the
be
new
our
generation of
finest
it.
hour.
See here, it is
Military
considered
structure
based
complete.
when others with
Fire
that
at
knowledge
will.
connect the dots. Almost all of the absurdist references present in Board Ape
Item
Yacht Club
complete,
are
Commander.
glaringly obvious
Commerce
to the
upgrade
in-crowd and are
complete.
invisible to anyone who isn't terminally
That's
online.
more like
I
it.
might as well be speaking a different language if I don't prime you on every aspect of this
Maximum
original
military
cipher.
orbit
Combine
slots
this with
reached.
Board Ape Yacht Club being valued at over $1 billion,
Comlink
and you have
active.
yourself the gold
Where
medalist
do you
of
need
the
me?
Troll
Our
Olympics.
cannon
I
is
had my
itching
doubts
for a
about all of
target.
this. That was until I spoke with one of the top creative directors and internet artists in the world, who is an expert of internet
We'll
culture,
see it
4chan,
done.
and trolling. An artist who has worked with Kanye West, Grimes, and Tame Impala, among other creative projects that you've definitely seen.
Oh my
January
God.
2022. A website
Time
goes
to
live called
bring the thunder.
GordonGarner.com. A
Good
sign at the
day,
very
Commander.
bottom was the signature
Easily
of Ryder
done.
Rips. Ryder Rips is eccentric and is a trendsetter in
Start
every
making your
regard.
dinner
He
plans.
created the Deal With It
This
meme,
won't
Dump
take
FM,
long.
Internet Archaeology, and V-Files. When it comes to the
Cool.
internet, Ryder Rips is one of the most innovative
new
artists
colony has
of our
been
generation.
founded.
It's no secret that he uses internet
That's
culture
more
and the
like
nature
it.
of trolling
How
to
can I be of
amplify his
service?
artistic messages.
Where
If
do you
there's
need me?
anyone to
Ahead
educate others
slow.
on iconography and the meaning behind art, it's Ryder Rips. And if I happen to be the founders
Maximum
of an
military
NFT
orbit
project
slots
manipulating
reached.
the masses to
Hostile
assert
forces have
value on
arrived.
racist imagery, I would not
Our
fuck.
fleet has
For the
hit the
past
limit
6
of our
months,
supply
Ryder
capacity.
Rips and
It's
other
time to put it
researchers
to
have
good
collected
use.
all of the data and
Ready to
sources
pack a
that highlight
punch.
Board Ape Yacht
That's
Club's
more like it.
successful but
Military
depraved
structure
continued
complete.
stunt. And I
Yes,
say continued
Commander, at
because
once.
they still operate
Commerce
unchecked.
upgrade complete.
4chan is the gutter of
Shields
the
down,
internet.
Commander.
Founded in
What
2003
now? Oh my
by
God.
15-year-old
Orders.
Christopher
Comlink
Moot Poole, this
active.
message board serves as a
Ready
place
to
where
pack
internet
a
culture
punch.
is born,
Control
discussed,
group
and
created.
destroyed. Users on
It sure
4chan
is.
Down.
post as anonymous
Ready for
or
Yeah.
battle.
as they argue, the identity of a user adds nothing to conversations at hand. But the collective
I think that's one of the best things about 4chan. I like 4chan. You have a completely different type of discussion that you have on Reddit, because people don't have to have the popular opinion.
If anonymous
civilian
culture
orbit
of the
slots
message board
reached.
has devolved
Our
into
planet
a
is under
degenerate pit
siege.
of despair. Along with anonymous identities, there is virtually no moderation. As a result of this, threads on 4chan spiral into some of the weirdest and most disturbing rabbit holes on the internet. So why even post?
Military structure
Sometimes
complete.
I'll see
Ready to
posts
pack
about
a
myself,
punch.
and there was one about how I think I actually
Comlink
I
active.
screenshotted it. It was so
I
good.
put the
Let me see if I
laughter
can
in
find it real
slaughter.
quick. This is the
Good
last
day, Commander.
paragraph.
Targets in sight. Let's take them out.
Asmongold
Start
is the
making your
perfect
dinner
tool
plans.
to provide
This
globalist
won't take
propaganda
long.
for the
Military structure
uneducated
complete.
and easily
Planet
influenced
item
Zoomers.
complete.
Our cannon
These
is
people
itching
are
for
called
a target.
influencers for a
How?
reason.
They're through
Asmongold
armor.
glows.
We have wiped out an
I love
enemy
these.
colony.
Like, I think
a
they're
new
fucking
colony
amazing.
has been founded.
It's
The
just,
strength of the
I
coalition.
read this shit all the time. It's
Mining
fucking
upgrade
hilarious.
complete. Military structure
Globals, yeah.
Subscribe to
complete.
me. Trolling
Times
is a
of war
sport
are
on
upon us.
4chan.
It is.
This point alone is necessary in understanding
Item
the
complete,
motive
Commander.
behind Bored Ape Yacht Club. Throughout the internet's history, 4chan has been responsible for trolling mainstream media endlessly. One classic example of this
Military
was when 4chan
structure
tricked
complete.
mainstream media into thinking the
Our cannon
OK
is
hand
itching
symbol
for a
signified
target.
white power. The
Comlink
media ran with
active.
it, and as a
That's
result,
more like it.
actual white
Military
supremacists
structure
adopted
complete.
it as their own. An internet joke.
Yes, it
orders.
actually, it
Good
wasn't
day,
real,
Commander.
and it became
Control
so
group
not real
created.
that it became real.
Comlink active.
Illuminated a problem
Military
in
structure
mainstream media.
complete.
Their willingness to
Easily
post
done.
anything was taken
Ready
literally,
for
and the
battle.
meaning of the joke
Times
changed
of
forever.
war
Another
are
example
upon
of
us.
this is comedian
Our ally
Sam
has completed
Hyde being the
construction of
ghost
a
of
Titan.
Kiev.
Oh my
Lastly,
Insufficient
let's talk
metal.
about the benefit
Military
of the
structure
doubt. Imagine
complete.
all of what I'm about to
Civilian
tell you is
structure
one
complete.
giant coincidence.
Right.
Somewhere along the grocery list of examples
Insufficient
of
metal.
the club being one massive alt-right inside joke
Civilian
is a point
structure
at which
complete.
these similarities
Logistics
are no
upgrade
longer
complete.
coincidences. Let's call this the tipping point. If I bring
Okay.
up one instance that highlights deliberate
Planet
Nazi,
item complete.
fascist, or alt-right messaging, you may
auction
think to yourself,
is
I see
underway.
it, but that's a reach.
Ready to
So I ask
pack a
you,
punch.
what is your number?
Military
At what
structure
point do
complete.
all of these examples
Ready
become
for
crystal clear
battle.
in front of your eyes?
Easily
That's what
done.
I've said many times,
Times
right?
of war are
Is at
upon
one
us.
point doesn't mean anything, but multiple points make a line.
Civilian structure complete.
I want my
Maximum
scalp to
civilian
right.
orbit slots
Me,
reached.
it was just
Military
one.
structure
First,
complete.
let's talk about the apes as a whole.
Insufficient
You don't have to
metal.
look far on social media to see that many people believe the apes in Bored Ape Yacht Club are inherently racist looking. Remember, they could have picked any animal, object, or
Civilian
thing to
structure
make an
complete.
NFT project.
That's true.
Military
Monkeys?
structure complete.
Really? It seems a bit random, but we're dealing with deliberate messaging.
You
this
failed
is not a mistake.
to place a
This
bid.
is Damon Dash,
Times
the
of
founder of
war are
Rockefeller
upon
Records
us.
with Jay-Z.
Good day,
Okay.
Commander.
I don't know
Shields
if that
down,
monkey
Commander.
thing is
What
like,
now?
because what's the biggest
Shields
NFT
down,
thing?
Commander.
Don't
What
you
now?
think that's a little condescending to our culture a
Maximum
little
civilian
bit?
orbit slots reached.
I feel
Civilian
like
structure
is that
complete.
a way a nerd is trying to get
Ready
cute and
for
laugh at us?
battle.
We was just talking about
Commerce
that.
Because
upgrade
either way, you should
complete.
tread lightly with monkey
Item
when it
complete,
relates to our
Commander.
culture because it's a trigger.
Civilian structure
And then
complete.
keep doing it.
I'll make
So
this
first I
short
wasn't like,
and
then I was like,
sweet.
Why is everything
Targets
a
in
gorilla?
sight.
Or a ape
Let's
or a
take
monkey?
them out.
Why ain't it a
Planet
penguin or
item
like a panda
complete.
bear or something?
Comlink
Why is it something
active.
that's been used to
Civilian structure
disrespect us
complete.
for years?
Additional
So I don't
credits
know,
required.
you know?
Military structure
Why is the dog
complete.
there?
Difficult for a creator.
Shields down,
That leaves
Commander.
a lot of room
What
for
now?
exploitation.
Civilian structure
You know, so that
complete.
means a lot of people that can't
Ready
understand
for
may take
battle.
advantage of those creators
They're
that don't want to
cruising
understand.
for a bruising.
You guys realize
Shields down,
for the last
Commander.
2 years,
What now?
they got black people
Civilian
to invest
structure
in
complete.
monkeys and dogs
Shields down,
while
Commander.
making fun of us
What
and taking
now?
our money from us.
Civilian structure complete.
Damn, I never saw
Commander
this.
Those was going to
Itching
the
for a
room.
target.
Y'all get done.
Now,
Control
I don't
group
think that, like,
created.
just because
The
they have
strength of the
monkeys, that doesn't
coalition.
mean that it's
Shields
like some
down,
racist
Commander.
shit.
What
Like,
now?
guaranteed.
Comlink
That's a
active.
reach. That's 100% a
Civilian
reach.
structure complete.
But, like, again,
We have wiped
it's
out
like a
an
matter
enemy
of how
colony.
many reaches
Commerce
do you do
upgrade complete.
until you
A new
actually
colony
are
has been founded.
in arm's
Shields
reach
down,
of what it
Commander.
really is.
What
You see what I'm
now?
saying?
Military
So, like,
structure
that's
complete.
the concept.
Orders.
Go look
Civilian
at board.
structure
We're gonna
complete.
get there.
Insufficient metal. Military
I've
structure
never seen
complete.
How it's connected
Item
to
complete,
Nazism.
Commander.
Holy shit.
Shields down,
And the same
Commander.
imagery.
What now?
But they know
Civilian
we won't study
structure
long
complete.
enough to say, and now
Shields down,
look how many
Commander.
billions of
What
dollars
now?
they made off of
Your
I
orders.
never heard of this.
Ready
And then
for
the music
battle.
industry gonna come in
Our
with
cannon
more
is itching
NFTs
for a
and
target.
continue to rob us.
Civilian
Oh, yeah.
structure
All we
complete.
need is
Oh, yeah.
this.
Good
The
day,
reason people
Commander.
have made this conclusion
Control
is because
group
of something
created.
called
Yes,
simianization.
Commander.
This
At
refers
once.
to comparing
Ready
ethnic
to
groups
pack
to an
a
ape
punch.
or monkey.
Military
Simianization
structure
has been
complete.
used throughout history to put
Insufficient
others down
metal.
in order to
Planet item
dehumanize them.
complete.
You will see exactly
Ready
how
for
Bored Ape
battle.
Yacht Club uses
Civilian structure
simianization to
complete.
convey racist themes
Your
and
orders.
undertones. But
Commerce
first, we must
upgrade
understand the
complete.
culture.
They did the same
So
thing with
big.
Obama with Curious
Civilian
George.
structure complete.
I remember that.
Good day,
in which
Commander.
these apes were
Military
born. In
structure
2021,
complete.
Bored Ape Yacht Club was launched
Civilian
on April
structure
30th,
complete.
which is the exact day that Hitler died. The launch of Bored Ape Yacht
Whoa,
Club
whoa,
was
whoa,
actually
whoa,
on
whoa,
the
whoa.
which is the in 2021, Bored Ape Yacht Club was
Comlink
launched on April
active.
30th, which is the exact day that Hitler
We'll
died.
see it done.
Okay.
Civilian
all right,
structure
okay.
complete.
The launch of Bored
So
Ape Yacht Club
big.
was actually on the 23rd with
Good
a
day,
week-long.
Commander.
I want to do something. I want to run 2 polls. I
Civilian
want to run a
structure
poll
complete.
right now, and we're going to
Entering
see
phase
how
space.
convincing this really is.
Military structure complete.
Can we do a poll?
Item complete,
Do you
Commander.
think Bored Ape
An
Yacht Club
auction
is using
is
crypto
underway.
messaging to promote
Civilian
the racist
structure
agenda?
complete.
And
We
we're
have
going to
wiped out
start
an
at the
enemy
beginning,
colony.
and I'm going to do another
Civilian
poll of the
structure
same
complete.
thing at the end. And I actually
Military
really want to
structure
see
complete.
how much of a difference it
Mining
makes.
upgrade complete.
All right, 60% say no.
Commander. Your orders.
So we're about 60, 40, 37,
Shields down,
63,
Commander.
somewhere
What
around
now?
that. Okay, all right,
Civilian
that's fine.
structure
Let's see
complete.
how things change.
Ready for
Pre-sale,
battle.
and they sold out before the 30th. However, they made it
Planet
a point to
item
tell the New
complete.
Yorker that it was the 30th. I have shown this picture to various artists.
Okay.
This
You
is Bored Ape
failed
Yacht Club's
to
main
place a
logo
bid.
that they use across all of their
Comlink
branding
active.
and social media
Our
accounts.
cannon is
Not too
itching for a
bad, right?
target.
How about
An
does
allied
look
capital
like
ship
it.
has been destroyed.
most
Military
of them
structure
laugh
complete.
uncomfortably in sheer disbelief. The audacity to do this is mind-blowing. It does not take a genius to see that this Bored Ape Yacht Club logo is a direct copy of the Totenkopf. The skull and bones represents
Item
death and
complete,
was used by
Commander.
both Prussia and Nazi Germany
day,
as a military
Commander.
emblem representing
Control group
death
created.
heads. I only mention Prussia because that will play out later when we examine some of the Bored
Military
Apes.
structure
Both
complete.
logos also have 18 teeth. If you're unfamiliar, the alt-right white supremacists and
Adolf
neo-Nazis
Hitler.
love alphabet.
We have wiped out an enemy
The number
colony.
18 is
A
a
new
symbol
colony
of
has
hate.
been founded.
More specifically,
Times
it's
of
alphanumeric
war
code
are
for the
upon
initials
us.
of Adolf
Civilian
Hitler. One
structure
being
complete.
A, 8 being H.
Research
One
rate
thing to
upgrade
note is that
complete.
both
An
logos
allied
also have
capital
a
ship has
rough
been
edge,
destroyed.
which is uncommon
Your
in
orders.
circular emblems.
You don't
It
have
is
to
Just
tell
another
us
characteristic
twice.
that demonstrates
Good day,
they knew what
Commander.
they were copying.
That's
Bored Ape
more
Yacht
like
Club
it.
was created by a
Yes,
company
Commander.
called
At
Yuga
once.
Labs. Like everything
Our
in this
cannon
project,
is
the name
itching
has
for a
meaning.
target.
A little bit about us
Military
to
structure
start off the new
complete.
year and what's
So
coming. What's the
big.
inspiration behind the
Comlink
name Yuga
active.
Labs? We're nerds,
Civilian
and
structure
Yuga is the
complete.
name of a villain in Zelda whose ability
Your
is that he can
orders.
turn himself and others into 2D art. It made sense
Control
for an
group
NFT
created.
company.
Okay,
When I heard
sure.
this, I
An
was
allied
confused.
capital ship has
I've
been
played just
destroyed.
about every Legend of Zelda game, and I could not remember for the life of me who Yuga was.
All packed up and ready
Yuga
to
is a
go.
boss in the
Civilian
Legend of Zelda:
research
A Link
complete.
Between Worlds.
Never
the
played it.
17th installment
allied
of the
capital
Zelda
ship has been
franchise,
destroyed.
available only on the Nintendo
Times of
3DS.
war are
If you're
upon
a
us.
self-proclaimed
Civilian
nerd or
structure
gamer,
complete.
you wouldn't source your name from the most obscure
Additional
Zelda game
credits
ever.
required.
Yeah, I
Let
would
alone
say so.
a game for the 3DS.
Military research
Everyone
complete.
knows that Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker,
Link to the
Twilight
Past.
Princess, and
Additional
even Breath of the
credits
Wild are the
required.
greatest games
Our
in the
fleet has
franchise.
arrived
Hey,
at a
hey,
space
I
jump
could believe
inhibitor
Ganon
and is now
Labs,
trapped.
after the main antagonist
Research
throughout the
rate
entire
upgrade
series,
complete.
Ganondorf,
An allied
but
capital
Yuga,
ship has
I'm
been
not
destroyed.
buying it. There is a
Ready
specific
to
reason
pack
they
a
picked the
punch.
name Yuga. On
Ready
Yuga Labs'
for
website,
battle.
they pay
Yes,
homage to
Commander,
another
at
project
once.
called the Hash Masks.
Shields down,
This
Commander.
project was made
What
by
now?
a Swiss company.
An
known
allied
as
capital
Suum
ship has
Kulik
been
Labs.
destroyed.
This phrase,
Military
meaning to each
structure
their own,
complete.
was on the
Okay.
gate of the
Times of
Buchenwald
war
concentration
are upon
camp.
us.
This phrase was
Civilian
also used
structure
on the face
complete.
of Prussian
A minor
helmets.
faction
And
has
Yuga
been
Labs
convinced to
loved
disrupt
Suum
our
tweaked so much that they even took their exact terms of service. Yuga has an entirely different meaning. The phrase
wait a second.
Yuga.
Any of the 4 H's of life in the world.
has an entirely different meaning. The phrase Kali Yuga stems from Hinduism, and it refers to an age of conflict or darkness.
Capital ship has been destroyed.
Now is
Ready for battle.
There he is.
Your orders.
This is some weird shit that was predicted
Commander.
by the Bhagavad Gita.
Easily
This
done.
is like this
Ready
is
to pack a
Dalrong,
punch.
Battle of the Gods,
Your orders.
Ragnarok. Tell me.
The
This
item
is what
ready.
happens in
Control
cultures.
group
Like they go
created.
through these
We'll
these
see
pitches.
it
Oh my
done.
God.
And downs.
The earliest mention of this
Military
phrase
structure
There he is.
complete.
culture was on September 11th, 2014,
Give
by an
battle
anonymous
for
user
theirs.
on 4chan.
Mining
in response
upgrade
to people being
complete.
upset over Gamergate, Anon replied, "I know it is dark at times, but you just gotta learn to enjoy it, man. Embrace being the
We've
bad
lost
guy.
contact with
Serve
one of our
the Kali
planets.
Yuga." Since then, the phrase spread like wildfire among the alt-right. First, it was made
I've never
into a
heard
t-shirt
this.
by Vincent Vauquelin, who founded
Military
the French
structure
Dissent, an
complete.
alt-right political
I've
party
never
that
heard
operated
this.
from
Commander.
2011 to
Your arguments are
2021.
compelling.
Apparently,
I shall
alt-right
stand
meme
with you.
merch went
Your
hard,
arguments
and
are
the new
compelling.
design of the shirt
I
in
shall stand with
2016
you.
featured
Ready
a
to
totem
pack a
top.
punch.
And in 2019, a Telegram group
A new
called
colony has
Yuga
been
Surfing
founded.
Club was
Our
created.
cannon is
Surfing
sufficient
club.
for a
Okay,
target.
that makes a little bit of sense. Give me 1
Active.
second.
Good day, Commander.
The Kali Yuga is one of the cornerstones of
Oh, I've seen that a
traditionalist
million times.
ideology
Yeah.
that was preached by René Guénon, a French occultist and
Military
philosopher
structure
who was
complete.
credited for introducing the Kali Yuga to
Our
the
allies'
West.
Titan
During
has
his
been
life,
destroyed in
Guénon
battle.
moved to Egypt,
We have
became
wiped out an
Muslim,
enemy
and preached
colony.
traditionalism,
Your
which
orders.
consisted
Okay.
of
Civilian
extreme
structure
anti-Semitism and its
Let the
admiration
bidding
for ancient
commence.
societies, which included
Easily done.
hierarchies of class
A new
and gender.
colony has been founded.
And
That's a-
Italian
that's a-
born
Insufficient
Russian
metal.
sympathizer
Indian
Julius
one.
Evola are both revered and memed on 4chan. You'll find threads in the literature and political boards placing these two on a pedestal and recommending their works for a sense of woke pseudo-intellectualism. Often messages will be left with PBUH, which means peace be upon him, a common Arabic
The
phrase.
strength of
You
the
see,
coalition.
surfing the Kali Yuga
The item is
manifested
complete.
itself on
Planet
Pole.
item
It became
complete.
a repeated phrase
Civilian
and
structure
dog whistle
complete.
among users. In fact, embracing the darkness
No
or
bid.
surfing the
You
Kali Yuga
missed
is a
out.
phrase that the alt-right
Our
has
cannon
adopted
is itching
in
for
order
a
to
target.
communicate a
You
sense
don't
of
have to tell
collective.
us twice.
This
I've read Paul
Military
before.
structure
I've never
complete.
Seen it. I've never seen this. I feel like this is like, yeah, maybe I didn't recognize it. It's a new trend. Yeah, I haven't seen this.
As ye command. Your
might
orders.
melt your brain,
Ready
but stay
for
with me.
battle.
It's impossible to
That's
show the
more
masses
like
it.
exactly what the
Plotting
founders of
jump
Board Ape Yacht
coordinates.
Club are doing without
Ready to
understanding
pack a
Chan
punch.
culture or
We'll
how
see
4chan
it
acts
done.
as a think tank and hive
thanks for
mind.
saying
One of the
Good
worst
day,
aspects
Commander.
of Chan culture
One of our
is
enemies has finished a
pseudo-intellectualism.
Titan.
What you have
Defense
is a bunch
upgrade
of
complete.
trolls
Same with
who
Reddit.
haven't seen the light of day that have collectively convinced themselves that they
Civilian
are
structure
based,
complete.
woke, and
Our
have the
cannon
answers to
is
this
itching
world.
for a
They find
target.
solace in
Comlink
knowing specific
active.
information
Control
compared to
group
normal
created.
people or
Military
normies.
structure
This
complete.
is why it's considered
Military structure
esoteric.
complete.
As a result of this, you
Civilian
have pockets
structure
of deranged
complete.
people who
Ready
study
for
old
battle.
texts,
Item
scriptures, and
complete,
societies
Commander.
in order to
Military
extract
structure
archaic
complete.
values and
Our
worship
cannon
them.
is
The
itching
founders
for a
of
target.
Bored Ape Yacht Club
This is the
are
Afghan
terminally
battle cruiser.
online,
My
smart
shields are down.
assholes.
Good day, Commander.
All right. Okay.
Hostile forces have arrived. Military structure complete.
Okay. Seems good to me. Terminally online smart assholes. I got it. It's
Our
the same
planet is
everywhere.
under siege.
Holy shit, bro. Like this, it's not even halfway done. Like, what the fuck? Actual cold one? Yeah, I got all this shit put in the refrigerator because I was sick of fucking having it over there. And then there's a bunch of boxes everywhere.
Maximum
And then I got
civilian
the new
orbit
chair,
slots
and it's like
reached.
one thing led to another. And
We have
now I've
wiped
got
out
the
an enemy
drinks in the
colony.
refrigerator right
A
now.
new colony has been founded.
To admit it.
Maximum
The
civilian
founders
orbit
are
slots
clever,
reached.
and I mean
Planet
really
item complete.
fucking clever. The
Comlink
four founders
active.
are Gordon
We have
Gunner,
wiped out an
Emperor
enemy
Tomato
colony.
Ketchup,
A new
Gargamel,
colony has
and
been
No
founded.
Sass. You may be
Mining
wondering,
upgrade
why do they all
complete.
have obscure
So be it.
Xbox Live gamer tags? Well,
Military
if you think this is
structure
innocent,
complete.
you're not ready for this. Number 1.
Civilian
Emperor
structure
Tomato
complete.
Ketchup, Karim Adelaide, software engineer. On the surface,
Insufficient
Tomato
metal.
Ketchup sounds like a
Civilian
Fortnite
structure
skin. In
complete.
reality, Emperor Tomato Ketchup is the name
The
of a
item is complete.
1971 film
Comlink
that is banned
active.
across the world for containing child pornography.
You
It's
don't
about
have to tell
children
us twice.
overthrowing adults
Civilian
and
structure
establishing
complete.
their own supremacy,
Shields
in which
down.
a young boy
Good
in a
day,
fascist
Commander.
uniform sexually
That's more
assaults
like
a
it.
grown woman. And if you
Additional
were to ask
credits
Tomato
required.
himself, he would say
The
he got the name
strength
from
of
his
the
Stereo Lab
coalition.
album, which got its name
We've lost
from
contact
the
with one of
another
our
example
planets.
of plausible
Civilian
deniability.
structure complete.
Gargamel,
Insufficient
Greg
metal.
Solano,
Military
MFA
research
in writing.
complete.
If
There he
anyone
is.
is
Our fleet has
familiar
arrived
with
at
the
a phase
Smurfs,
jump
then the
inhibitor
name
and is now
Gargamel might
trapped.
ring a bell. Gargamel is the antagonist.
Bro. Bro.
Planet item complete.
I mean, say no more.
What now?
I mean, say
Commerce
no more.
upgrade complete.
Sentient beings
Civilian
into
structure
money. He is
complete.
widely known
Place
as an
your
anti-Semitic
bitches,
depiction of a Jewish stereotype.
cannon
And
is
as Ryder
itching
Rips
for a
pointed
sword.
out,
Over the hill.
4chan also uses the term
through our
Gargamel to
armor.
describe Jewish
is the
people.
Afghan
A
battle
reoccurring
cruiser.
theme that
My
you'll notice
shields
is
are
that this
down.
entire umbrella
Shields
of Bored
down,
Ape Yacht Club
Commander.
trolling
What now?
stems from
We're
4chan
wide
behavior,
open.
which is
Armor's
based on
been breached.
inserting enough
Where do you
absurdity
need
to
me?
create plausible
Shields down,
deniability.
Commander.
Gargamel
What
is smart,
now?
but he's a little
Civilian
sloppy.
structure
According to his
complete.
Reddit post history, he
strength
posted
of
a
the
4chan
coalition.
crypto meme before Bored Ape Yacht Club was even
Start
live
making your
yet,
dinner
confirming that he's
plans.
at least aware of
This
the culture
won't take
or
long.
uses 4chan.
Your
Greg
So
orders.
there's something that he
Shields
had
down,
an
Commander.
idea of,
What
right? So he
now?
had an idea.
Our
I'm
cannon
knowing
is
this is this
itching
video
for a
trolling us.
target.
So the reason why
Civilian
I didn't
structure
watch this video
complete.
the day it came out
Ready to
is that
pack a
I actually
punch.
assumed
Next
that it
time,
was like
place a
some
bid.
form of
They're
guerrilla marketing
cruising for a
for the
person.
Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Free cremation.
I thought it was like some
No
bullshit, and
armor.
like that's why I didn't want to watch it.
Active.
I thought it
Item
was complete
complete,
bullshit.
Commander.
Give me 1 second.
Your
Sorry, I'm having
arguments are
problems.
compelling. I shall stand with you.
Our cannon is itching for a target. Start making your dinner plans. This won't take
We're
long.
good. Sorry about that.
Military research complete. Military
Solano, or
structure
Gargamel,
complete.
was a literature major
I
in
do
college
out?
and wrote his
The
thesis
strength
paper
of the
on
coalition.
2666,
Ready to
which is
pack
a
a
book that
punch.
takes place in
Our
Nazi
ally has
Germany with a
completed
main
construction of
character
a
named
Titan.
after Nazi
Comlink
SS doctor
active.
Hans
Mining
Reiter. He
upgrade
even expressed
complete.
on his now defunct blog that he wanted to write a fiction novel
We have
that blends
wiped out
real
an
history
enemy
with
colony.
imaginative
A new
events,
colony
which is
has
similar
been
to
founded.
Roberto Bolaño's
Easily done.
2666. This could be a
Military structure
stretch, but I'm
complete.
reminded here of your writing backgrounds. Do you think there's any parallel between your big conceptual breakthrough to design NFTs for what interests you, not some target demo,
The
and the
item
idea
is
that in
ready.
writing, sometimes the best stuff comes from channeling what you really want to see, not what some theoretical
Maximum
reader
military
wants.
orbit slots
Gargamel says,
reached.
ever since the Bored Ape Yacht Club,
Ready
we've
to
seen
pack
like
a
1,000
punch.
different avatar collections
Ready
come up,
for
and a
battle.
lot of them are
Your
really cool.
orders.
But what we think was special,
Good
and what
day,
people
Commander.
could kind of read on top of ours, is that we didn't just
Military
throw
structure
3D
complete.
glasses onto apes.
No.
And we didn't have a long essay on exactly what this
Planet
was,
item
but we knew what
complete.
it was. It's like
Comlink
Wittgenstein's Let the
active.
Unutterable Be Conveyed
Military structure
Unutterably,
complete.
or Hemingway's
So
Iceberg
be it.
Theory. We knew what this
Civilian
world was.
research
and
complete.
Yeah, you have
Free
something that's so
The
it's
strength
so
of the
abstract
coalition.
and esoteric
Ready for
that
battle.
even
Commerce
saying
upgrade
what it
complete.
is
Military
makes people
structure
feel
complete.
stupid. You see what I'm saying? So
Civilian
like, yeah,
structure
it's like you
complete.
can't even
Comlink
acknowledge that it
active.
exists
Times
because of how
war are
abstract
upon
it
us.
is.
Ready to pack a
I love
punch.
it. This is amazing.
Military research complete.
Why
We
the
have
apes
wiped
are
out
this
an
way,
enemy
and
colony.
that somebody else
A
might
new
get a little
colony has
tingle
been
on their
founded.
neck looking at it,
We have
thinking,
wiped out an
yeah,
enemy
this is
colony.
kind of different.
A
This
new
isn't
colony
just
has
random.
been
In this
founded.
interview, Gargamel literally just confirmed that Bored Ape Yacht Club is his medium for creative writing. First,
Maximum
the quote
military
is
orbit
cryptic,
slots
but it makes a
reached.
lot of sense
Military
given the context
structure
of this
complete.
project. Let the
Ready
unutterable
for
be
battle.
conveyed unutterably.
Civilian structure
Dog
complete.
whistles, hidden meanings,
So
fiction
be it.
writing.
Comlink
They're just apes with
active.
3D
He does look
glasses.
like
Civilian
You don't
structure
understand
complete.
crypto. In this statement,
Military structure
Gargamel quotes
complete.
Ludwig Wittgenstein,
done.
an Austrian Jewish
Civilian
philosopher
structure complete.
believed to have been the boy
Your
who went to
orders.
school with Adolf
Military
Hitler from
structure
1903
complete.
to
Ready
1904.
for
According to
battle.
writer Kimberly
Ready
Cornish
to
in The
pack a
Jew of
punch.
Linz, she
Control
alleges that
group
Hitler
created.
alludes to a Jewish
That's
boy
more
who
like
was
it.
believed to be
Our
Wittgenstein
cannon is
in Mein
itching for a
Kampf.
target.
Wittgenstein's
Planet
entire
item
body of
complete.
work consists
Commerce
of cipher,
upgrade
cryptology,
complete.
and solving
We'll
puzzles.
see it
Similar to how
done.
Bored Ape Yacht Club
An
is one
allied
massive
capital
puzzle
ship has been
designed to be
destroyed.
cracked for the sole purpose of stroking their twisted fanfiction writing boner.
Maximum
Second,
civilian
states
orbit
Hemingway's
slots
Iceberg
reached.
Theory, which describes exactly
Yeah,
what
we
they're
know
doing.
what that is.
Iceberg Theory
Civilian
itself
structure
is also a
complete.
4chan meme. Greg
Yep.
Solano also has written a book titled The Cinematic Art of World of
Civilian
Warcraft.
structure
To say
complete.
What?
Good day, Commander.
Wait,
Our
what?
cannon
What?
is itching for a target.
Hold up.
Military structure complete.
Oh my
Ready
God!
for battle.
We're really in this now. Caught red-handed.
he isn't a sucker for fantasy would be a flat-out lie. We know that Gargamel is a creative fantasy writer. We know that he wrote his thesis paper on a Nazi story. And we know that he wanted to create something similar, blending real and fake events. He literally quoted Ludwig Wittgenstein and iceberg theory, confirmed that there's hidden meaning, and that everything is delivered
mobilized for your raid order.
Prior to Board Ape Yacht Club, Greg Solano even stated he wanted to create a Lovecraftian themed project. And if you know anything about Lovecraft, he was a notorious white supremacist, often using his prejudices as the basis for his stories. The frustration that Ryder Ritz and others have felt, myself included, with the public's perception of this criticism is immense. You can't begin to educate people on this when they're too ignorant to realize that they're being played.
Well, they don't. It's not that they're too ignorant. It's that they don't want to. Like again, it's easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. Nobody wants to admit and say, "Oh yeah, I actually fucked up." Yeah, it's like they're in denial because they're already invested in this. They already have an opinion on this.
Civilian structure complete.
They got money in it.
Military structure complete.
Ape Yacht Club, in a way, is a social experiment in making fun of people who are using crypto bros and everyone who sucks off, technocrats included. It is a commentary on the number going up forever, or the wag me crowd, which lives by the slogan, "We're all going to make it." This is a very real sentiment shared by thousands of people on the internet.
I love seeing the people that believe in this, man. They actually think that, like, fucking, there are legitimate, real people on the internet, even after this video, that are like, yeah, man, in 35 years, this JPEG I have is going to be worth so much. I'm going to be on a yacht. You're going to be fixing my yacht, okay? Like, that's what it's going to be. That's what they believe. It's so sad.
For battle.
Founders of this project have profited off of immensely. All it took was celebrity worship, proper funding,
military structure
complete, political agenda to get fascist propaganda on the world stage. Let me be clear. I'm not saying buzzwords just to say them. This is what's happening. 3. Gordon Goner, or Wiley Aaron, also a creative writer. The third founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club goes by Gordon Goner.
Seems like a nice
the
guy.
Same name Ryder used for the website, piecing this all together. This was done for SEO purposes, so that when you type in Gordon Goner on Google, Ryder's website pops up first. In an interview with Wiley from 2014, he stated, "The only book that I don't like is Mein Kampf, but I haven't read it." When asked innocently about books, he resorted to making Hitler jokes. Yeah, there's probably nothing to see here, right? This is just more proof that Wiley's attempt at edgy humor dates back to 2014. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Gordon Goner
I don't think that's very suspicious.
Stated he chose the
but we're not halfway done with the video
Joey
yet.
Ramone, lead singer of the Ramones.
Military
it should be known
complete.
that Bored Ape Yacht Club's connection to the Rolling Stone is not random. It's through Neil Strauss, author of The Game, who is apparently writing about the subculture of Bored Ape Yacht Club. Gordon Goner is a full-phrase anagram for Drongo Negro. Drongo is Australian slang for stupid, and Negro means black. Drongo is also tossed around on 4chan.
You don't have to tell us twice. Comlink active.
Well, it's like it's an anagram. Okay, that's it. It feels like a reach there.
Civilian structure complete.
I think that, okay, so this is what I like about the video here.
Commerce upgrade complete.
It's so good. This is so good. I love it.
It's not simply a random word. It is also conveniently a species of
military
black
structure
bird.
complete.
Another example of a hyper-specific double-meaning term or phrase in Bored Ape Yacht Club. There's not much else known about Wiley Arano, aka Gordon Goner, besides loose leads that allege he's a crypto-fascist. And his dad is literally Don Arano,
Military
portrayed by
structure
John
complete.
Travolta in Speed Kills. Both Gargamel and Gordon
wiped
Goner
out an
are
enemy
writers
colony.
and creatives,
A
according
new
to the
colony
CEO
has been
of
founded.
Yuga Labs, Nicole
Place your
Eunice.
bitch,
Can you take me back to the origin story of Bored Ape Yacht Club?
It was almost exactly a year ago.
Why does this
Garga,
video look like
who's
it's
one
from
of the founders,
1980?
texted Gordon with, "Hey, let's make a NFT." So
Civilian structure complete.
It's a filter.
were both really into crypto.
Maximum military
were
orbit
really
slots
active in the
reached.
community,
Commerce
but
upgrade complete.
they are writers, That's actually their background. They are storytellers, they're creatives.
Civilian structure complete.
So, like, crypto was this thing that, like, they were fascinated by.
Yes, Commander. At once.
They, like, loved,
Ready to pack
but
a punch.
they were never
Military
able to
research
actively
complete.
participate in.
That makes sense.
Exactly, because it was technical.
Yeah.
And they're not technical. They're writers, they're creatives, they're storytellers. Like that's what they do.
What a story.
So it's entirely critical that you understand the context of anything. So the issue with Bored Ape Yacht Club is that they're not providing any context.
Planet
the context
item
that
complete.
they provided is that literally it's meaningless. They said that these are just apes in a swamp who like drawing penises on a penis roll. That's the official story of Bored Ape Yacht Club from the mouth of Nicole, the CEO.
Sounds good to
me. That's it.
Easily done.
Civilian research complete.
There's nothing else.
They called me with like, hey, we're gonna do this thing, and like, you know, just explaining the idea.
Logistics upgrade complete.
Like, oh yeah, I mean,
civilian structure
but people are
complete.
just gonna draw penises.
Yeah, of course.
And that was it. Like I was just like, I didn't think anything of it.
That's more like it.
We hung up. Like, the stupid thing that I said that I never would have thought about transformed into.
Our fleet has arrived at the phase jump inhibitor and is now trapped.
But if they do draw penises,
yeah,
and
where's this? What is this interview?
Penises, and you know,
military research complete.
Into, well,
ready for battle.
Civilian structure complete.
Plotting jump coordinates.
It's a dive bar.
Our cannon is itching
and
for a target.
It's not a dive bar. It's a yacht
active.
Club. It's a dive bar.
The strength of
but
the coalition.
And it's going to be
Civilian
this like
research
future
complete.
vision of Miami.
Planet item complete.
You know, it's all of these like bored apes.
They're cruising for a bruising.
They just created this like story and this world.
Let's play a game of I Spy. The cover of this Rolling Stone art is a direct reference to Hieronymus Bosch, who painted pictures like these in order to hide things in them.
My dad has that painting on his wall.
Let's take him
Spot
out.
the racist dog
Research
whistle.
rate upgrade complete.
Shields down, Commander. What now? Your orders.
Military structure complete.
Good day, Commander.
Military research complete.
Racist dog whistle, alluding to the practice of Belgian King Leopold II cutting off Congolese
military
hands
structure
for
complete.
punishment in not working hard enough to produce rubber. The Congolese then started cutting off fellow African hands as it became a currency valuable to the Belgians in itself. Never underestimate the ability for Bored Ape Yacht Club founders to be this demented. Let's try this again. This is footage from a Bored Ape Yacht Club video game. See anything interesting? What's up with these bananas? Why is the bushel of bananas conveniently shaped like a swastika?
Our cannon
For
is
Sass,
itching for a
Zeshan
target.
Ali,
What?
conveniently shaped.
You know, that's a reach. It is. It's a reach, guys.
Active.
We have wiped out an enemy colony.
Like a swastika.
A new colony has been
Sass,
founded.
Zeshan
Start
Ali,
making your
software
dinner
engineer.
plans.
The fourth founder
This
of
won't
Bored Ape
take
Yacht
long.
Club goes by Sass.
Military structure
On the
complete.
theme of hidden meanings
Ready to
throughout the
pack a
entire project.
punch.
This
Let
is
the
also
bidding
deliberate.
commence.
SA is the abbreviation
Research
for
rate
Sturmat
upgrade
Heiblung,
complete.
and SS
Maximum
for the
military
Schutzstaffel.
orbit slots
SAS,
reached.
or SASS,
Military
is the
structure
combination
complete.
of the two
Civilian
primary
research
Nazi
complete.
military divisions.
Military
there are
research
two
complete.
possibilities that explain the behavior of the founders.
Ready
Number one is
for
easy.
battle.
They are neo-Nazis.
Your orders.
Number two is a bit more
Hostile
complex,
forces
and
have arrived.
Ryder believes we need new terms to describe what's happening. In other words, this is an internet troll's wet dream.
So this is such a massive, elaborate troll that we don't even have the vocabulary to truly understand it.
No bid. You
This has
missed out.
transcended
We have wiped
the
out an
limits
enemy
of the
colony.
English language.
A new colony has been founded. An ally has lost
my
a
God.
starbase.
Most ironic
You're fishing
racism
for a
on the world
whale
stage.
with minnow
This
bait.
means that this is
Ready
a meme,
for
but it doesn't
battle.
look like one
Our
because there's
cannon
nothing
is
to
itching
indicate
for a
otherwise.
target.
Right.
This can also be
Military
described
structure
as
complete.
Poe's law. It's impossible
day,
to know if someone
Commander.
is joking unless they add an LOL at the end of a message
Yeah.
to indicate how it's supposed to be perceived. In other words,
Military
Bored Ape Yacht
structure
Club
complete.
founders are layering on the
Defense
irony
upgrade
of troll
complete.
behavior to the point where it's just doomed. The best way I can describe it is beating a dead horse until the horse comes alive again and then dies again
Your
from the
orders.
irony. February 4th, 2022, Katie Natopoulos, a writer at
So it's like people trying to
Military
bring back
structure
Harambe.
complete.
BuzzFeed wrote an article covering the identities of the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club. And where exactly do you think she got her information from? Ryder Rips. However, she stated, Solano and Arano don't appear to have any particular red flags, which, as we know, is a flat-out lie. Pressured by Guy Oseri, Kate Natopoulos ran a softball story in an effort to save face. The more degenerative side of 4chan, including white nationalists, enjoy participating in the cult of Pepe, a metaphorical, fictitious religion that worships Pepe the Frog.
This happened in about 2000 and what was it, guys? Like 2015, 2016? Like I'd say somewhere around there. Yeah, Cult of Keck. Yeah, Keck W, sure. Shadowlight, yeah, there was all that, all around at that time.
Think of it as a tribe on 4chan who considers everyone else not in the know as normals. They wave the Kekistan flag, which is an exact ripoff of Prussia and Nazi Germany's war-mocked symbol. Their mission to control the liberals at all costs through meme warfare. By having shared symbolism and jokes, it is a way to communicate or dog whistle to other members that they embrace.
Bro, he retweeted this. Do y'all remember this? Like, I thought that shit was not real. Like, he straight up fucking retweeted this one. And I was like, there's no way he did this. There's no way. And I scrolled down Donald Trump's fucking tweets for like an hour. And I found it. It was actually there. He really did it. No way? Yes, he did.
The principles of chaos and destruction that are central to alt-right
Civilian research complete.
When a horde player types LOL to an alliance,
military structure complete. Mining upgrade complete.
Communicate with each other unless they are on the same faction.
Imagine that.
It just so happens
military structure
that
complete.
is an Egyptian god that looks like a human with a frog head. Hence,
hostile
Pepe.
forces
And guess
have
what
arrived.
Keck was the god
Our planet is under
darkness
siege.
and chaos. Sound familiar? Surfing the Caliuga was not the only surfer innuendo that the alt-right adopted as lingo. In fact, they also used the word cowabunga to signify their alt-right beliefs to fellow members of the alt-right. It just so
I actually didn't know. I did not know this.
Yes, Commander.
The cowabunga is a new one for me. I've never heard of this before.
Our cannon is itching for a target.
Happens that one of Bored Ape's founder's wife had this exact lingo in her bio, which has now been deleted. And in September 2021, Bored Ape Yacht Club challenged the internet with a series of puzzles. Whoever cracked the secret codes would receive a Kennel Club NFT, a Bored Ape NFT, a Mutant Serum NFT, and 10 Ethereum. At the time, the value of these prizes added up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. This puzzle will demonstrate just how far the creators of Bored Ape Yacht Club are willing to go in order to play out their racist fantasy. This information is taken directly from this user's post on Medium. This whole puzzle started with a single stealthy tweet.
Sure.
Somebody left a strange
maximum
note
civilian
at the bar.
orbit
The
slots
message contains a message
military structure
ciphertext of JJ6.
Upgrade logistics to
cipher,
unlock more
or if you look
civilian
at the keys
slots.
below each letter on the
Maximum
keyboard,
civilian
you'll see
orbit
that it
slots
spells
reached.
/Jimmy.
Civilian
Entering this
structure
after
complete.
boredapeyyachtclub.com will take you to a new page, and you are able to load a puzzle
Civilian
game.
structure
Jimmy the
complete.
Monkey is back on his
Planet
bullshit
item
again.
complete.
In the clubhouse, the game is a 2D screen where you can
Our
click on
cannon is
rooms and
itching for a
interact with
target.
various objects.
Like
Most of
bringing
the
a
rooms
gun
contain
to
a
a
puzzle.
knife
The boat
fight.
room contains
Civilian
a single
research
interactable
complete.
object in the room, which is a
Easily
wall
done.
of dancing men.
Okay.
If you know a
Orders.
bit about ciphers,
Good day,
it's fairly quick to
Commander.
recognize that
Our
this is a
cannon
dancing
is
man
itching
cipher.
for a
The
target.
dancing man cipher
Military
is from
structure complete.
Decoding the
wiped
cipher
out an
reveals
enemy
the following
colony.
message.
Yeah.
This
Civilian
isn't a
structure
puzzle
complete.
Sucking a banana
A new
bozo.
colony
Love,
has been
Jimmy.
founded.
This seemed to be a
The
troll as it was
item
not
is
used in
ready.
the final solution.
The auction
Board
prize
has two
belongs to
interactable
you.
objects in it. The first
Hostile
object is
forces
a
have
dog
arrived.
collar with the numbers
Maximum
0,
military
0,
orbit
0
slots
on it.
reached.
This is just the ID
Civilian
number
structure
for the exact
complete.
NFT that you would
Defense
win if you
upgrade
cracked the
complete.
puzzle.
Okay, that
the
makes
second
sense.
object
Civilian
is a funny
research
poster
complete.
containing song lyrics.
Military
The puzzle
structure
gives a
complete.
selection of song lyrics
Civilian
sorted in
structure
alphabetical
complete.
order by word, with one of the words
Insufficient
being
metal.
replaced by the word monkey. Solving this puzzle involves taking each lyric word bank, identifying the song, and figuring out which part of the song the lyrics are referencing.
Planet
You sort
item
each
complete.
word in that set of the lyrics in ABC order and figure out what word has been replaced with monkey. This results in the following troll message. Wasted your time on this one, stupid apes. Entering the pool area presents
Insufficient
Okay.
metals.
one
Civilian
located-
structure
Oh
complete.
my fucking god. They
Good
got
day,
him. Just a minute.
Commander.
I gotta use the bathroom. This is this is unbelievable, man. Like, I love this. This is one of my favorite videos I've seen.
Inflatable duck in the pool, and the other on a drink menu located next to the bar. This puzzle presents a list of duck-themed clues and their answer length. Going through and solving all of the clues results in the list below. With this answer set, reading the first letter of each answer gives the phrase "cocktails are shaken," which is a clue for the puzzle located next to the bar. Using the hint from the previous puzzle, we now know that this menu list is an anagram of cocktails. In addition, the text at the bottom of the menu indicates something extra was added to the drinks, hinting to there likely being an extra letter not used in the cocktail anagram. With there being 26 menu items, it seemed highly likely the extra letters or the cocktails used every letter A to Z for ordering when done. It is quickly realized all the cocktails start with a unique letter A to Z that, when put in order and reading the extra letters, gives orange liqueur used in spritz. Final answer,
Military research complete.
Upon entering the kitchen, a sheet can be found lying next to the sink. This puzzle provides instructions.
Bro, like how? What the fuck?
Our cannon is itching for
Bro,
a
what
target.
the fuck is this? This is nuts.
We'll see it done.
Oh my
Military
god, it's
research
amazing. What the
complete.
fuck is
Good
this?
day, Commander.
What to do? Begin
Easily
by identifying the dishes
Military
that are clued on the
structure
left
complete.
and filling out the blanks
Fire
on
it
the
well.
right. The extracted letters, highlighted yellow on the sheet, spell the
Ready
phrase
to pack a
Gibraltar's Barbary,
punch.
which is referencing a
Comlink
specific
active.
monkey that lives on Gibraltar, the Barbary macaque.
Military
Final
research
answer,
complete.
Macaque. In the library, you can start by
Civilian
clicking on the
structure
bust on the top
complete.
of the shelf, which
Commerce
contains a
upgrade
puzzle
complete.
scroll. This puzzle is a Mad Gap style puzzle as hinted by the title, Bus Don Dush Elf, which,
Civilian
when read
structure
aloud,
complete.
sounds like bust
Military
on the shelf.
structure
You can make
complete.
4 Mad Gab style
Comlink
phrases using one word
active
from each column
for the
on the
home
scroll.
world.
The output of each Mad Gab is its
Military
own clue to a
structure
word.
complete.
This final output is yet again a Mad Gab where ooze,
Ready
6,
for
sight,
battle.
furs can be
The
read as
strength of
use
the
6
coalition.
ciphers. A hint
Control
for the
group
bookshelf
created.
puzzle. When you click on the bookshelf
Ready
next
to
to the
pack a
fireplace, it
punch.
shows you an enlarged
Military
version
structure
of the
complete.
bookshelf. This
We'll
bookshelf
destroy
contains many
every
different
last
patterns
one of them.
throughout. As you start to
Shields
group the
down,
patterns
Commander.
together, you will
What
discover
now?
there are 6 separate
Military
puzzles
research
using
complete.
6 different ciphers. As hinted in the previous
My
puzzle
forces are
contained in the
mobilized for
shelf
your raid
items.
order.
The monkey hands. There are 6 hands
Ready
to
Oh
each
my
for
God.
battle.
American Sign Language to spell weapon. Naval flags. There are 6 international maritime signal flags throughout the shelves that spell Nassau. 5-bit
Your
binary.
orders.
There are 6 groups
The
of books
item is
colored orange
ready.
and green.
Military
These books
research
are 5-bit
complete.
binary, which provides
So
10010,
Military structure complete.
00101,
I put the locker in slaughter.
10011,
Good day, Commander.
01111,
We have wiped out an
01111.
enemy
These can be
colony.
converted to
A
the
new
decimal
colony
equivalent
has been
of
founded.
1851,
Item
19,
complete,
15,
Commander.
14, which can then
Military
be converted
structure
to letters
complete.
to read reason.
Control
Clocks.
group
There are
created.
6 clocks through the
Your
shelves.
orders.
Each clock face
Defense
has a
upgrade
time
complete.
that's clearly visible.
Place your
Using the
big
clock
shit,
hands as a flag
skyline.
semaphore,
Military
and the letters
structure
to spell
complete.
salute. Book
This is
type.
the
There
Afghan
are some books
battlecruiser.
facing forward
My
with the titles
shields are
clearly
down.
visible, and after reading through
Military
the titles,
research
you will
complete.
notice some of the words
Where
are from
do
the
you need
NATO
me?
alphabet. Echo, Mike, Bravo, Romeo, Yankee, Oscar. And when you extract the first letter of each
Ready
NATO
for
word, it will
battle.
spell embryo.
Plotting
Morse
jump
code.
coordinates.
Between each of the bookshelves
We have
is a
wiped
repeating
out an
pattern of a
enemy
different
colony.
color. Each
A
shelf
new
is a
colony
separate
has
letter
been
spelled
founded.
using Morse code. If you decode the Morse for each shelf, it will spell
So
analog.
be it.
Now that we have all the
Okay.
words extracted,
Military
we need to
structure
extract the
complete.
final answer. Looking at the words
One
for
of
a
our
moment,
enemies
we can
has
see
finished
that
a
the
type.
first letter of
Next
each
time,
word
please
is spelled
admit.
answer when
Planet
ordered
item
correctly.
complete.
I got
Since
that
the
one.
first letter spelled answer, we extracted the last letters to see if it provides an answer to the puzzle.
Military
The
structure
extract
complete.
is Guanan,
Your orders.
which is a breed of old
Defense
world
upgrade
monkey,
complete.
and it's the name
Easily
of Rene
done.
Guanan. The game room contained 2 objects you can interact with. The first one is a game called Jimmy the Asshole, which, after some playing, didn't appear to contain a puzzle. The second one is the
No
game room
fucking
puzzle.
shot.
The flavor text for the puzzle is
No
there
shot.
are lots of games to
Maximum
play here
civilian
if you
orbit
can
slots
figure out the
reached.
rules. It also has some pictures of Hangman and Tic-Tac-Toe. These
Maximum
are
civilian
hints for
orbit
what you're
slots
looking for
reached.
and what the solution is going to be. The solution for this puzzle involves taking each puzzle string and figuring out the puzzle rules that encode
Military
the
structure
text. Here
complete.
is one example. There are a lot of P's, so we want to analyze
Insufficient
that
metal.
first. You start by separating
orders.
each line by P.
Military
we are looking
structure
for
complete.
game-related words, so we
So
can guess the
weird.
2 words here are card and
Aye.
canasta. With
Sure.
these 2, we can deduce that the rule for this
Insufficient
puzzle is to
metal.
replace the first letter
Military
with P,
structure
which can
complete.
then be reversed from
The
the cipher,
item is
which gives the
ready.
following clue:
Your
card
orders.
worth 50
Planet
and
item
canasta.
complete.
The answer to
What's
this clue is
canasta?
the
We'll see
Joker.
it
However,
done.
we aren't done here
Can
just yet. Now we need to apply the same rule we discovered, replace first letter with P, to this answer to get a new answer out related to games. Applying the rule to Joker results in poker, the actual solution to this puzzle line. Here is the rest. Taking the first letter from each solution, you get the following phrase: Drooper's apartment pal. Drooper is a character from the Banana Splits.
What's wrong with that?
Apartment pal is Bingo. Bingo is an ape, so we can confidently determine the answer is Bingo. The attic is one of the more difficult puzzles.
Mining upgrade
Before we dive into it, we first have to talk about this.
Wait, one of
Military
the more
structure
difficult
complete.
puzzles? Wait, what the hell are you talking about more difficult? What?
Skeleton in the crawl space. The skeleton in the crawl space has a bunch of 3-letter phrases and some numbers, with the flavor text of MTH plus EAT. We know that we're trying to combine the phrases to spell words.
We have wiped out an enemy colony.
Of each word. There's really no approach other than maybe
new
looking at
colony
words that
has been
start with
founded.
or words that end with.
Military
But the best place
structure
to start
complete.
was realizing that
Maximum
MTH
military
and
orbit
EAT
slots
were clues
reached.
being connected and could spell N, the, at. After that, it is mixing and matching until you get something good out. The output you get is Anastasia Steele really loves the hexes used in the attic. This is a reference
We
to
have wiped out
Anastasia
an enemy
Steele from
colony.
50 Shades of
A
Grey,
new
which is
colony has
referencing
been
that the
founded.
hex color codes in the
Civilian
attic are
research
gray
complete.
codes. This is basically a second hint for Bought It, which you can see in the attic section below. The attic starts with an image with some pixels and flavor text about having to feel your way around in the dark. This is a reference for
Military
being
structure
blind
complete.
and
No
looking towards the
fucking
Maximum
pixels in
civilian
Braille.
orbit
The
slots
phrase you get
reached.
out of using colored
Item complete,
pixels as
Commander.
Braille dots:
Mining
beginners
upgrade
always
complete.
unlock dim old
Planet
tones.
item
If you
complete.
take the first letter of each
Military
word as
structure
hinted by the
complete.
word beginners, you get Bought It, which is a type of cipher. This is the one puzzle you can right-click and export the image, and it just so happens to be SVG. So we can extract the hex color codes
Military
accurately
structure
for the next
complete.
step as hinted by the skeleton puzzle. Extracting all of the binary codes out and removing the
Ready
lead
to
0,
pack a
you get the
punch.
following. Using Bought It
Civilian
encoding
structure
on the binary,
complete.
you get the
don't
following.
have to
The only
tell us
interesting
twice.
thing we get is
The
Kalmar,
item
which
is
is a
ready.
new type of cipher.
Comlink
This suggests
active.
that our extract is
That's
valid,
more
but the rest
like
of
it.
it is cipher
Military
text. We
research
can then
complete.
use the string with a
Plotting
Kalmar
jump
transposition
coordinates.
solver,
Yeah.
but without
Ready
a
to
key,
pack a
it was just a
punch.
bunch of guessing words as a
Comlink
key.
active.
Solvers of this puzzle got
Our fleet
stuck
has
here for a
arrived at
while
the face
until it was
jump
noticed that
inhibitor and
attempting
is
some
now
auto
trapped.
solves on the grid, assuming
Place
6
your
columns
base,
instead of
yes,
8,
Skyline.
resulted in the final 8 letters
Good
looking
day,
like a
Commander.
scrambled version of
Civilian
Visionaire.
structure
Given the
complete.
first set of data gave
Military
us Kalmar, and
structure
having it almost
complete.
end with Visionaire now,
Comlink
another type of
active.
cipher, was too
Our fleet
likely
has
to be a
arrived at the face
coincidence.
jump
Putting some
inhibitor
effort
and is
into
now
manually
trapped.
with a 6-column
Feeling
assumption, you're
jumpy.
able to get the
Military
following.
structure
Using
complete.
columnar key of
The strength of the
412563 or
coalition.
214563
Civilian
gives an
structure
output
complete.
that spells
Planet
Visionaire at the
item
end,
complete.
giving us the following possible
down,
strings.
Commander.
Cutting
What
Visionaire
now?
off the end and
Military
taking the remaining
structure
letters,
complete.
we try to decrypt the cipher
Comlink
using
active.
Visionaire and testing keywords
down,
relating to
Commander.
bored apes
What
in the
now?
puzzle. Eventually,
Military
they landed
structure
on the
complete.
following: Australopithecus.
down,
At this
Commander.
point, it's
What
time to
now?
solve the final solution.
Civilian
Taking the
structure
answer
complete.
from each puzzles and sorting
Let's
them in
make some
ABC, we
martyrs.
get the following words:
No
Aperol,
armor. We'll
Australopithecus,
destroy
Bingo,
every last
Guanan,
one of them.
Macaque. If we
Next time,
examine the
place
answers,
a
we can
bid.
extract even
Shoot
more
down,
information about
Commander.
what
What
they do.
now?
Aperol is an
The
orange
strength
liqueur
of the
that only got
coalition.
popular after World War
Ready
II.
for
This
battle.
answer is different than all the
Ready
others,
to
considering
pack a
it is a
punch.
drink that is meant to
Like
be
bringing a
ingested.
gun
Going off
to
that
a
meme,
knife
perhaps
fight.
this is a metaphor for
Civilian
taking
structure
a red pill,
complete.
as it sometimes appears
Military
red in
structure
color.
complete.
Aperol also just has the word 8 in it.
Ready for
Australopithecus. Of
battle.
all the different
Military
possible
structure
answers they could
complete.
have chosen,
Good
they
day,
landed on
Commander.
Australopithecus. Here's a little
Shoot down,
anthropology for you.
Commander.
In
What
1931, Ludwig
Military
Cole
structure
Larsen
complete.
joined the Nazi Party
Mining
and later
upgrade
undertook an
complete.
expedition to German West
Ah,
Africa
okay,
in search for a
What now?
primitive man. In
Comlink
1928 to
active.
1939, he discovered Australopithecus afarensis at Lutoli.
Okay, here we go.
Pack a
Of his
punch.
spine. Ludwig attempted to prove that all people have a common origin, but that African people remained in the state of
The
primitive
item
man,
is
while the
ready.
Aryan race had developed. Such scholarship was at odds with most
I put the
anthropological
laughter
concerns
in
of the day
slaughter.
in Africa. He
Military
then later
structure
lost
complete.
his position as professor in
Comlink
the course of the
active.
denazification after the war. Cole Larsen is not highly regarded amongst contemporary East Africanists. Bingo. Bingo the
Civilian
Gorilla
structure
is a major
complete.
yet final antagonist in the
orders.
2019
Military
direct-to-video
structure
horror comedy
complete.
film, The Banana Splits Movie. Bingo and his friends are animatronics created by
Civilian
Carl to
structure
entertain
complete.
children as the Banana
Military
Splits.
structure
However,
complete.
after the show is canceled, Bingo and his friends start a killing spree. You want to know something even
Civilian
creepier?
structure
Bingo
complete.
only has 3 lines in the movie.
I wonder how the show's gonna end.
Military structure complete.
almost up.
Bingo's last and most famous words. The only words Bingo ever says sounds just like accelerationism.
Oh, that's a Bingo. Orders.
Civilian structure complete.
The way you say it, that's a bingo.
I don't know about that one.
Bingo.
Civilian structure complete.
That's a reach? I think that's a reach.
Gwanan has double entendre. He's the father
Civilian
of traditionalism, bringing the Kali Yuga to the
Mining
west, and
upgrade
Gwanan
complete.
is also a species of monkey. Macaque also has double entendre. Macaque is a racial slur and a type of monkey. By definition, there is a clear distinction of what type of monkey both Gwanan and macaques are. They are part of the Old World classification of monkeys. In 2006, a Virginia senator was called out for using this slur. With close ties to Virginia, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club would definitely be aware of this political disaster.
Military structure complete. Civilian structure complete.
To August 11th.
You don't have to tell us
a campaign
twice.
stop, and
Good day,
a young
Commander.
man who was videotaping it for the web campaign.
Civilian structure complete.
This fella here over here with the yellow shirt.
We have wiped out an enemy colony.
He's with my opponent. And let's give a welcome to Macaca here. Welcome to America and the real world of Virginia.
And here's the young man, S.R. Siddharth. He's a resident of Virginia, an American citizen, straight-A student at Fairfax High School, now goes to the University of Virginia. Critics say that macaca is a racist slur and that you used it because